Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Si me quiero educar, dormir en algún lugar, un lugar para trabajar, y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Funny, funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienen lo verde siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios todo lo ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón, porque mis sentimientos se volvieron locos. No me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. De corazón, la plata no te hace ser feliz. De corazón, la plata no te hace ser feliz. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn. I'm here to introduce you to a new level of entertainment. The stars have aligned, connecting Brooklyn, New York, Sacramento, California, and Atlanta, Georgia. The team. Introducing Flatbush, Brooklyn's finest, the boss, Chef Chupino. Hailing from Sacramento, California, is Andrea Lynch. From the dirty South Atlanta, Georgia, is your boy, Victor Freeze Music, or just Vic.
Our phone jump is the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting down doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all that's that offense. It me change, you let me peach. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. So they don't buy and I say, so they don't buy you to give play. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pill that we was sleeping on the floor. West Side Africa, you know the shit ain't hard. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, baby, Bobby, come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait for. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. This the part when you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say.
That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Profit the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPHETTHEONE. That's Profit the One in case you couldn't spell. But if you could, you already got it. Like profit like God and then duh like duh, nigga.
What's good? Oops. Here we go. What it do, YouTube? It's your boy. New camera setup. No more laptop, so I gotta look up and not look at the laptop camera. What's going on, YouTube? Put a 1 in the chat if you could hear your boy clearly. Please, I need some audience participation for this one here. What's good? What's good? Can I get a 1 in the chat if I sound crispy? I didn't say crunchy. I said crispy. Brittany B. What's good? What's good? What's good? I find your little sister, Brittany B. If you see my IG page, the girl talking about Android versus iPhone, she reminded me of you. Side note. What's good, family? How's everybody doing tonight? It's your boy, Chef Chupino, and I wanted to invite you to another night of intellectual debauchery. What we're going to be doing is talking about some topics. We have some rabbit holes. We have some conversations, as well as a special guest host. Pretty dope, huh? Well, I sincerely appreciate each and every one of you guys that stepped in here and became a part of this exercise. So without further ado, we're going to let you know who you know. And then after that, we're about to show you somebody that's very special. So I'm going to go from left to right. First things first, Andrea Lynch, a.k.a. Hot in Cali, a.k.a. It's All Hot Air, a.k.a. the woman that connects us, that connects this world, man. She connects more folks than AT&T and Verizon. Y'all have no clue. Much appreciated. Flower here. What's going on?
What's going on? What's up?
You like that intro? You like that intro, right?
Yeah,
all right, so send me that Cash App. That shit ain't free.
A little bougie, a little classy, okay?
All right, send me that Cash App. Those ain't free, yo. For real. Hey, next on deck, my guy, the consigliere, the voice of reason, Victor Freeze. What's good, my dude?
That's what I want to ask you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, 100 watts. You see that both of us have been replaced by all hot air.
Right. She replacing everybody. Everybody she's replacing. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna call her it's all hot attrition. Right? She's taking everybody's job. Right? I don't know how to turn this just feel like it's gonna be a hot show. Let me turn this fan my way. But Andrea, Vic, let them know who you are before we bring our special guest host.
You know what? I'm just Andrea. I like to give my opinion, talk my shit, have everybody relate, common people, common folks, good people, kick it with my friends on YouTube. That's it. Ain't that special about me? I'm just special itself. My name is Andrea Lynch, period.
Okay. Vic, let them know what makes you a special creature within this universe here.
No.
Right. He's the dude where I tell him, yo, let them know what makes you special. He's like, shit, I'm just Vic.
Hey, I'm just difficult, okay? It ain't difficult enough. Look, I got up the difficulty level. I don't want y'all having it easier than it is.
I'm trying to get him to pop his collar, and he want to be humble John. You feel me? But it is what it is. Yo. So without further ado, what I wanted to do was invite or introduce you guys to a very, very special member of these YouTube streets, this YouTube community. I've been around on different pages. I've been on different shows. I've watched different folks. But I like things a little different. And this particular person, she was perfect for the conversation because of what she espouses, how she espouses it, her level of poise, her level of poise under fire, and the fact that she's an anomaly. And just because you think you see something, it ain't necessarily what you get. And when you try to treat this person in a way that you read the book cover as opposed to reading through the book, you'll be sadly mistaken and you will pay the price. So I'd like to introduce one of the hottest folks on these YouTube streets, our sister and guest host, Raw B Privilege. Raw DeMarco. That's all I got. We still beefing up. What's good?
Hey. How is my sound? Is it all right?
Yeah, you sound great. Thank
you.
Hey, and you mixed it up for us. Normally you might give them the one with the jeans and the little blue shoulder cut shirt. You see that? We got the special treatment today. How you feeling, Rod?
I'm feeling good. I got to switch up these quote unquote thirst trap photos, Oh my God.
Hey, understood. First and foremost, thank you for being a part of this intellectual line of debauchery that we have going on here. Please, I know I gave my little intro, but why don't you let these folks know what you think makes you a unique soul within this universe here?
Okay, first of all, let me start off by saying thank you for having me on the show. Thank you to Andrea Lynch for putting us together. That's my baby. I love me some Andrea. Yes, Lord. So about me, people have these perceptions on YouTube, and I kind of let them just run with it because it's entertaining to me. But in all actuality, I am a sitting member on the governor's board for children with special needs. I actually sit on a few subcommittees as well. I do graphic designs, intros and outros, marketing packages and plans for individuals that need my services. I have a foundation, the Butterfly Progressive. You guys can check me out on thebutterflyprogressive.com. You guys can also come and book a consultation with me on thepopation.com/services. spaces. Hey, Red Lipstick Vibes. I just be kind of chilling and cooling and giving my raw, unfiltered, true opinion, that raw honesty on everything that comes into my purvey. I think there's a lot of nonsensical conversations that happen on this platform because people lack comprehension. And I am here to bring that clarity that the people need. Yes.
Yes. All right. Cool. So you guys, just in case there was any confusion for the folks that may be popping in, here we go. The team presents Classy, Bougie, Ratchet. And you guys notice there's question marks on each of them. And the question is, who decides or who gets to decide? So I included in the description, I included a few: Classy, Bougie, Ratchet, Hood, 304, Pookie, RayRay. I think it's important for us to understand the labels that we tend to give. Why? Because at some point, certain labels tend to become generally accepted, and then people tend to not even remember how they started, but just use them. You know, I remember the term used to be somebody's full of shit. I remember the term used to be, oh, they lying. Oh man, come on, man. You joning. That ain't real, man. But now everybody talking about cap. It's cap. They capping. It used to be they capping. Then that's cap. Now people don't even type cap. They just put blue caps. So it's become a generally accepted terminology for different people. 304s, so on and so forth. Pookie and RayRays. You get what I'm saying? And I know a couple of good dudes that nickname was Pookie. You know? Real talk. So let's talk about those the different connotations. So I'd like to play a little game. Let's throw out a nickname, hood classifications that we have for folks.
She ghetto.
Ghetto, okay. Vic, we gonna round robin it.
What?
It's your turn, Vic.
Hood.
Okay.
Ratchet.
All right. Thotty. Right? All right. So now we were all able to see that we understand what some of the classifications are. So what I'm gonna do is it did slip my mind. You know, I'm excited tonight. It did slip my mind, so I gotta go and double back real quick. Pardon. For the love. We forgot the love. We didn't be talking about Bougie, Ratchet, 304s, thots, ghetto, hood niggas. Forgot to send love to the good folks. Peace, Gabrielle. You get love from Canada. Dawn Frank, what it do? Thank you. Andrea, I see you. Quantum Love, yeah. A1 Day One. Hey, what's going on, Colette? Over the top, WME. Andrea's ready for the daytime interview when you're ready. We literally had a whole conversation about it, but we'll talk. Mika Marcel, what's going on? Who else we got in the spot? See, I'm gonna make sure I show love to everybody that showed love to us and came through. Who else we got here? Hey, brother Derek C. Williams, my guy. What's going on, family? I appreciate you. Haha, you in Philly. All right, city of brotherly love. So we sending that love back straight to your chest. All right, let's go. Who else we got here? Derek, Mika, Brittany B. What's up, sis? Welcome through. Hey, Sean Coleman, my guy, Keys. So when you see I say that name, you know I know this guy in real life, tangible, my dude. Welcome to the show, Keys. Mr. Tulilo, what up, family? Thank you for coming through. Don't say crispy chef. Shut up. Robbie, yes, on stage with us. Who else we got? MLW Fishing Man, my guy. Look at that avatar. We're going to call him MLW Fishing Man, a.k.a. Don't you look at my woman, I'll kill you. Look at that avatar.
Facts.
He don't play about his. All right, who else we got? We got Raw. We got a lot of action. Hey, Miss Polly, right? What's going on? Welcome through. Red lipstick. What's going on? My guy, just do it. Just coming through. And if you don't know who this guy is right here, he may not be a content creator, but he is the background to the foreground of one of our beloved content creators. If you ever heard of somebody named Mayat Speaks, that's Mr. Ott. It's not Mayat, he is her Ott. All right. That's Mr. Mayat, and he's a pivotal member of the show. He's actually the one responsible for the intro music. Someone fetch me my apron. That one. So respect, supporter of the show. There's a lot of love, and I can't complain, including Peace Love. What's going on, Peace Love? Thank you for popping through. We appreciate you for coming through. Grab your place in the garden. And of course, Sheed, we here. What's going on, family? Danique Anthony, the original editor to the Stars on Deck. And then one of our original sponsors, Big Bad Bull. All right. We're going to have to name something after him because, you know what I mean? He's been a hardy, when I say hardy, a robust contributor to this channel without question. And I respect you, soldier. I appreciate you. Real talk. So,
Miss Poopy Love, she was in there too. You miss her?
I didn't see her. Maybe I scrolled too fast. Wait a second. Oh, there you go. Thank you. What's going on, To Be Loved? Appreciate you. You know, you're always welcome to the spot, and you always make yourself known. Cool. So that looks like all the love for a moment until we get some more folks in here. Yeah. So Andrea, myself, and Vic were having a conversation yesterday, and the conversation was about hood versus ratchet versus ghetto. And at some point, it was like, yo, let's stop right here. Let's stop it. This is good for a show. We're still learning that because there's a lot of times there's some arguments all three of us has had on the show where two of us disagree and one person agrees or vice versa, or all three of us disagree in like a Royal Rumble. And it might be 2-hour conversation. And at the end of it, we walk away like, damn it, we should have recorded this shit.
Yeah.
So we stopped the conversation. I was like, yo, classy, bougie, ratchet. Let's talk about it. And literally, I thought about somebody that people may try to put in a box, but it doesn't work. So we all threw out names. Of certain classifications, urban classifications of people. So the one that you said first, Andre, you said ghetto. So what is ghetto? What does ghetto mean to you?
Well, ghetto mean to me is they see the black woman ain't educated. She just ghetto. She hood out. She loud. And every time a black man I hear say she ghetto, the first thing they say is she loud. Or is she a little extra, or they say, she ain't educated. And I just think that it's so asinine. Shout out to Stephen A. Smith. Okay, that's his favorite word. It's just asinine to me because I was like, I can be loud, ghetto, but I'm still educated. And I know how to turn it on and turn it off. It's just like when I'm with my girls, I'm maybe a little extra. When I'm at work, I'm a little different. It's just I can let my hair down when I'm with my people. But when especially when black men, especially somebody in the chat, he always say, I'm loud. That Derek C. Williams always got to say I'm loud, and that just irks my nerves.
I don't want you to give it all up now. You know what I mean? Hold some of them goodies. Oh, damn, that's not a good metaphor. Don't give it up. Hold some of your goodies. I'm sorry. Some of those, keep some of those gems in the purse, and you know what I mean? So cool. So we're gonna round robin it. Vic, you remember which one you stated?
Let's each talk about each one.
No, I know. The thing is, Andrea just gave. I wanted to, because there's gonna be something we're doing. That's why, in terms of yours specifically.
I said hood.
I
said hood.
So give me what you think is characteristic of hood.
Toughness, street smarts and savvy, survival skills.
Okay. All right. Raw. Talk to me. Which one did you select?
Ratchet.
Talk to me about that. What do you think is the
working definition in the community?
Okay.
Well, look, I know you was gonna come with definitions, right? So just before you ascend into your, you know what I mean, into that place where you grow wings, right? Where it comes to the text, just off rip, what would you see as what's considered ratchet, like the variables that you would use if you?
Oh my gosh! If she wears like colored wigs or whatever, then she's ratchet. If she, likes to show off her body and stuff like that, then she's ratchet. If she's not gentile and docile to all the men in the world, then she's ratchet.
It sounds like you're giving what you think the other folks consider ratchet. Because I don't know, for some weird reason, I don't believe that's your definition.
I mean, ratchet girls just like to have fun.
Okay.
So I'm giving you a good mix of what other people think, because I don't really like these terms that people use. I think they're stupid. I don't really apply them to people.
That's funny. Yeah, you can't rabbit hole you, can we? Right?
No.
Wait a minute.
She come in at the beginning of the mystery movie, is like, look, the butler did it.
Is ratchet a thing? In your opinion, Ra, is that a thing?
No.
Okay.
Just like I don't think that bougie is a thing either, but I mean, I can't sit here and hold you. Like, people don't be like, oh, you bougie, or, oh, you ratchet, and I'll be like, oh, so's your mother. Like, I mean, I don't understand.
That's that New York there. Your mother.
Right, your mother, baby. And then that's another portion of it too. Like, I think that people from New York is just automatically looked at as the right shit because we ain't with the shit.
Aggressive.
Like, yeah.
If you aggressive, like if you giving when the men say giving off tough off energy, and we be a little aggressive, they feel like, oh Lord, they can't handle it. I ain't mild and meek, okay? I'm a little loud. There's 7 kids in the family. Somebody got to talk.
Yeah,
right.
You needed your voice heard, huh?
That part.
Right. So the one that I chose was thottish, right?
Yeah, what's a
thottish?
thot?
20 years ago, the word thot didn't even exist.
It took me for like 2-3 years to figure out what the hell it meant.
Yeah. You want to hear something funny? My lady, she thought, what she thought a thot was?
What?
She thought it was a little person.
That's funny.
I swear to God. You remember that show?
Hey, that makes sense.
The show, what was it? The one with the little people, the one in Atlanta.
The little black women of Atlanta. The little black women of Atlanta.
That wasn't called that shit.
What's it called?
That's a great title.
Little black women. It was called Little People or Little Boogie or something. Little.
I don't know what they call it. I thought it was called Little Black.
Hold on 1 second. What was the name of that show with the little ladies? Little Women of Atlanta.
Okay.
Hey, see what she went there for?
Right. Little Women of Atlanta. Right. And the thing is, she told me one day, she's like, yo, I finally found out what the thot meant. I said, what? She's like, it's a little person. I'm like, man, I ain't no damn little person. She's like, no, it is. It was some YouTube, some Facebook post, and they were calling them thots. And she just thought because little children are tots. So in her mind, and she was like, no, really, because think about it, tots. Yeah. Thot, right, 12 years ago, that wasn't even a thing. But let's talk thot. That's my delivery to this thing. What do I think a thot qualifies as? A woman that leads totally with her sexuality. Watch, I'm a rhyme. And she thinks that there's nothing finer than her vagina. And leads with her sexuality as the thing that is the most prevalent. The carrot that she dangles is her sexual. You see that?
It's a sexual angle.
Right. That's her angle. I guess Andrea thought it was right. She had a so I believe that it's a woman that leads with her sexuality, Now, we understand that these terms are objective and subjective, but it's interesting, when we look at these terms so far, all of the ones that each of us decided to use, what's funny is none of them have positive connotations.
Wow.
It's interesting. Nobody said a goody goody. Nobody said real nigga. Nobody said a square L7. We were able to jump to the negative connotations. And those are the ones that are more prevalent. What do y'all think it is? Anybody could jump in.
Oh, because everybody, you know what I'm saying? It's a bad mamma jamma, honey. They about that life.
Okay.
So everybody wants to be the baddest part. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
I think to encapsulate what you're saying, you could put the definition of ghetto up. The book definition of what ghetto is. But I think that would encapsulate more why it's a negative connotation. In the meanwhile, between time, I got this verse, right? Because you was talking about thot, so I wanted just to put my little piece on that. And before there was a word thot, we used to call them bop, right? B-O-B. I mean B-O-P, right? And it was generally a young girl, right? So I had a verse to be like, see that pretty young thing? We call it a bop. Because you can slow it down, but you cannot make it stop. Because she just having fun. She just want to pop. She like her music loud and breakfast gonna be in a box. You feel me?
Breakfast gonna be in a box. My God.
Happy meal. Happy meal. So Vic, I'm glad you brought that up. You wrote that, right?
Indeed.
So let's speak to it. Okay, let's make believe bop is thot.
Right.
So there was something that brought you to that point of realization where you were able to articulate it, not just on paper as a thought, but you were able to articulate it within a rhyme scheme.
Okay.
So I want you to tell me about what led you to come up with those lyrics. Was it experience, or were you just pulling from popular culture?
Nah, that's what I see. It's what I
Talk
see.
about it.
They look, man. They turn up. They turn up. They don't the same way that our youth, the young boys, is wild and out of control. The counterpart or the matching set is our young women that are just up and it's stuck. You feel me? So everything that they're doing is like without conscience. And kind of like what Ross said, fun. If it ain't fun, it ain't getting done. You know what I mean? And their priorities is just that. You know what I mean? Live long enough to do it again tomorrow. You know, if you have a drunken night that you don't remember, so what?
No, it's funny. I think it's a double standard because men been doing it forever. Because the girls want to turn up now. It's a problem. Now we thoughts, and now we ratchet, and now we just. But y'all been getting drunk and doing everything and having one night stands and doing all that stuff. As soon as the women decide we want to do it too, now we thoughts and we ghetto, we ratchet. She loose. That's that bullshit.
So what if we decide? What if your man decided to start wearing a dress? Would you judge him differently? You just said that the moment y'all start attempting to do what we, quote unquote, are known for doing, you're judged differently. So what I just asked you was, how would you feel about your dude wanting to wear a nice off-the-shoulder halter dress with some open-toe, Jesus sandals and a French pedicure? How would you like your dude to do that? Because this is something that y'all been doing for years. So
I don't want my dude to do that. No.
Why? Wait, that's a double standard, huh?
No, it's not a double standard. You the man.
Why?
You need to keep some shorts and some pants on. I'm the woman.
Wait. You said
I'm the feminine woman.
1, 2, 3. Three words you used at the beginning of that sentence.
What?
You the what?
You the man.
You the man. Which means that you are responsible for a certain subset of behaviors. I keep looking down at the computer. I look at the camera. You're responsible for a certain subset of behaviors because you the man. There's expectations for your behavior. There's expectations for your masculinity. There's expectations for the way that you dress and put yourself out there. Yeah. So now, and the way that you behave. But then what you stated previously or prior was, the thing is, why men been doing this all this time and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden a woman want to do it and it's a problem. That's a double standard, right? Yes. Okay, so what I just described to you was a double standard. Not saying I want to wear dresses. You get what I'm saying? I got pretty toes. I'm done fucking with you. Not saying that I want to wear dresses, and I'm not defending that hill, but what I'm stating is you talked about double standard and how it's not fair. When is the last time you pulled a chair out for a man when you went to dinner?
Excuse me?
When is the last time? When's the last time that you pulled a chair out for a man when you went to dinner?
I never have.
When's the last time you paid on the first date?
What you say again?
What when's the last time? When's the last? Okay.
I never have.
So now, would you not consider those double standard?
No, because if he's asking me out, I thought the rule is the man pay.
That's an extra variable you threw in there. I just said y'all went out on a date. Y'all.
If we went out on a date, that means if I asked him out, then I'm paying for it. But he asked me out, then he paying for it. He asked me out.
Nice. You notice the only question that I asked you is, have you ever paid for a man on a date?
Not on the first date, I haven't.
Okay. Okay, and actually, I think I did say first date.
No.
So why not?
Because it's the first date. You pay. Why I gotta open my wallet up?
Why is that?
Because you're the gentleman.
I'm the gentleman.
Because I ain't dating no bum.
Thank you.
Period.
I know. I'm from
Their wallet is directly connected to the other wallet. Okay, when that one air out, the other one get dropped.
out. You ask me out. You open your wallet.
Yo, you hear this? Yo, that's why dudes don't even want to be called a gentleman no more. Whenever that gentleman, the same
redefine gentleman is sucker.
I don't even call dudes simps because I believe simp is a subjective term based on the way that you think and you know.
But check it out.
Or pick me. I don't believe in those.
But check it out though. The dude gotta pay for the date or whatever, but I'm leaving the tip. And I'm not leaving no little $5-10 tip. I'm gonna leave the tip for the price of what it is that I ate. Because that's what I'm prepared to pay anyway if a dude gets to get crazy.
I like that.
That's that New York.
I didn't say I didn't have no money in my wallet. I just making sure I got bag up.
How's the biggest tip you ever left? Since you ain't paid for no dates. On a date.
$100.
Biggest tip you ever left. Not you, Raw. Andrea.
Oh.
What? The biggest tip I ever left? I say 25.
She lying. Andrea, listen. She lying, yo. First of all, Andrea the one that when she know when it comes time to pay, she gonna be like, I want to talk to the manager. That ice was too cold. The napkins was too dry. Okay, the water, it was wet as hell. I don't understand.
Don't do my girl like that. Don't do my girl like that. Don't do my girl like that. Mm-mm.
Yo, like, what's funny is it's one thing about coming from New York, you know, they were strong sisters, you know, and I think things worked a little differently than within the South. Mm-hmm. And one thing I would say is that, you know how you get with somebody and the thing that makes you fall in love with them, that makes them so sexy to you and so intriguing, you know, and so enthralled. After y'all start a relationship and you get deep into it, that's going to be the same shit that pisses you off about them. You know, the guy that remembers everything, that listens to all of your words, the one that could repeat what you said, such and such, and what dress you were wearing on that first date and what you ordered. And that's going to be the same one that's going to piss you off in an argument when he's going to be able to give you back your words verbatim in an argument, you know, or he's going to focus on the small stuff when that used to be cute. Back home, you know, there was one point when I was like, yo, man, my sisters, especially being from Brooklyn, my sisters out here, some of them, I thought it was just very aggressive. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I came to the South and then I saw something a little different, a woman that I would consider more docile, right? Mm-hmm. But then there was certain inherent differences that I noticed where there were certain things that I missed about my up north, my northern sisters, a certain degree of strength, a certain degree of intestinal fortitude, you know. It wasn't about the Southern Belle thing, you know, and I started to see certain things different, like, damn, I thought I was running from my sisters up there, but what it was there was just a difference that I was looking for. But, you know, it's not about throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because there's inherent specialty that the baby can bring, benefits that they can bring to your life. So I said all that to say, the women in the beginning, I don't make it a test, but I do take a look and pay attention to see, even if I go to the table willing to pay everything, sometimes just seeing what they're going to do, you know, right before I reach for my wallet, you know, I may give an extra 3 or 4 seconds just to see what she's going to do, or if she even makes the offer.
Well, what if she'll make the offer? Is she a bad woman or not?
No, it's not. I'm not going to judge her by that. I'm not going to judge that. Remember, there's tests. There's tests to test if you're a fucked up person, right? Mm-hmm. But there's certain tests that's to test if you're an exceptional person.
Extra credit.
Extra credit, AP calculus, not remedial math and fractions. Extra credit, you know, understanding the level of empowerment.
But what if you're dating a girl that's broke?
Yeah.
You
like Shaniqua, like Shaniqua, and she riding the bus and got babies and shit like that. What about her? Do they? Because they like them too. They like them.
That test wouldn't take place, because if I know somebody Shaniqua live over in pink houses, right? That's in Brooklyn. That's over Linden Boulevard in Brooklyn, and she lives in pink houses. And I know that she's the first one going to undergrad in her family. And I know it's a struggle and there's multiple people in the house. First things first, if I'm walking up in that piece, it's not just about me making her happy. It's understanding who this person is, how they live, where they live. It's a special dance, right? So I know that if I'm going to take her somewhere, I know for a fact I'm going to be the one footing the bill, because I see how she lives, and I want to. Some people think that spending that money, when a guy goes and takes a woman out, oh, he's spending it because he has to. No. Blood, sweat, and tears. I said, this is my kids' money. The money that I spend, I'm fucking up my kids' inheritance. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm walking in knowing that what this person's about and their financial situation, and me going to take them to Chef Danielle or take them to a meal where the check is going to be $300-$400. It's because it's something that I want to do for her, not just show off. It's an experience I want to provide. So I would walk in there not expecting it. You know what I'm saying?
You expected somebody like me to help pay. Why? Because I work 2 jobs and I ain't.
No.
Okay, I'm just supposed to act like you broke like Shaniqua, girl. Yeah, I don't got it. Broke 5, broke B ain't got it. Now I'm
Andrea gotta pay. I say,
y'all learn how to act.
No, I'm just asking. I ain't Shaniqua, and I'm job, and you know I got some kids to take, and I ain't desperate and got 3 people in my house. Shaniqua don't have to pay, but you looking at me like giving me a test and see if I'm gonna help pay.
See, Andrea, you gotta rest in your femininity, girl. You gotta act like you in the struggle, girl. You gotta have them feeling like they Rihanna and you Chris Brown. You needed them. You gotta act like you don't got it.
Now I'm gonna be on my Andrea. That's some bullshit.
That's some bullshit.
I got questions. I'm just saying, I got questions. All right. So, watch this, ladies. Y'all watching? I'm gonna say something. Trigger alert. Finna talk about your granny, your mama, your aunties. Your granny, your mama, and your aunties. They taught y'all punk asses how to lie. And I'm gonna teach you how. One. Y'all know
right there.
Y'all know when a dude is broke, and we say we broke, we broke.
Okay.
We down to maybe our bill money.
That's a lie.
When a woman, especially one who was schooled by old school granny, auntie, and mama, when a woman is broke, what that means is, I'm bring y'all a concept, y'all. She's down to her back money. Y'all understand the concept of back money? Do y'all know what back money is?
Listen. I'm not gonna let you sit here and tell that lie upon the ancestors as if your daddy, your uncle, your grandpappy, and your great grandpappy ain't sit there and teach y'all how to lie. Dudes be talking about they broke, and then you go and they wallet. They got a good stack of butter sitting in there. That's just their money they don't want to touch. What happened?
Or they cigar money, or he
Ratchet ass out my wallet.
I got to be ratchet because I'm paying attention to the phone.
Yo, y'all drive real quick.
Like you lying, you ain't got no money.
I want to know what back money is. Talking about
like you lying that you ain't got no money, but you got some money in your wallet. I can't stand that. It's up to do the same thing.
Y'all got the back money. Y'all be
Let me tell you
bad.
something.
Uh-huh.
A man got too much pride to say he broke in front of a girl he liked. It wouldn't matter how much you don't want to pay. He had to not respect you and think that you're gonna give it up anyway to say he broke in front of you.
Now
He'll
let's
front
get
first. He'll go to a homeboy before the date and borrow some money that he know he can't pay back to put on a show before he come out there talking he broke.
now, Victor.
Thank you.
Victor.
I have heard
Victor,
men say they
we
broke.
ain't finna act like that pimp culture don't exist, Victor.
Mhm.
We ain't finna act like these dudes don't be pimping, Victor. We
Thank
ain't
you.
finna
Now
act
see,
like they ain't trying to get the girls for their money, Victor.
Thank you.
what you talking about is a certain subculture of men, and you would be able to recognize them because when they tell you they broke, they've got enough to pay 4 house notes probably on their wrists. You know what I'm saying? So we're not talking about those guys because they're clearly not broke. They just saying, hey, I break bitches, I don't get broken. You
Now,
understand?
see,
But that's a whole different class of man. We just talking about average Joes, just the guys. You feel
The
me?
average
now,
Joe lied
Victor.
too.
Right, Victor. Now we got
Okay.
About being
tools.
broke? What kind of nigga wrong about being broke? That's like a girl trying to say,
What
you
you
know
buy?
I'm ugly. Boy, you know I'm ugly. Boy, you know I'm ugly. What
Buy
you
new
talking about?
shoes. Mm-mm-mm.
These
Oh,
dudes be broke
that's
nowadays.
what a man stand on, his physical prowess and his financial prowess. That's what we stand on. So
But you
if a
broke, but you
nigga's
buy some
telling
new
you
shoes.
that,
How you broke, Vicky? Buy some new shoes.
Cause
How
they be
you broke?
leasing them shoes. They be leasing them shoes. They be using them
what you
afterpay.
say, Lisa?
If
Thank
I
you.
said leasing, they be
Lisa.
using that afterpay. They be renting
Oh, she
rims.
done that, them Klarnas, the Klarnas.
Klarna, they be
Hey,
renting shit.
hey, you know
Red
what?
life.
You know what? I think you just came up with a hard ass business right there. Renegades.
Okay.
Hey, hey, you got to get the insurance on them just in case you get them scuffed, or you got to pay full price when you bring them back.
That's right. Look. Even in the PayPal let you pay in full. PayPal give you installments too. These people pay
Okay,
installments on their
pay
life.
later, right?
Yeah, pay later. That's why they broke, because by the time they paycheck hit, they got to pay off all them payments for their rented life.
No,
Mm-hmm.
they paying off all them outfits they bought to try to impress your eyes. That's why they broke. They for real broke.
Peace to
I'm
Big
just,
Okay,
Homie.
they thought being fly was gonna be enough.
I'm just saying you broke, but you buy some new J's. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Look. See, kids said that's because their grandmama done taught them how to hide some money too. That's okay, kids. But we ain't gonna act like. But I'm glad you was able to own up to that, because now we can put it all on the table. Everybody got their little, you know what I'm saying, secret hideaway emergency fund. Not
We
just the
talking about
women.
them old men that
Yeah,
got that knot and that peeling off them hundreds and talking about, nah, I'm broke. Right
That
in front
part.
of
them lessons, right? Them lessons, the lessons about back money. Those lessons come with the same lessons that the grannies and aunties, the mamas, and then gave y'all about that. They come hand in hand with the protect the coochie lessons, right?
See, we not over here
So,
you.
playing with
And
chef.
you gotta talk
The
about what
chef
back
got
money is, Chef.
yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying. I'm
don't
gonna
chef.
even know
explain
what
it.
the fuck that is.
I'm gonna
Chef got
explain it.
back money right
Okay.
now.
Right.
He got
So
like
here,
2 or 3 shoe boxes full
Yeah,
of
he got
hundreds
some
and
back money.
fifties
I'm pretty
in
sure
the
he got.
back
wait,
of the closet.
but let me explain. I gotta explain for the folks that don't know what back money is, right? Back money is an old school term. It's actually originally a Southern term. It was pre and post migration. So back money is this. That's that money, and it's not called back money everywhere. It's that money. It's that stash that your mama, your grannies, that they will put money into that stash, and you keep that just so that if this man ever decides to fuck up, ever decides to abuse you, ever decides to leave you stranded in the dust, that's your emergency fund. That's the back money. They tell them, don't you ever spend that back money, because that back money is your freedom. And it's an important concept that I believe that's why when they say women save better than us, because this is a chefism. Their threshold is different. Their reserve tank of gas is different than ours. We are expected as men to use our last drop of blood, our last drop of gas on our family as the protector, provider, priest, prophet, king of this kingdom. The thing is, The back money is that stash that he don't know about. So if he ever decides to go upside your head, you can get you an Uber. You can get you a hotel. If he decides to go and bounce with Jenny from down the block and then starts to hold back financial, means to you, you're not going to be put out on the street. That's a concept.
I heard it that now that you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just people call it back money.
Click back.
Yeah, and it's emergency slush fund, ERF, emergency relief fund. That's one of the things that is ingrained into a woman because of the quasi-sexual dynamic of the men being in charge. So that if you lose the covering of that man, financial, protective, his communal covering of him just being there, you have something that you can be able to lean on and not have to utilize your femininity in order to get back on track. So it's a positive thing. You get what I'm saying? It's just, I spoke to it in terms of a concept that we don't always have. That's one of the reasons I believe women are able to save better than us, because their zero is not our zero. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, my mom had a stash. She had I remember my mom was in she was in the nursing home, and because she was getting rebuilt for her leg. But my dad and my mom was arguing in the nursing home when I went in, and I couldn't figure out what they was arguing about. So when my dad left, I was like, "Mama, why y'all arguing?" She was like, "Cause I got my own bank account, and he mad he can't get no access to it."
That whole part.
I said, Mama, she was like, I don't want to give him my money, because they was in there just arguing at the nursing home. She was only there for a couple weeks, but I couldn't figure out why they was arguing. So when Daddy left, I said, Mama, why y'all arguing? She was like, your daddy mad because I got my own bank account and he didn't got to know how much is in there. I said, Mama, that's T1, Mama, that's good. But my daddy was mad because he was like, he didn't get no access to it. But Mom had access to his bank account, but he didn't have access to hers. So
right. See, when women used to get married back in the diddle, you know what I'm saying? The older women would always put them on that game, like they had to have that little secret account. So yeah, I don't know if I've heard the term back money in particular, but I know exactly what he's talking about once he's started describing it. And it was supposed to be a secret, you know what I'm saying, that the woman kept, and she would do it in small increments, almost like skimming off the top. You feel me?
Oh no, you're talking about no, that's stealing. That's different. I'm talking about back. I'm not talking about embezzling. Like, I'm not talking about Shawnee O'Neal and Shaq. That's different.
No, Mama wasn't doing that.
That's embezzling. Back money, we just talking about money that she might have had saved that is not even on table for. It's not even like it's not like an income. Back money is not an income. It's not a commodity. It is break in case of emergency.
Right, but you have to add up to create that nest egg. So it wouldn't matter the source.
But you're assuming that it comes from his money, though. That's not.
No, I was saying the source. That's what I'm clarifying. The source don't matter. So whether she's siphoning it from his stash or she got a little hustle that she do on the side, she getting paid for that job she do at the church, and he don't know she getting paid for it. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Whatever money she could take quietly and stash away. You know what I mean? Telling them that it's this amount when it's really that amount. Whatever the means that she could get some that wasn't going to be on the books or accounted for. Secret money.
I'm just saying like this.
Go ahead. Let me let Vic jumped up. Raw, go ahead.
I'm just saying it go a little something like this. Everybody should have a couple of savings accounts, not just one. Now, there will be the savings account that is clear and transparent. And yes, I'm not gonna hold you. There's a savings account that don't nobody know about. That's what you got to do. And I mean, I'm not even mad at dudes that have their little savings accounts that nobody don't know about either. The point I was making is everybody say they broke and they be dead ass lying. And it's not so you could get away. It's in case of emergency. What if there's a situation? And I mean, I'm gonna give it to y'all a little hood because I know a lot of people want some street shit. If your dude is out there in the street, he chopping it up, he doing what he do, he get busted out. Now he busted with all his money on him. You gotta bail him out. Where that money coming from? You don't got it because he got all the money. Now, if you got you a secret stash, you could go up in the shoebox, get the money out, go get him, bring him back home. Now he gonna be pissed off like where you got that bread from, but he also gonna be happy because damn, but you got that bread and you got me home. If you have a situation with your children and you're going through a situation with your man and he get to acting up, you need to be able to walk into another house or whatever in the event of an emergency. I don't even understand why people trip off that. Because worst case scenario, if everything good, that could go towards a vacation at the end of the year. Damn, we made it through this year. Let's go on a vacation. On me.
You know what I like? I've been on your show. You haven't been through the rabbit holes. So remember one thing that I said. Y'all grannies, your aunties, your mamas lied. They taught your ass how to lie. So now let's talk about it since you brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the greatest benefits that they have. Because remember, I also said that back money conversation and lesson, it comes in pocket with the protect the coochie lesson, right? It actually can work as a benefit, because I also spoke to the aspect of women potentially have had a higher degree of ability to save, a higher degree of ability to, my daughter, higher degree, a higher ability to save. But I think it's because of not nature so much as nurture, being taught and being able for them to understand that you never ever want to find yourself painted into a corner where you lose all capability, self-control, financial wherewithal. The ones that take those lessons correctly, and you keep filling dirt into my rabbit holes when you said if the dude gets locked up, a lot of times the strength and the power and precision and intestinal fortitude of the women that we are with, it can only show itself when we are at our worst, when we've fallen, when we broke down, difficult financial situation, society, life, depression, work, problems with your mama. Those are the times when our sisters our flowers end up showing the most metal. Now I'm about to tie something in, because I'm not a red pill, I'm not a blue pill, I'm true pill. It's represented by a green pill. I don't subscribe to all of the ethos of each of those belief systems, because I think that we have a wide array of people, thought processes, and the ways that we move. I believe that because of the red pill ethos of being intentional, being a master of your craft, a master of your territory, and all of these things, it never opens up any room for failure, any room for something messed up happening, any room for me being the breadwinner and get hit by a truck and now I can't walk. And then now I need my lady. Sometimes we don't learn about how great our mate is until we've fallen. Until we've fallen.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, watch this. I believe that a guy that makes $75,000 a year and he gets hurt and he's not able to work for 6-7 months, and then his wife ended up having the intestinal fortitude and everything to hold it down. And then you got a millionaire guy who never fails. And he just took care of everything. I believe in terms of that feeling of knowing that the queen you chose for yourself, your mate, that person that's going to ride with you till the end, till the casket dips, being able to have that's the unintended test, the test of your failure, being able to know that you had this person that when they had the opportunity to show their mettle, and when I say mettle, it's not MEDAL and it's not METAL, it's METTLE, your mettle, your grit, your strength. It's a beautiful thing to be able to know that. But sometimes it happens in our failure. It happens in our failure, and that's just an interesting thing.
Grit.
What do y'all think about that?
That word you use, grit. There's a
Grit.
movie.
No, not grits. You talking cheese grits? No, grit. Just
Not that just one grit. Okay.
just one grit.
Lord, that's a lot of money. Okay. Hey, listen. There's a movie called True Grit.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
It's the same senses, but it's like it's a little girl, and it's like she's got that thing you talking about. You know what I mean? That a woman would have to have. You know what I mean? She was just in a child's form, so it looks odd, but it's like that's why I when I describe the term hood, things that I named weren't negative connotations. Survival skills, toughness, street smarts, and savvy. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily a negative connotation. It's when you add in the ghetto and the ratchet and all of the other things to it that you kind of start to lose the audience. But just to say hood mean you know how to win. That's that. What's that championship pedigree we was talking about? It's pedigree. We've been here before. We all right.
No, now you know everybody and their mother is just so classy. They're so bougie. They're so upper crust. Even though just, you know what I'm saying, 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, they was out here surviving off of ramen. I'm just saying real quick.
Hold on. Say what? They surviving off of what?
They was
Ramen.
surviving off of ramen, crack noodles. They was barely getting it.
She call them crack noodles.
Hey.
For real.
Are we about to bring somebody up? This is, I always call her my professor, and she controls the daytime, my home girl, and she definitely is one of the moving forces in this YouTube area.
Kelly Rowland.
Over the top, WME, wife, mother, entrepreneur. What's good, Colette? I know you only got a couple minutes. I know I got you hot. Talk to us.
Yeah, I appreciate you. First of all, hey Vic, congratulations on your channel. I tried to get over there, but I was like, I don't know this sports stuff, but I support you. and Andrea, congratulations. I see you doing your thing on your channel. I try to come over there every now and then, but I appreciate you bringing up the foster care information you did. I love that video you did.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And Robbie Privilege, Chef, we just need to let her talk the whole time because she just sounds so good.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I just wanted to chime in real quick on the part when you were like having a secret account. The only thing in that is that I didn't like is the fact that the word secret. Like hopefully I would like to teach, especially my kids and newer generation to have it doesn't have to be secret, but how it should be presented is each party that's in the marriage should have an extra account that is separate from both individual. And it's not to say it's secret, but it's for example, like how my husband and I do it is I have certain accounts that I have my investments in and his name is not on it. And he sets lots of things up for when anything happens to him, I'm good. I don't have to ever work a day in my life or my kids. But that's known. It's not secret. And I have certain things set up as if anything ever happens to me, he's good or the kids is good. And it's open to where and it's also not to say if anything happens to us, it's also for, I don't know if you guys know a lot about taxes, but with taxes, it's also good in that sense to where if one of the party, they come after one of the party, or even when you have businesses, like I have my own business, my husband is not on my business. So therefore, we are also protected individually. So just in case anything happens, right? And we don't have to take this to the hood or street or something like that, but this is just taking it to another level of we all should have something separate, not just a little stash, but like I said, things set up to where, like I said, investments account, insurance, and so on and so forth, to where if anything happens, either one of the party can step in, and it doesn't need to be secret. It shouldn't be secret, because if anything happens, my husband needs to know where to get the stash, and so do I, But that's the only thing I agree with what you guys are saying. It was just the secret part, it's like, can't we just all talk about this?
Now, WME, you sound like a woman after my own heart. Please tell me that you have some trust set up, because multi-partner trust make a lot of money untouchable too.
Yes, we have living trust, and we do have and we also have those separate as well. So.
And I'm a beneficiary of both of them.
Yes. So what do you guys think about just the fact of when I was saying just it being secret? Like, what do you guys think about that?
I think in some relationships, I'm sorry, Chef.
No, go ahead.
In some relationships, some people are poor spenders. Secret is in. If your partner has bad spending habits, don't tell them and don't trust them. Period. Hide your money away. Like, let them know, okay, whatever. These are our independent accounts. And even knowing that you have that independent account, have another subsidiary of the independent account that will maybe automatically move in the event of an overdraft if they have to have access to one account. But I know one thing, as short as rain falls up and down and sometimes sideways, if I work hard for my money and you got a problem down to the casino and you got a problem down to some shoes and you got a problem down to some substances, you will never spend the last penny of my money ever.
I mean, you know what? I look at my mom and dad's situation, and I realize why my mom was not. I don't think my dad knew about the account, but the problem is, I just think my daddy was stingy when it came to his money, and he still is to this day. God, my mama's gone to heaven, but my daddy's still stingy to this day. That's why she had that secret account, because she know how he is. And so if you know your husband and when you ask him for some money, he's like, what you need it for? Why? I would do the same thing. I would have me a secret account too. You guys gonna have to, if I'm on my deathbed, he's just gonna have to get a power of attorney. I'm sorry.
Interesting. If the male in that dynamic, if his name was Quentin, if the male that you were describing in that dynamic was named Quentin, your ass wouldn't have felt the same way. Well, for the record, if y'all don't know who Quentin is, I'll let Andrea tell you who Quentin is.
My son. Quentin is my son.
Right.
I might not tell Quentin either. Okay.
Young Prince.
Only person I would tell is she in the chat. I would tell her ass, "Hey, this is where the money is." I would tell her. I wouldn't tell Quentin Veronica. Hell no. But I would tell Erica, because Erica know how to save money. She married to me when it comes to money. I remember one time I gave him this stack of money. It was like thousands, okay? I said, Erica, hold this money. So I went back to her about 4 weeks later. I said, Erica, can I get some of that money? She was like, hell no, you can't get none of it. I said, Heaven, it's my money. She said, I don't care. It's got to be a die situation before I give you the money. And honey, we fell out over my own money.
If I ever give you this
Oh,
motherfucker
nice.
back, you ain't gonna, hey, you never come to me again. Okay.
Shit, if
get my
somebody
money.
holding money for me, somebody holding money for me, look, we gotta have a safe word. So when I use a safe word, put all of that other stuff like,
I said,
I
oh hell no.
I like that. A safe word. I like it.
right, because they're gonna be like, nah, yo, I can't do it. Nah, you need this motherfucker.
Okay.
Stromboli, motherfucker, Stromboli.
Okay. Let me out.
Right.
But honestly, to what WME said,
We was about to bite on my own money. I said, you know what? I'm gonna do this with you.
To what WME said, I think the time that we were referring to that women needed this, they were less breadwinners. So they did need to do that, and they had limited resources that they could do it with. And that was one of those times, in my opinion, that men were more of a domineering presence. So if a man knew about this account or separate account or extra account, he could impose or make demands that would likely need to be acquiesced to. So it was more likely that he would basically put that woman in a situation where she was coerced or unlikely to say no to something that he demanded or thought was important enough. Just like Andrea is speaking to, you know what I mean? The woman would be, in this case, her friend that she gave the money to, and him saying like, yo, I need that. Like, you don't understand how important this is. Give it up. And she like, no, this is for emergencies only. And he like, this is an emergency. Like, I don't think so. And
This is
and
emergency.
that time,
I need this weed. I need this weed.
Okay. If I get this, listen, if I flip this, I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna get a 4-way. And I'm gonna flip back, and I'm gonna okay. Hey, listen, the whole idea is that, that creates a dynamic for a back and forth, and then there's a measure of distrust, saying, hey, oh, what, you don't trust me to make a good decision? You don't trust my investment? You know what I'm saying? So now you got a friction. When it's a secret, you ain't got to talk about a secret.
And I'm gonna tell you this, and ladies, Mama Sadie's, don't you be the Laura to his Luke, honey. If he talking about let you hold some money so he could flip a pack, don't do it, cause that you ain't never ever gonna see that money. Don't you do it.
She just gave up her age, y'all. She talked about Luke and Laura. That's some old General Hospital stuff. You talking about back before WSB and all of that stuff, and Robert Scorpio. Y'all don't know about that. And Sonny Corinthos.
Oh my God, Sonny was my dude though. Sonny was my dude.
My cousin, I ain't gonna say which cousin. I had a cousin that he was in that life back in the day, and he was in Atlanta, and he was in that street life back in the BMF days. And when I would come down to Atlanta, there was an apartment where he had his crew. They would all be chilling at the apartment, and I drove down from New York to Atlanta, and we pulled up, and it was around 3:15. Went and knocked on the door. Nobody came to the door. 5 minutes later, knocked again. Somebody came to the door. We went in. A whole bunch of ghetto hood-looking ninjas that looked like scary dudes. It's all sitting down in front of the TV watching General Hospital. When they had Sonny Corinthos and them in there. You know what I mean?
That's your man. That's your man Stephen A. favorite show, Andrea.
Yes, he's on General Hospital, okay, as Brick, okay, I know that, okay, I feel about General Hospital, okay, right now.
He over there putting bedroom.
You see that? You said Stephen A. She like.
I said General Hospital.
With the shoulders.
Look at that. She take a sip. For your information.
I still watch General Hospital to this day, okay?
Y'all so silly.
They moved on to Lifetime too. Them hard people, they moved on to Lifetime.
Yeah. They did.
So we were talking about, the nuances of the terms that we use for different people. And I believe that a lot of the terms that we use for different people, it's not so much an actual real existing thing. I believe that it's something that we latch onto based on ourselves. Perfect example. If you see my show, Love versus Simping, months back on the show, and then another one called Can Women Simp? One of the things that I stated is I don't believe in the term simp, and in the feminine version, pick me. I don't believe in those statements because I believe those statements or those terminologies are used by people that may want the same thing that the simp or the pick me may want. But that person is just really pissed off that the simp or the pick me is willing to do more than they are willing to do in order to get the same result that they desire.
Making it hard on the player.
You at work, and then you got that one person that when everybody shows up when it's time to start work, or if you got a grace period, 5-minute grace period, and they show 4 minutes and you show 4 minutes into the grace period, but you got that other employee that gets there a half hour early and leaves a half hour late. And they'd be like, "Oh, this motherfucking brown nose ass."
It was traffic out there. He was like, "He's here."
Right. This video, this motherfucker always got to do shit. We ain't turning our stuff. This motherfucker had to turn his shit in early. I swear. Everybody hate the guy that fucks up the bell curve. You get what I'm saying? That is what I believe those terminologies come from. If I ever call somebody bougie, what I'm stating is that that person is behaving at a higher set of socioeconomic behaviors than myself. If I think somebody is ratchet, I'm stating that I believe that their socioeconomically based behaviors are at a lower tier than myself.
Okay.
These classifications are all based within us, our perspectives, our perceptive lenses, but not just that, on our levels of confidence. Our levels of confidence. I'm calling Vic a simp, not because he did the stuff that he did. The main overarching reason is because he got the chick that I wanted, but I was not willing to, not take her to Applebee's and go to a better restaurant. I wasn't willing to create an experience. I didn't listen enough. Maybe I just was not the guy. But we tend to make excuses for ourselves and excuses for our failures. So a little bit of the rabbit hole is these terminologies: classy, bougie, ratchet, pick me, simp. All of these things, they speak more to who we are. They speak more to the person that's using those terms. What do y'all think about that?
There's truth to that. I think when you speak to the pick me and the simp, as a man, when I think there's a difference between the guy who's doing more and gets the girl. I think that's hating when you calling that man a simp. I think the simp term comes in truth when the guy is doing that and still does not get the girl. The girl still does not desire him anymore because he's gone that far, yet he's still attempting to gain her through doing all of these, quote unquote gentlemanly things. So,
or Vic, what about if the quote unquote pick me and the simps are lowering their standards to get with that person? They are now in certain circumstances maybe degrading themselves. So in that sense, it's like, are they really like Mr. Chefs is saying, are they really going for the challenge to just do something more than what the other person may do? But is it a fine line between them maybe lowering their standards and degrading themselves?
Lowering the standards.
Lowering their
No,
standards,
no, no. I
like
get it. When you say, the thing is, when you state lowering their standards or lowering your standards in order to make a relationship work, our individualistic standards that we have are exactly what they are. Individual standards. It's the standards that I have for myself within the situation.
That's the
But
point right
but you being a married woman and understanding the depths of the marriage with you and your husband, y'all got a beautiful relationship. You understanding that, you already understand that it's not about the individual as the real win, the ring, the Hall of Fame is in that marriage, and both of y'all caskets dipping into the ground while y'all's together. That's the gold ring. So is it lowering my standard in order to get the greater good? The equivalent is investment. If I go take $5,000 out of my bank account in order to invest in crypto, I'm immediately decreasing my financial assets. However, the greater good is the investment and the investment turning over. And I believe that we as people, we sacrifice and we invest into the people that we choose to be with and give our life to. So is it lowering your standards or understanding that this is something that I dealt with before that I never would have done myself or as a single person? But I understand the greater good of what me and this person and the family and the legacy we create is greater. So I choose to acquiesce.
I think the difference is what you say, a standard. And I think that's the difference between someone hating and someone lowering their standard. Because I think what makes a simp in truth is that he has no standard. His standard is whatever you like. Fuck like a dog. You know what I mean? And that's the part that people that people give you the side eye. Cause I could be in a happy relationship and look at somebody doing that shit and still be like, you ain't shit. Damn, boy, you like that. You like you ain't got no heart. You put your balls in a safe deposit box. You know what I'm saying? So as long as a man has a standard, it don't gotta be my standard. It could be sub basic. But as long as he's got a line, I think men like to see other men have a line to be drawn, period, somewhere. There's got to be something that you say, hey, I won't do that shit under no circumstances. This is where I get off. And people who don't ever get off, that's when you start getting those terms because you can't measure them. You know what I mean? They'll shit on their own friend. They'll dirty Mac. They'll do all of the things that are, considered subculture just to gain what they feel is precious. The precious. They want the precious.
No.
Go ahead, Andrea or Robbie.
Oh no, I was talking to my son. He's over here trying to get me for my papers. But
Damn.
right, why you want to give me for the papers? I'm saying this is just a really good conversation. Like, and these are the type of conversations that needs to be had. Some honesty, like with people that aren't too impressed with themselves. Like, you got people on here, like how I said, they was on crack noodles 3 years ago, and they didn't figure out how to flim the community for a couple dollars. And now they think they're, you know what I'm saying, the cat's tit or whatever. They really think they're doing it up. And
New money acting like old money.
Right. You freshly minted. We smell it on you. It's obvious. Like, I'd be more subject to believe that Vic was a damn millionaire the way he's posted up. You understand what I'm saying? Because wealth doesn't tell on itself. It's not extra flashy. people shouldn't be able to look at you and say, "Oh, your watch costs 20,000, belt costs 1,000, your pants cost 850, shoes cost 900." What are you doing? You're a walking
Yeah.
billboard already, but you don't got nothing in your own name. When I come
Yeah.
outside, I could come outside and my whole brain, Andre will tell you, down to the shower curtains, down to the cups, baby, down to the fan.
Mhm.
It's all me. I wish the hell I would be running around here in Ferragamo, Balmain, Christian Louboutin. And you can always tell these new money people because honestly, they can't even pronounce the name of the damn brand. Somebody try to act like they was bossed up and they couldn't even pronounce Bulgari. What are you talking
That for
about?
Stacy.
Right. What we doing here? You don't know quality brands.
What's
Stunting
wrong with convention?
not
You know what I'm saying?
convention. J
Okay.
Bonche.
That's what they say. Hey, I can sound letters out. When I had to letter people when I was a little boy, okay, they taught me that. Okay, Mama spent good money for that phonics set. Okay.
Yes, orthophonic was the wave, honey. And a lot of people need to get it back. They need to go into the classics. Go on eBay, y'all. You could get you an old throwback back classic to the hooks on phonics and learn how to read and comprehend. These people dumb as hell. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Raw got facts. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I think some people just want to impress people. Some people, I don't. I ain't gonna say I'm new money, but I buy some things from me, but it ain't gotta be like everything don't have to be name brand. But I remember I was talking to a friend of mine, and I said I don't do Spirit, I don't do them fake ass airlines, and so he was like, "Oh, you bougie." And I was like, "No, I do Southwest, because Southwest is we don't have to pay for our luggage. I'm trying to have bags, because when I go on vacation, I don't want to pay for my luggage. So I don't want to do Spirit and them ghetto ass airlines. I do Southwest." And I was like, "I'm not bougie. I'm just trying to get money. I'm just trying to pay for my luggage. What's wrong with that? And plus, if I'm coming there for 3 or 4 days, I need enough outfits." And so when I was irritated when he called me bougie. I was like, "I'm not bougie."
You
It's
doing too much,
revealing.
Andrea. You don't need all them damn. I'm sorry, chef. You don't need all them suitcases. You know you acting up. You need one suitcase because you're supposed to have a whole bunch of summer dresses and a couple sandals, and that's it. We is not Real Housewives down to the Beverly Hills. We ain't taking no makeup troupe with us.
Tell him don't worry about it. Just have his wallet ready. We going shopping when we get there.
Oh, Victor said he buying the girls a new wardrobe. Victor, where we going on vacation, friend? Hey, friend. Hey, friend.
Look, I believe that when people call you bougie, though, especially sometimes people that you may hold court with or you kick it with, or they be like, "Oh, you bougie." I'm like, "Bougie? Nah, this is regular." Sometimes when people leverage the term bougie, it comes down to similar dynamic of when I talked about simp and the pick me.
Mhm.
They're telling you they are not willing to spend or deal with what you would have to spend or deal with in order to get the result you want. So for instance, there's times where, me and the fellas go to Vegas a couple times a year, right? Go out there. I'm a chef. I'm a foodie. I will pay for the experience. I want to eat. I want to enjoy the food. I consider myself an artist when I make certain food, and I want to revel in the art of the other chefs that's there, right? But we go to Vegas. I know a couple of homies listening too. They're finna text me, right? And we get there, and then I know how to budget my stuff. I know what I'm gonna gamble with. I know what I'm gonna do. Whatever. If I want to rent a Lambo or some bullshit, I'm prepared for whatever. I go out there, especially my food, right? Because there's restaurants that's there that you're not going to have anywhere else in the U.S. and it's going to be an experience. And so it's like, yo, all right, we supposed to be going to such and such restaurant tonight. And then some of them might have took an L on the table. They took an L on the roulette table. I did my thing on blackjack. I cracked the head. I got a system on the slots, by the way. I cracked the head on the slots. So I might be up. I might be down. But then when it's time, they're like, "Yo, man, let's just go to Dirt Dog." Dirt Dog is dope, by the way. But man, let's just go to Dirt Dog. Yeah, man, let's just go to this. Nah, y'all, I want to go sit down and eat, man. You always on that bougie shit, man. You always on that bougie shit. And that's when I get angry because I believe in, and at this age that I reached, right? You know what I mean? In shit, in like 60 days or something, I'm gonna be 50. I don't know how to act my age and I don't feel it. But the thing is, one thing I've learned in terms of my wisdom is understanding that you will pay that premium for comfort and for what you want.
Yes.
I'm closer to meeting my maker than somebody that may be 30 something or 20 something, you know? So experience the things that you do, you know? This is when you start getting into bucket list territory.
Yes. Yes.
You know? So when people say that, man, you're just being bougie.
Yeah.
Look, I travel for my company, you know. I work for AT&T. I'm executive for AT&T. And I've been sent to travel, you know. I work in the center, but I also travel to train other folks and stuff. So all of those travel miles come to me, you know, especially all of the stuff I picked up pre-pandemic. I like to travel Delta. I get upgrades. I get, you know, different benefits that they give me, and I rock with Delta.
Delta first class is no joke.
Yeah, yes, you know, and even pandemic time when they stopped doing things in first class, all the other airlines, first class wasn't worth it. Delta's remained good. Sky Miles, you know, the Admirals Club, all of that stuff. There's benefits, and I like it. But for a lot of the trips that we took, I was Delta, and then they would be flying Spirit. You know?
Yeah. Well, it offended me when he said that, and I was like, so what that supposed to mean? Because I don't want to pay for luggage. So my ass is a little cheap. Yes, I am cheap when it comes to paying for some damn luggage. Southwest, you got to bring 2 bags. I was like, and it's free. Okay, so I love some Southwest airline because I like to have variety when I go on vacation. I don't know how I'm gonna feel it tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna be a little ratchet. I got a little short dress in there, some short shorts. I don't know. I got to have variety, and I was just a little. When he told me that, and then I said, well, you know what? I can't help it. If that's the way I am, damn it, I'm gonna stay the way I am. Then
I think I'm gonna speak to what Chef was saying because he said that in certain scenario, even with people that know him well or that he would consider friends, he can still find some degree to offense by them calling him that. And I mean, I don't call no nigga bougie, but you know, I've used maybe synonyms of the word to mean the same thing. And I think what's actually being said is there's 2 instances, and I want us to go back kind of to what Chef was leading to is it your perspective? Is it based does it say more about you than it says about the person you're saying it about? But when people are saying bougie, I think what's being implied is that not because you like nice shit, because even ratchet people or ghetto people like nice shit. You know what I'm saying? Even if they've never been exposed to it, you know what I mean? They can find some appreciation in it. But what's being said is that you're so far from your roots or what would be considered survival skills or the things that I described as being hood, toughness, street smarts, savvy, all the things that like you could not do without those things. In order to have, you can't step down here with us little people anymore. You're not comfortable down here in a hole in the wall anymore. You're not comfortable in tennis shoes and a jersey and a ball cap. You can't shake it off for a minute just to come have a good time with the little people.
And I think that's a mistake people make. I think that's a mistake that people make. I can step in the hole in the wall club. That shit don't bother me. I can go to the hole in the wall club and go to the fashion club. I'm still gonna be the same.
I'm just
But
saying
when
though.
I go to the hole in the wall, I'm looking for the exits because when shit go down, let me make sure I know how to get the hell up out of here. Okay, so I'm just looking for the exits when I go to the hole in the wall.
But I'm just saying though, why should anybody be comfortable going to the hole in the wall? Let's be honest.
It don't matter because maybe that's where the good time at today. That's where we
guess
at.
what? If that's where they want to
Me
go,
and my people, that's where we at today. And then you over here like, yeah, why can't we just go to the one down the street? Get your bullshit ass in here with us and stop acting like that.
listen,
You know what I'm saying? You with us today.
Listen, people be telling me all the time, I think I'm better than. Okay, well, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. Why can't it just be that I like what I like and you like what you like?
It's true. Now see, listen. If you like your hot dogs with ketchup and I like mine with mustard, it's cool. But if a little bit of mustard get on your hot dog and you can't eat it now you bougie. You understand what I'm saying? Like, look at you. Oh, your food can't touch ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's when you get into that territory. It's like, okay, you nut up when you get put in this situation now where I know you to be someone who came from the same shit I came from. So why are you acting like that? More so. But it's a difference between that and then somebody who, like Andrea said, like, hey, I don't care. I'll go in the hole in the wall today, but I would prefer to be over here at the classy spot where I can, you know what I'm saying, not have to hold my purse so close and, you know what I'm saying, and relax and have a nice drink and the music ain't so loud and I can talk in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That might be your vibe, but as long as you can switch it up and be adaptable, I think you can get by. And then anybody hating on somebody in that class goes back into the hater profile. And that's when it starts speaking towards you and how you feel about you more so than them. But if what they're saying is true as far as bougie, there is such a thing as bougie.
No,
it does exist.
No, it's not. Because this is the thing. If I'm comfortable where I'm comfortable at, I don't got to lower my standards to make nobody else feel good or not.
And then that make you bougie.
What you mean? Just because we came from the same place, if you want to stay in that same space, you want to stay in the same space. Now, I'm the type of chick, I'll go to the damn icy truck down in the Bronx. I'll get me a little, you know what I'm saying, limbra de coco from the guy on the street. That's popping for me. I'll go shopping on 149th Street in the Grand Concourse, but I'm not going to no club in nobody's hood. And if I don't want to be somewhere where it's thick and there's pissy elevators, why should I have to be? That's that crazy thing. And what it comes down to is people be like, oh, you think you better than. No, I think the way my life is set up, you know what I'm saying? This is the status that I work hard for, and I'm going to engage and indulge that. Like, people always trying to make people feel bad for their personal choices, and that stuff got to stop because that's not okay.
So this is the thing I hear Vic saying, right? And he kind of touched on it too. But I think it's separate when, like, when someone is being fake, in the sense of, let's say, like you said, Robbie, you say you could go down the street, whatever, and you could get your favorite icy, right? From so and so. But let's say, a new guy comes in town, whatever, and you love going down the street to go get that icy. This new guy comes in town, he's dressing all nice, whatever. Now you're choked up to even go down the street. Not saying you would, but you're even choked up to go down the street and get that same icy from that same place that you usually go to because you don't want to come off looking a certain way to this guy. So now from the outside, I might be like, why are you being fake? Like, if that's what you like to do, don't try to change up your ways of what you do because this dude came around. So I could see there's a difference between now somebody is trying to be like, okay, now you being bougie, but instead of saying bougie, why are you acting fake? Or why are you not acting the way you usually like yourself? Exactly. So I think there's a difference because you could be bougie in the sense to someone else, in the sense to someone else when you say, you know what, I don't want to go to those clubs, because that's the way you're going to be, regardless of if a cute guy comes around or a thug guy come around. You're still going to have that standard. I'm not going to know hole in the wall. But if you change it up by the wind, then of course somebody's going to be like, okay, now you're being fake. You know what I mean? And that's the difference between somebody saying, okay, if you're bougie, because that's your standards all around. Chef, he wants to eat at a nice restaurant all around, no matter what. So he's not going to change that up. So listening to this conversation, it really changed my mind in thinking about a lot of things, because I was thinking, I'm like, just real story. So my grandmother, rest in peace. So we came here from Jamaica, and like for you to like speak without a Jamaican accent, it means that you're like, oh my gosh, you're high class, right? So whenever we would call on the phone to her, she don't, back in the days, you don't have caller ID or whatever. So she would answer the phone. She would be like, hello. Like, it was just like, what? It was just
like JJ on Good Times.
Yes. So it's just like, we know it's you, grandma. Like, why are you talking like that? And then like we'll be like, oh, grandma, it's me. And she'd be like, oh, Kaleta, you that where you going with? So everything would just drop,
That's different though. I gotta stop you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's a little different. That's a little different. And what that is, I don't want to conflate that with what we're talking about. People like in Brand New and people behaving in a way that they believe is considered respectable
and accepted, right?
Accepted and you know what I mean, acceptable and accepted. The thing is, the behavior sometimes it's just like when they may be somebody in the hood or what have you, but if they go to another hood or they know if they live in Compton and they're normally wearing their fitted cap and some Dickie suit, but then they know they're gonna be having dinner in Beverly Hills, they're going to go put on a suit.
True.
And when they go there, the way they're going to walk and move, it's going to be different, and it's going to be more synonymous with the place that they wish to be in or that they're going to be in. Why? Not so they can look bigger than they are, but so that they can actually be respected within that realm. And I think what it was that Granny, when she answered the phone, she understands that it's not just the people that know. The wicked granny that know how to make some wicked curry chicken and brown stew chicken and roti and all of them things there, right?
Right.
But they also want that people to know that, oh, hey, Miss Johnson. They want to know that Miss Johnson should be treated with respect as well. So it's not so much for you guys, but it's more so for the others to make sure that she and the family should be respected. I don't think it was so much of her trying to look sedity or anything like that, but I think it was her.
That's the word right there. That's the word right there, Chef. Sedity.
Or they say you acting white, or they say you acting white. No.
Yeah. But there's, in that story, it is a rabbit hole. I could agree with you, Chef, on some things. But there's more to it that, she associate herself with the other class in the other cultures to where she felt like, okay, I've made it. I am not just a black girl would come from Jamaica, But anyways, I just told that story to because it made me think like, okay, am I calling her bougie or is she being fake? It's so that was my quick story. Anyways, guys,
that just putting the face on. Everybody do that.
I always say when you meet people.
Black ass. Why didn't she say something earlier?
I gotta go, guys.
No. Vic, get the rope and the duct tape now.
Get the rope and the duct tape. Let that baby fly free.
Yeah.
Go on ahead now.
I love this, guys. Chef, you're doing a great job. Great job, guys. Keep it going.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Yeah, with the level of brilliance, with the high level of brilliance of this group here, it's hard to rabbit hole. Now, hold on. Oh man, hold on. Wait, we got to pause real quick. Oh snap! I see the caprese salad on the right, on the bottom right too. Oh man, my old lady, she know how I cook. I'm a foodie and I'm a chef. She be like, "Yo, you can't have her in your shit no more, yo." Caprese salad. Look,
that fresh mozzarella.
that's what I'm saying. That's caprese salad is pretty much normally big chunky Roma tomatoes, buffalo mozzarella or fresh mozzarella, not that shredded shit. You know what I mean? And fresh basil. And normally have some little olive oil and balsamic vinegar. Some people do the cheat and do they'll do the balsamic glaze.
Yeah, I mean, I did cheat with that one. That one definitely was the glaze. And then, you know what I'm saying? You got the Spanish rice and beans. You know what I'm saying? Yes. With the chicharrones and the fried tostadas. Yes. And then you got nice little
Bougie ass, that Bougie ass shit over.
That's right, so Diddy. And then you got that nice roasted butter acorn squash with some chicken tenders with a homemade, you know what I'm saying, pina colada dressing and some stewed cabbage. What y'all do with it?
How y'all did, little gal? Me see you, you know. But look, so that's funny you say that, right? Vic, I think that would have called certain things before meeting me, certain dishes to Diddy, right? We done ate it since doing the show. We done ate at Fogo de Chao. You know what I mean? Shit, look, Vic was at the crib last. He was at the crib last night. You know what I'm saying, Vic? What do we? Because I decided to do some grilling and smoking on the grill and blah blah blah. You know, we ate good. Did some jerk salmon. Did some grilled lobster tails. You know what I mean? I did some smoked turkey drumsticks like at medieval times and shit. You know, jerk chicken, mac and cheese, all kind of stuff. But when I cook,
where was my invite?
You know, my bad. This is just test kitchen stuff. You know what I mean? We got to test it first. So as long as Vic was still walking in the morning, then I know it was good. So he's alive. You still there, Vic?
Kicking in.
Is it? Right.
You got me.
Yeah, listen. Look, I'm the chef, I'm the foodie. I do this cooking thing as a passion. We all gonna link up. I'm trying to put
link up.
A special. Yeah, I mean, tell you, I come link up, you know. But actually, I'm in the process of trying to put together a meetup, you know, something nice where we can all get together and I'll be able to prepare some food because that's a passion for me, you know. But I see Robbie Privilege on deck, so look, now it's gonna get even bigger. Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I do, chefing it up.
And we safe certified, so don't worry, yo. No salmonella.
Yes, we know all the protocols. We're gonna make sure you don't get no ciguatera, none of that good stuff. We got you covered.
Right.
Hey, so look though, chef, before you move on, towards that sedity term, I think that's the other edge of the pendulum when you're talking about bougie. Because just because a person likes nice things, that doesn't make them bougie. That doesn't mean that's what the fuck they like.
It's the person judging them. Mm-hmm.
Right. But that's what I say. When you stuck in that class that you can't come out, that pens closer towards like the Valley Girl and the I can only drink and eat from Starbucks and you know what I'm saying, and whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? When you saying like, yo, this is how I roll. I don't care how much it costs. Under no circumstances will I ever make any adjustments to it. I'll go broke trying to live this lifestyle.
Let me just say this. First of all, like, Victor, you're doing too much. I'm gonna need you to stop coming for the Starbucks frappuccinos because they are life. That is breakfast every morning, bro, with the hey Groovy. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? As far as the Valley Girl thing goes, like, don't let the Valley Girl fool you because, like, oh my God, I could talk to you Valley Girl all day and still be super hood when need be. Just because this is my resting voice, Victor, don't try to pull it. Like, yes, I'm Sadiddy. It's okay. I'm comfortable with it, but I'm also like hood too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I just want to tell y'all, don't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sleep on Raw B. She may have a urban, I'm a new chefism, an urbanicentric vibe about her, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yo, she's like the sister that came from the hood, that was in the hood, but she wasn't no dumb chick. She was the chick that came from the hood, but got all straight A's, and she was able to see the people in the hood from a particular area.
Yeah.
If she happened to be with a certain hustler who we all know got locked up, if she happened to be with him, she might have kept him out of the can.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all got to go and do your own research. You know what I'm saying?
That part, because I like some pretty thugs, but you got to be educated. You got to be smart. They can make some things pop off. What's good?
Yeah, because you got to be smart, because then you ain't gonna know when she talking shit to you.
She's like the T.I. kind, using big words and shit. Okay.
I love some T.I. I love some T.I. You know,
expeditiously.
You will pontificate on this conversation. And still go get the Nina and check it out. That part.
Yes, I love some T.I. Expeditiously. I always think he's so educated.
But you know what, though? On the side note, people talked about him being Sadiddy for you using certain terminology. And what I would like to say is this. I believe that what he did was a service to us. He's utilizing the vernacular and levels of articulation that the people that some folks consider controlling us uses. And he's sharing it with you in a, on a consistent basis.
I believe that. I believe
dude. I'm that dude for my folks too, and I use certain words. I use metal, I use elucidate, I use modicum, I use so many different words, and then I'll give you the meaning of that word, because I want to expand your vernacular. Peace to John Sheehan, rest in peace. He was a Jesuit priest when I went to prep school, a school called Fordham Prep in the Bronx. It was on the campus of Fordham University, and I hated him. Sophomore, I hated him because he knew when my bullshit work, when I was giving 80% that in any other place would have gotten me 100 or A plus. He knew when I was just coasting, and he literally made us do a paper where it was a 300-word paper, and we were not allowed to use the words the, THE, AND, like and, AN. We could not use the word like, and we could not use the word for. And we had to do a 300-page essay not using those words. Then he made us do another essay where we were not allowed to use specific letters in the alphabet in the whole essay. And what it did is it forced us into a dynamic where we had to learn more words that did not encompass any of those letters
to express the same point.
That man, and it's literally after he left and I went to the next grade, I missed him so much. Because I realized what he had done for me in terms of doing that. With us, everybody, we don't all have the John Sheehan's. You get what I'm saying? But we have people that are there that will utilize certain words, utilize certain terminology, And those are the ones that are actually creating that bridge to another side, another language. So I think it's important, and we have to rage against those that talk shit about the ones that are using.
I ain't gonna lie. Okay, I ain't gonna lie. I thought he was using expeditiously because I said that motherfucker spend time in jail and prison, so he able to read books and shit. And so,
Damn, right. He couldn't be intelligent. He had to have gone. He had to. You hear what you said? In order to use those words, he had to have learned it.
That nigga in there reading the dictionary. I wonder how many years he took him to learn them words.
Not that he read a book. Not that. Oh, this nigga read a book. Oh, he read it. No. Oh, that motherfucker read the book in jail after he finished going to jail for doing this, and the other.
Uh-huh.
Well, I was saying when he had time to read because he had time to sit down. I just said that to come about friends.
What Jay-Z said, dumb down for my audience, and they still yell holla. The whole idea is you don't have to dumb down for your audience, but you may have to bring them up if you don't want to come down to where they at, if you want to be able to communicate. So I think that's what I appreciate the most about what we doing in the show, and particularly you, since the gate, you've been dropping definitions and putting, definitions in other people's chats, you know what I'm saying, and everything, just schooling. And at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, what he's doing is taking, but see, it wouldn't mean the same thing if Neil deGrasse Tyson said it or Michael Eric Dyson said it, because they don't have the crossover appeal. Their audience isn't young and thugging. But if you can have that audience, yet at the same time show them that they don't have to speak like a thug, yet they can still carry the image to some degree. It's almost redefining. It's like, oh, well, everybody with dreads is a thug. You know what I'm saying? They this, that, they doing that, and they smoking weed and they doing this, and then the guy coming there with his dreads pulled back, you know what I'm saying, with the scrunchie and give you the 100 watts, and you know what I'm saying, he come in and give you a TED talk and a dissertation. You're like, oh, so that's not necessarily what that means. So it gives you a men, it's the black male image more so, whether it's to other young black youth or other people who see young black youth, like, damn, he could be smart as T.I. I don't know, that hat pointed straight up in the air don't mean the same thing no more. It used to mean demon time, you know what I'm saying, but that ain't guaranteed. I like that.
I agree. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do think when I do see T.I., he use big words like that. I was just making fun of him because I can. But I do appreciate him using big words because people do. I look up some of the words, and every time I'm over here with you and Chef, y'all always give me y'all say words. I'm like, what the fuck that means? I had to go. Y'all be giving me the definition. I was like, oh, okay. So I'm not saying that I appreciate it. But I always feel like he had time to go be in the library, read motherfucking books. Because he in prison, I was just saying.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You see this hat right here, right? You see, this is like the truck hat, right? Same shit I got on right here. Now I got the other ones. They call like just a regular ball cap with the regular flat brim. And you know what I'm saying? They wear them a certain way, blah blah blah, yada yada. But those ball caps have like a perception of who's under them, you know what I'm saying? And these truck hats, it's still a hat is a fucking hat. What's the difference? But when the law see you pass by, or when people see you here or there, it has a different connotation. You know what I'm saying? So I go out of my way to put these on before I put those on, just because I'm getting older and I don't want to be seen a certain way. I don't want extra trouble. I don't want people asking me or telling me I got that gas. What's up with I don't want you to even feel comfortable approaching me. I want you to look at me and say, nah, he ain't with it. Nah, he is square. Nah, he don't fit the bill. So you know what I'm saying? I get it. Why you should be able to grow. You know what I'm saying? Jadakiss said, he said, instead of hitting them with the J's, throwing the loafs, hood niggas, I'm just showing you growth. You know what I'm saying? Paraphrasing, that might be something like it. But the whole idea,
Gangsters don't die, they get chubby and move to Miami.
See what I'm saying?
But both of y'all gentlemen both need a hat from my Butterfly Kings line. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's
Oh,
still
snap.
sharp, it's sexy, but it don't have no hood connotations. You know what I'm saying? It's sedity. It's a little bit bougie. That way people gonna think you bougie. You feel me?
That's all I got right here.
Oh, that's cute too. We like that too.
Man, we got personalized new era fitteds, you know what I mean? No snap. You know what I mean?
Hey, Chef, show them how the A-time. Now everybody know New York wear them joints like this here. You know what I'm saying? With the brim straight up and down under the eyebrow. Show them how the A-time wear.
No, that's not how New York wear. You try.
Show them how the A-time wear.
The A-time.
You got hey, okay.
Hey, look, it don't even go around your head. It's like it's just,
you gotta sit that motherfucker on top.
Like this.
Top hat.
Y'all stupid. I'm not playing with y'all.
Hold on. The Lord told me that, you know what I mean, wasn't nobody going at Andrea enough tonight. So he said he sent an angel to come and kick Andrea's ass.
Y'all better leave Andrea alone. You ain't gonna be bullying her.
And his name is Derek C. Williams.
Oh God, Jesus. Okay, what do he want tonight?
Brother Derek, I called you an angel, son. That's probably the best intro.
Thank you. Shout out and respect to Chef Shapino, Victor Freeze. How are you, young man?
Peace,
the
brother.
multi-talented, the vivacious, raw, honest tea, and of course the ubiquitous. She's everywhere. Andrea Lynch, bless her. Yeah, less than 4 minutes of your time, sir. Just real quick, I had put into your chat earlier, you know, all this, the title is almost like a, not a catch 'em, but more or less like a trick question, because it's really, when you use those words, it's really subjective. It really, to me, I say on every platform that I go on, a man is as he does. And you can, you know, extend that out to females. And depending on the way you talk, the way you carry yourself, people are going to make sometimes snap judgments. It's not until you actually sit down one-on-one and you may get a different perception of people. But generally, the only thing we have to go off is a person's actions. You know, that's all you got. Because I don't know your heart. I don't know how you move. I won't know that till I interact with you. And then I may change up my tune. But if I see you just off the top, I may make a snap judgment, and you can chalk that up to us being human, right? So that's the reason why I said that. So when you say someone is bougie, ratchet, high sedity, high value, all of that, you know, Kevin Samuels, in my opinion, anyway, really made that thing with the high value thing take off, and immediately I just took exception with it, because who is the one that's going to make the judgment on who is high value and who ain't? And is my opinion better than yours? Some people's opinions can be better than others, but yet it's still an opinion. And all of these opinions are subject to change depending on how a person get down with you or not. You know, so that's always been my thing. That's really your only barometer in this life. And Raw Honest T said something earlier about thinking you better. I tell my daughter, when people tell her that, I say, well, Damaris, tell them actually I am, and I can prove it. You know, stuff like that, because people say these things to try to cut you down, and you cannot have that. We had when we were little, we were always taught to stand up and stand out. But the more we move up in age, when you do try to stand up and stand out, you find so many people trying to throw stumbling blocks, knocking you down, being negative. No. I am who I am. I am who I am based off how I get down, and that's the way you know, it's not so much that you putting up a front, but the way I am is the way I am, and you have to take me as such. But nonetheless, when you are excelling or you're trying to speak with intelligence and stuff like that, people look down on that. Now, if you act a fool, folks love that. We can all laugh and fall out the chair. But if you're trying to make sense and you're trying to walk in a certain way, for some reason, that's not salacious enough for people. They gotta hit you, right? So the thing is that in a case like that, that's the reason why I like Raw Honest Tea so much, and to a degree, well, not to a degree, but all the way, Andrea Lynch. These people are transparent. They're gonna let you know what time it is, good, bad, and indifference, and that's something I can respect. Now I always mess with Andrea because she's just wrong about Stephen A. Smith or Screaming A. Smith. You know, she's wrong. She's just wrong about that. But that's still, you know, aside from that, she comes from a good place. You can't speak ill of Raw Honesty at all. She covers the gamut. You name the topic, she probably touched on it. And we need more people. We need more Black people on this platform like that. And that's just what I'm about. But see, once again, when you're trying to make sense, that's not really the ticket. If you cooning and buffooning, folks love that. So, but once again, you know, to go back really quickly and sum this up, only thing you got, Chef, is a person's actions. That's all you got. And so I would never say don't judge, because that's just not true. If you like Coke over Pepsi, you made a judgment. So I just want to thank you for having me up. I didn't want to be too long-winded.
Hold on a minute. Did you just come up here and say that about Stephen A. Smith? Because you always showing a start to my morning husband. I don't know what it is about the man you don't like. I don't know what it is about the man you can't stand. I don't know what it is about the man you don't like. I can be brief.
Well, ma'am, I can be brief.
Let me go ahead and say this on here. See, the problem like you don't like Stephen A. Smith because he keep Black men accountable, because he keep telling Black men they doing stupid shit, because he keep telling Black men they are doing stupid shit, and y'all are just mad because he Black and he can tell he on TV.
Chef Supino.
Because if he wasn't on TV,
Chef Supino. Chef Supino, I can sum this up. I can tie this up really quickly.
Right, because I ain't done yet. Hold on a minute. I ain't done yet.
I'm gonna need y'all to get a room.
You just mad because he Black. You just mad because you don't like him. You just mad because he kept Black men accountable. And I ain't mad with the brother. He is Black just like you and me. Don't be mad because the brother's on TV telling the business. And stop hating on the brother. Okay? For real. That's what's wrong with y'all Black folks. Every time our brother's on TV talking about his shit, educated, profound words, but brother can speak very well. But y'all are mad because he's calling Black men accountable. Be quiet.
Right. Okay. Well, I want to thank you for that unsolicited diatribe. I want to thank you for that long rant. Now that we got that out of the way, Chef Supino, I would direct you to Andrea Lynch's It's All Hot Air channel. And she has a video where myself, Real Talk 87, and her did a video entitled Is Stephen A. Smith a Coon? And you can hear what we had to say about it. So she didn't even have to go through all that. You can actually just go to the video and watch this for yourself, and you will see how I cut her to shreds then, like I'm about to cut her to shreds now. I have no problem. I agree with much of what Screaming A. Smith says. It's the way in which he says it. And I think oftentimes you're going to find most Black men have a problem. Is he articulate? Yes. Well, I think I can hold my own in a conversation as well, or if not better than him. Secondly, who cares if he's your YouTube husband? Nobody. Look, that's your thing, and more power to you. Everybody don't feel like that. And I understand you support him more. Oh, there you go. Look at Screaming A. Look at Screaming A right there. You got the love. All right. So that's pretty much all I want to say, Chef. And I just want to thank you for having me up. Raw Honesty. You're beautiful as always. Victor Freeze, you take care of yourself. Ms. Lynch, bless you.
Don't be mad.
I know hashtag you just asked the question. I know. We know that. You're just asking questions. We never get no answers. You just ask a question. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's just funny how other Black folks don't want to get other Black folks flowers. The mother's educated. The brother ain't hurt nobody. He ain't killed nobody. He ain't shot nobody. He ain't cussed nobody out.
I haven't done any of that either. So what you're saying? I haven't done any of that either. So what you saying?
Well, hold on, I ain't get to finish. You finished talking, so now it's my turn. Now this is my show. This is my shit right here. Okay? So,
well, I thought it was the chef's show, Miss Lee.
It says Andrea Free, the Chef Supino. It's the team, man. It's the team on here. Over here, there's a team tonight. Okay, so this is my shit over here. Okay, so now we get to talk about the man ain't done nobody. He ain't killed nobody. He ain't hurt nobody. He on TV talking his shit. He's educated, knowing what he's talking, and y'all are mad for what? And call him an Uncle Tom.
No, man.
Every time prominent Black folks get together and be on TV, but you don't say nothing about Jason Whitlock because you like him, but he ain't an Uncle Tom, but he don't like Stephen A. Smith. Man, I don't got time.
Wait. Two things. Hold on 1 second, Andrea. Let me interject.
And then he's mad. Okay, I'm just mad. It's mad for no reason.
No one's mad.
Hang on just a second, Dad. Two things that need to happen. You address Jason Whitlock And you also said why you mad. So I think when you ask a question like that, you gotta wait for the answer. Derek, why you mad?
Sir, you can't that is standard fare for Ms. Lynch. She always asks this question, why you mad? No one is mad. And I said, and this is to you too as well, Mr. Freeze. You can go to Miss Lynch's Hot and Cali channel, and we did a talk on this very issue, and we don't have to rehash it here. Just know that Ms. Lynch always says this. No one is mad at Screaming A. Screaming A is just a loudmouth, in my opinion. With regard to Jason Whitlock, he's a conservative black guy. A lot of blacks don't like this conservative thing, but when you look at it in many ways, we are more conservative than we are liberal in many respects. And so a lot of people don't like him based off that. But again, if you just cursory listen to Jason Whitlock, you don't even have to look at his color. Just a cursory listen to this guy. The dude makes sense. That's all I'm saying. Now, with regards to Stephen A. Smith, he has good commentary and he does make a lot of sense. However, when you look at the way he gets down on First Take most of these mornings, the way he just seems to just out the edge, he always finds the worst in the black athletes. He says he supports them, but he always finds the worst in them. Kind of like how Ms. Lynch says, like, we put down black people. He does that as well. Same thing. But well, Mr. Freeze, I would direct you to Hot in Cali, and you can scroll down from this time last year, and it's a video entitled "Is Screaming A. Smith a Coon?" on her channel. You can watch that in its entirety, and you'll see what I said. We don't have to rehash that here, but she can't help herself.
Let me ask you one more question, Dad.
Yes,
Based
sir.
on what we're talking about here, we're talking about classy, bougie, ratchet. We also use the terms hood was in there, and I think thot was in there, but we can leave that one out of this part of it.
Ghetto, ratchet.
So where does Stephen A. fit into any of these categories?
Hell no.
Stephen A. Smith, he asked me, Miss Lynch. He asked me, calm down. It's all right. It's all right. Your passion is getting the best of you as it often does. He asked me. I wouldn't call him any of those. I would just simply say what it is. I see just a guy that's being overly dramatic and loud on the TV, yet and still he tried to come off with this intellectual persona just because someone may disagree with him. You may remember last year, Will, I forgot his last name, but he just called this white guy named Will everything but a child, a guy on First Take last year because they had a simple disagreement in opinion on politics. Well, first off, it's a sports show. That ain't his lane. His lane is sports. So he was messing with this dude who was a lawyer, but he couldn't let it go. Kind of like Miss Lynch. Couldn't let it go. Totally out of his element.
Will is the asshole. Just like
Will Kane is name.
Hold on a minute. Did I hear right? Totally out of his element. I mean,
in the political sphere, yes, ma'am.
Hang on.
Let me jump in here real quick. Let me just jump in here real quick.
Salute to Quantum Love.
If anybody, peace, Quantum. If anybody thinks that this conversation is being derailed, no. It's actually, this conversation is actually traveling the road it's supposed to. And every single person that joined so far has actually added to it. So let's talk about it.
Wait a minute.
Classy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute, Chef. I just have to say goodbye because I got to put my little boy to sleep. He's doing too much. But I will be. Yes, thank you. I will be back because this was a fun little conversation. And it wasn't that heavy, marauded, bull crap, gender war conversation. Yeah, I like the vibes over here. You know what I'm saying? A little sousson of the spiciness. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back.
Spice.
Don't worry. We got one of the master bedrooms for you here. The key is right under the rock next to the bushes. And we got connections for your kids' Xbox. So come back to the crib. You already know.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
All right, appreciate you. So let me just say this piece right here. In terms of, oh shit, where was we going? Oh, the rabbit hole. Classy, bougie, ratchet. And then I kind of threw in the Pookie and RayRay thing in the description. This conversation was more so based on the idiosyncrasies and subtle terms and the nuances of the terms that we refer to people as and classify them as, and why, and the why, you know. And we're going to those different places, you know, where they talk about Uncle Tom, they talk about Sadiddy, this, that, and the other. Let's talk about Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith plays a particular role within the industry, and he played it early before Whitlock figured it out.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Before Whitlock figured it out. Here's what it is. We understand the dynamics of quasi racial dynamics and ethnic dynamics that go on within this country. So as it stands right now within the politically correct realm, it's not truly politically correct for a white person to give commentary on how black people move. I could say something and they'll be like, shut up, asshole. A white person could say something and say, you motherfucking racist. I could walk up and slap a random black lady in the head and they say I'm just an asshole and I like hitting women. A white man could walk in wearing a Malcolm X t-shirt and smack a sister and he's a racist plant. Those nuances, those social or quasi-ethnic nuances, they put us in a position. That's one of the reasons that Stephen A. was able to blow up. Why? Me as a content creator, one of the things that I want to do specifically is not the shit that everybody else is doing. I want my lane. Even if we have the same topic, I want to be able to address that topic in my way, in our way. It's different. Stephen A., he came in as the brother that could talk shit about the brothers without the brothers saying, you racist motherfucker. He was that voice. He did it differently. He moved differently than Stuart Scott.
Yes.
He moved different. You know what I mean? And Stuart Scott is the OG. Rest in peace, brother.
Yes. North Carolina. Born and raised.
You know, Stuart Scott is a legend. Stuart Scott had his lane.
Yes.
But there's always got to be the quote unquote asshole. Because remember, there's different kinds of people that's out there that move in certain ways. Originally, the beloved doctor on TV was the little white boy, Doogie.
Yep.
Doogie Howser, MD, right?
We used to watch that show.
But then after that, we move and we've evolved into a more cynical, sarcastic group. Who became the most powerful doctor? House. Adrian House.
Yep.
The biggest asshole on TV, right? We've moved into a realm where sometimes vitriol comes across as honesty, being relaxed, and having a smooth temperament. It's not as cool as when you pop off. You see what gets views on YouTube streets. So I believe that in terms of Stephen A. coming in his realm, that was his job. He was the one that he was the trustee. If you seen the movie Life, he was the dude on the donkey. Okay, he's the nigga that get to scream at the niggas, because we scream at the niggas, we gonna look like, oh, we the man and we this, that.
You don't want to work, guys.
Right. So
I
believe that was a role that he assumed, but Whitlock, he assumed when he tried to make that pivot, when he peeped what was going on, his pivot didn't go to holding us accountable. His pivot was more direct asshole.
Okay.
And trigger,
Yeah, he don't put no cut on that motherfucker.
And I don't see nothing wrong with Stephen A. Smith. Is he a little loud? That don't bother me. It doesn't bother me one bit. It don't bother me because he's holding a black man accountable. It doesn't bother me one bit if he's holding a black athlete accountable. The last time I checked, Stephen A. Smith is black. Okay, he talking about black athletes. And if black athletes don't want Stephen A. Smith talking about that, but stop doing bullshit shit. Okay, if you don't want them talking about your dumb ass doing shit, drinking, driving, domestic violence, getting spending for drugs, don't do shit. Cause man, I'm gonna talk about it. That's my job to talk about it. And if you're mad about it,
Miss Lynch, ma'am, with all due respect. Again, Chef Shapino, you can always feel free to look at that video for yourself on her channel. We do not have to rehash here, but I'm just saying really quickly. I was, because I'm saying it for this reason, Chef. I told Ms. Lynch this about the 8th time. I agree with much of what Stephen A. Smith said, but it is something to be said because I am a YouTube content creator such as yourself. We have a lane in which we may want to voice our opinions, but what Ms. Lynch say, oh, why you mad? No, it's not mad. It's my observation on how he gets down, and I have the right to do that. She can support him till the cows come home. I may not feel like that, right? And that's all it is. But nevertheless, when I see and hear some of the stuff that Stephen A. Smith does, I take issue. Most specifically, how the video is out there for everybody to see. With the way he did Kwame, for starters, like that, I did not like. I thought for someone to be as articulate and as cool and about black people as he claims, what black man goes around talking about a young child? That's just like, come on, man.
Okay. Take Kwame Brown off the table because that is the big question.
that's the only thing he got.
Take Kwame Brown out the table.
That was one example, Ms. Lynch. Yes, sir.
Because that's a damning one, but it's not. You gotta dig all the way in there to get down to what really going on behind that. That has more implications than just him having an issue with the black athlete. That's him having maybe
that's a personal
one. But here's what I'm saying, because we use celebrities as case studies and jumping off points, but we're not so caught up in individual. Would you say that Stephen A. is his own version of like a T.I.? Because he say, yo, I'm from Hollis, Queens, don't forget, yeah. He say that a lot, you know what I'm saying? He makes sure that's known that he's not forgotten his black card.
He says that a lot, but you'll notice how quickly all that went out the window 3 years ago with the Ray Rice thing. When that white woman, when he used the word provoke, he was dead on the money. And let me, I finished. Miss Lynch, you're over talking me. Miss Lynch, you're over talking me. Can I speak? You won't let anybody speak. That's a bad look. But Mr. Freeze, as I was going to say, when he said the word provoke, Stephen A. Smith was dead on the money, and I have to side with Miss Lynch. But all of that hood, and remember where I come from, it went right away. What did he do? I made a video about it last year. I made such an egregious error. He was capitulating, tucking tail, putting his head between his legs, running, right? Mm-hmm. Right, Ms. Lynch? Of course he was. So when you see stuff like that as a black man, but you tell us the next day, I'm a black man, I'm gonna stand up for black causes. But the minute this lily white woman and she actually went to what some of you ain't supposed to do. She violated company policy by going and ratting out on her own man. This is well known, Ms. Lynch, but he had no rap. So when I see stuff like that, for somebody to say that they keep it so real, I have to, as he say, pause for the cause. Ain't that what he say, Ms. Lynch? Of course he does. That's all. And these are just a few examples.
Is the stance question? Is the stance?
Can I respond now?
Wait, let me just get this little piece, and I'm gonna let you go, Andrea. This is a little side question. It's just a side anecdotal question.
Okay.
So, is him being able to get back or throw a shot back more important than the cause or his presence in the room? If it's important for me to be in the room and to be able to drive my folks to a certain point and for my voice to be heard, do I allow a certain indiscretion from the other side to stop?
Well, to err is human. Yeah, and we all have shortcomings, Ms. Lynch. We all have shortcomings. Only thing I'm saying is that with sports on TV, he is the face. No doubt about that. That's indisputable. But it's also my understanding that let Whitlock tell it anyway. They actually were peers because they came up in the game at the same time. So I wouldn't say that neither one of them was a pioneer, but I know exactly where you're going with that. I believe, Chef, yes, it's good that you have black faces on TV. We need to be seen and we need to be represented. And again, as I said, I agree with much of what Stephen A. Smith say, but I also know, like Roland Martin, he got this diva thing going on, and most men are going to be turned away from that. That's all.
Too? Oh, he diva too, Roland Martin. You know what?
Yeah.
That's all, Ms. Lynch. Again, that's the reason why I directed the chef and Mr. Freeze to your video so they can see for themselves. We didn't have to rehash it here, man. I'm trying to keep it calm. You're being kind of loud right now. Man, we're trying to get away from that. With all due respect.
Is it okay that I respond yet, my brothers? Is it okay that I respond yet? I'm just asking some questions.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to say you have the floor?
Okay, I got the floor tonight. Okay, so I'm confused about it because I know some history behind this little one indiscretion that everybody claimed he had. Okay, black people always feel like one discretion that a brother had. You know what? I want to beg the question is, so what? He decided to apologize to keep his job. Okay, last time I checked, he had a mother who was dying. He might have to pay for that cancer. I don't know. Got 2 daughters. I don't know. Maybe the man need to keep his job because the money is helping take care of him. He got a family to take care of too. So I don't know. Maybe sometimes we're doing things we might not have to do for our family's sake. So the question I ask is, if my family needs to be fed and I've done something at my job and they told me to apologize to keep my job, I'm gonna keep my damn job. So if a brother kept his job because that's what he got, a mother who was sick, got 2 kids to take care of and responsibility, I ain't got a problem with that. Now I have a problem with brothers who are mad because the brother said apologize. And you know what? The question I beg and I ask, if you got that kind of money and they got money coming in and you're gonna end up losing your job, you're gonna be homeless, you keeping your damn job. So you're gonna apologize and stop lying because you know you will. Okay. Now the third question I'm gonna say is, I get so sick and tired of brothers bringing that one expression up. But is the brother a good brother? He ain't killing nobody, he ain't in jail, he ain't murdered nobody. All he's on TV doing the job that he gets paid for. And I profoundly makes me mad and angry when you call a brother Uncle Tom, an educated brother.
I ain't calling that.
An educated brother, and when he say he was a Hollis queen, what's wrong with saying that's where he come from? What's wrong with saying is my boys kept me to keep me in the educated, keep me helping
Mr.
them.
Freeze just told you why.
So what's wrong with you saying I'm from Hollis Queen? That's a badge of honor. That's the way Hollis Queen's born and raised. They taught me how to be better. Okay, so what's wrong with that? It's so funny how black people get on my damn nerves because they always call folks Uncle Tom doing this.
No one called him a Tom.
So let me just say this. Take a couple of breaths, Andrea. So Derek, I will say this. Y'all might have known Andrea prior to us and before. You guys knew Andrea before, and I can only speak from the Andrea that I know and Vic knows and that we love, right? And I can say vehemently on this 4K camera that we would not be where we are right now if it was not for her and her passion. Victor and I are 2 very balanced dudes that practice a high degree of balance in terms of what we do. And a lot of times, one of the things that we envy in terms of her is being able to move verbally with her heart. And I got to say, those things, and in terms of the way, maybe within the dynamic that was set before or the arena was set before, she may have come across a certain way. But I got to say, this shit wouldn't be the way it is without her. My old lady, from her second time she was on the show, was like, she need to be a part of it. Collect different people. There was something that she brought to the table, but one of the things that she brings to the table that highly intellectual and astute people don't bring is they think so much, and I say we think so much that we don't allow the voice of our heart to reign free because we allow our intellect to mute how we really feel because we're thinking about how the optics of how it's going to come off, as well as the people who are hearing it, the different movements that they may glean from what we're talking about. So I will say this, man, in terms of her vitriol, in terms of her energy, in terms of her feeling, those things that it seems like may annoy you or rub you the wrong way, bro, that's the shit we love about her. So to some
Well,
degree, sometimes the difference within different relationships, I believe, is the dynamics, situational dynamics. You get what I'm saying? Because if she's
yeah.
sugar and I have a certain type of diabetes, she gonna save my life. If she's sugar and you have a certain type of diabetes, she'll kill you, you know? And the thing is, so when I hear it, I'm like, yo, Andrea, we call her the first lady of this shit because she situated herself. We didn't give her a throne. She took her throne, you know?
Well, here, if I could just jump in really quick, I'll give you a quick history, then I'm gonna jump off.
Mhm.
Andrea Lynch actually found me. She'll tell you that I did not know who she was. She found me, and I was shocked. She actually did something for my birthday. I don't know how she found me, but she found me, and she can tell you that. And so we go back at least 18 months. When I was able to go live, I made her moderator immediately. So she had the keys to the car and all that type stuff, right? But we also would talk offline, and I would always tell her that, like, you got all this passion, man. I actually asked on her birthday, where does all this passion come from? And it lined up with everything you just said. The fact is, she want Black people to do better, so do I. We just may go about it in different ways. Well, I guess we're gonna always have this issue over screaming A, because that's what I call it. But aside from that, yes, the woman got a good heart, ain't no doubt about it. She does make your channel better. She did a channel with someone I'm close to, and that thing was quite good. She also did the thing Hot in Cali with Erica Hunter. You know, and it was a good, you know, it was a good mix. So she is good for that. You know, like I said, her thing is that she don't like me talking about, as she say, her daytime husband. You can have your daytime husband. That's all. But I mean, but aside from that, you know, yeah, everything is good over here. But she's good for making somebody's platform. She just want to jump on me because I said something about him, and I ain't gonna let her do that because I like her. I got receipts too. That's all. So once again, I want to thank you for having me on. Salute to Mr. Freeze. That's a smart dude. He data driven. I like that. The ubiquitous Andrea Lynch. I'm gonna see you around YouTube, man. We just gonna have an issue with that boy, man.
Okay, Derek. Okay.
Yeah, Andrea. All right, you take care of yourself, Chef, and I'll see you around YouTube. All right.
Hold it down, my dude. Be safe. Appreciate you.
Yep. Yes, sir. Thank you for having me on. Salute to your chat.
Salute.
All right.
Can you hear me, Chef?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Can you
you. No.
Okay, so
you're upside down.
You sideways right now. What you ran off the embankment, son?
okay, so I was trying to find the clip. Maybe you can find it. Let me come back to the screen. So one thing that the brother brought up was the RayRay situation, and I think there's a nuance. The reason I want to address it because it speaks to the conversation we're having, and there's a nuance in there because there's an because like you said, it's based on the person who's doing the looking. Now, there's an observation that Black people feel like you have an obligation or you have to stay on code. There's certain things you can talk about, you can't say. There's certain needs you have to the Black image as a whole. And I think people are feeling that Stephen A is a little heavy-handed in that aspect, and that the powers that be aren't necessarily holding him to any particular accountability about the things that he may, you know, seem to go overboard a little bit with the Black community. But they checked him real quick on that woman issue, and he dare not touch any other issues that we know are hot button issues right now. But the place that they're comfortable, the same way you can say nigga on TV, but you can't say other words. Like, why is that okay? You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, The brother Shannon Sharp is very much like Stephen A. in the aspect of how their delivery is. Very shock value sometimes. Um, very honest, can be
Mm-hmm.
loud,
Mm-hmm.
but in the same way that Stephen A. had to deal with the Ray Rice situation, um, Shannon Sharp also had to deal with a similar situation. If you remember, there was another running back who was accused of something relatively domestic. Also had it on video by the name of Kareem Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Now he played for the Kansas City Chiefs. Um,
Ill running
he
back
ended,
made me some good money, made me a couple grand on
boy,
FanDuel
Kareem Hunt
too.
was that dude. Boy, Kansas City miss him, but he went and got traded to the Cleveland Browns.
Sure did.
The
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland Browns paid him a nice penny, and a lot of people were upset that he got a job right after, you know, supposedly being untouchable. And Shannon Sharp um addressed it on the show that he has with Skip, and basically put in the same situation with seeing what happened to Stephen A. He had a decision to make.
Mm-hmm.
Could he speak against or matter of fact speak for on the side of the fort for someone who had been accused of something which would be considered egregious? Well, he chose to he didn't hedge his bet, but he did not excoriate that young man as much as people thought that he could or should. And his anchor, I don't know if she's be considered moderator, is what she would be considered.
Mm-hmm.
Jenny, a
Mm-hmm.
young white woman, decided to question his position during the show, where normally she would lean back. And she thought and expressed that she thought that Kareem Hunt should never get another job in the NFL again. That he should basically be banned from the NFL. In which case, then Shannon Sharp turned and um, basically gave her a comparative analysis of police officers, doctors, and other professionals that have high ranking positions who may have been accused of similar things. Should they then be banned from their profession? And he made a high quality argument that he did not have to come back and apologize for.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people would say that's how Stephen A should have handled it.
But
Yo,
How do you
son,
feel about
Vic,
that?
let me
so,
let me
can I
let
say
me
something?
just jump in real quick. I'm gonna get this piece. I'll let you jump in because I kind of been laying back and allowing the flow itself, right? To ebb
Mm-hmm.
the conversation to ebb and flow by itself. What I believe is this: since we're talking to Stephen A. Smith stuff, do you know who I consider Stephen A. What his archetype is?
What's his argument?
He was the original Kevin Samuels of sports.
Hmm.
He was talking that shit. Was so funny, so funny to me is the way the backlash that people gave Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, because he was speaking to aspects of our community and speaking to them not from the standpoint of y'all got to do better because his skin color, we have to do
We
better. And he
Yes.
moved his conversation, his ministry was accountability.
Mm.
So he was Kevin Samuels in before Kevin Samuels was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
He was holding folks accountable,
Mm-hmm.
saying fuck about this, that, slavery, the structure. We're in this position now. What are we doing with it? Where are we gonna go? Is this move right or wrong? No, you knew it was wrong. And what happened was he was the one, the same way the sisters, not all the sisters, of course, but many sisters were giving Kevin Samuels backlash because of what he was speaking about, especially being related to the Black community. But your mama Black. All of those different things. Stephen A. Smith been getting it too. And trust and believe, I actually don't even think I agree with 65 or 70% of what Stephen A. Smith says. However, it's okay because guess what? He needs to be there. I can go back and look at the old Stephen A. Smith stuff and see things that he said before. If I go look at the old Malcolm X stuff, if I was cool with the old Malcolm X, the Detroit Red, he wouldn't have empowered me or my community. He was a cat burglar. He would have went and stole my shit. He would have got my kids high and then made them, his best customers. The old, heavily flawed Malcolm Little might not have been the person, but evolution is a real thing. Like drops of water on a stone. And each of those drops can be significant. So I believe that Stephen A. Smith deserves a place because as it stands right now, there's other voices, but those voices are not moving as him. And he's reached a point where he can actually say certain things that he wants. He's not, you're going to make political decisions. That's part of diplomacy. Part of diplomacy is not just enforcing your will upon another nation. Part of it is understanding when it's time to acquiesce, pull back a little, let them feel like they got that win. Just like marriage, understanding, acquiescing, and allowing the other person, because it's not just about the other person feeling like they got to win. It's the other person feeling empowered enough that you can concede to their win. You feel what I'm saying? So now we cooking in here. We cooking in here right now.
And I remember.
I got some. There's an important cook. I'm gonna let you're gonna be the first one to say something. But we're cooking in here, and apparently the fragrance wafting out from the chimney of our restaurant, it's reached certain places. So we got a couple guest chefs that's coming to the kitchen. My man, aka the arsonist, aka I call him the arsonist, burning these YouTube streets down. and then hold on, and I use the term diplomat and the ultimate diplomat. It could be war. You could have 10 countries, the kings of countries going against each other. This guy, Mr. Best in the World, each of those kings' mamas is inviting this punk ass to dinner and shit.
Man, these YouTube streets, they damn sure testing me today, boy. But I'm gonna keep it cool. Let me let Andrea say her piece because I interrupted her. But I'm gonna let Andrea say her piece, and I'm gonna let you gentlemen jump in. Come on, hey.
I remember he have always said this is America and everybody do deserve a second chance, and he had never said nobody should be kicked out of anything. He have said people deserve a second chance, and he have said plenty of times his boys in Hollis Queen kept him out the streets, kept him off of the drugs, and told him to go to school, college, because he was going to be somebody. So my thing is, why not represent Hollis Queen, where he from? That's his hood. That's his hometown. That's where he was born and raised. And if his boys are a product of keeping him away from the hood and the hood environment and making sure he's in college and making sure he got a seat at the table so he can still help them while they still on the corners doing their thing, but keeping them out of jail, ain't no wrong with that, brother. It's wrong with y'all black folks who get on my fucking nerves, and I'm gonna say how I feel today. It's the black folks always won't get a black folks who made it, who's successful on TV, give them their flowers. And I'm gonna say it again, if black athletes don't like him talking about him, all you got to do is stop doing stupid shit like domestic violence, stay off the weed, stay off the drugs, stop doing stupid shit. That's the only thing.
Did you say the same thing about Kevin Samuels? All black women got to do. Hell no. Hell no.
I I didn't say I was a fan of Kevin Samuels. I don't not watch his stuff, but I'm gonna get a lesson from you two because y'all my
brothers. Holding women accountable. All they gotta do is stop doing that bullshit.
So okay, so
We remember we got to leave the Kevin Samuels talk because remember Andrea hasn't watched his content. That's actually
true. That's fair. That's fair.
It's called Kevin Samuels 101, where we're going to actually literally. She hasn't even seen Average at Best, y'all.
Yeah, so my thing is what y'all always say, two things can be done at the same time. So I'm saying if Kevin Samuels is Stephen A. Smith, that's fine. And if Stephen A. Smith was a Kevin Samuels, that's fine with me too. Okay? That's all
okay. I just want to say one thing before our guests jump in here, because Chef made a fair point, and I want to say that I think the problem is that the men, Kevin Samuels got on the men as well, and he didn't get the Stephen A. level backlash. What I think, though, is if Kevin Samuels, when he was giving men the work, would have been in Stephen A.'s position, because I don't see, like you say, too much difference in the two styles. Mm-hmm. I think that if he would have been on Disney or on ESPN doing that, on a world stage, I think the stage is what changes it, because Stephen A.'s voice is so powerful, so representative, and because this is a lot of what people see. I've met people who never met a black person except on TV until they met me. So the black male image based on this stand on code has to be protected to some degree, which is why what the brother KS was saying about, how we dress, how we go out, how we present ourselves. I think even my brother Chaotic would tend to agree that presentation matters. And a lot of us was grown up like, who cares what other people think? You know what I mean? But that makes a big determination on how much you make, how well you're accepted, and what kind of conflict you find yourself in, how you're profiled, what conversations you're invited to, what rooms you're invited to or not invited to, for that matter. So I think all of it matters, but I think the stage. So if you're going to admonish people or hold people accountable, I think the stage is more important. Like the message is not the thing that people are bucking. He's correct. Don't blow millions of dollars smoking weed that looks stupid. But it just seems like a lot of times if you say like you caught, people do snapshots, and every time somebody take a picture, you could been working all this time and everybody else around you was bullshitting. But when the boss walk in, you finally take your break and everybody else jump back to work. You like, man, fuck that. I've been working the whole time. And the boss like, look at you. What the fuck you got going on? Why you can't be like them? I think that's the issue. You know what I'm saying? So it's these snapshots. And every time you catch Stephen A on camera, it seems to be he's saying something negative. I like the clock, Chef. It seems to be, he's spitting out something that would be considered, down in a black man. So you just gotta kind of match it. You gotta pair it. You gotta, level that shit out. You know what I mean? For every nigga you knock down, lift two more up. That's it. Now, my brother's downstairs. What y'all got going on?
What's up, man? I just got done doing a live stream with the Lapeef Network, and I just wanted to come over and give Chef support. Salute to you, Chef. Salute to everybody on the panel.
Appreciate you.
I obviously have just come in, so I'm not up to what the conversation points are, but I saw the title and I wanted to broach that. Before I broach that, I would like to say, get your ass back in the kitchen and pull up those pants. Now, I'll say it again if you want me to. Get your ass in that kitchen and pull up those pants.
Tell them about the mop and God and hands, please.
Yeah. So, and also the universe, or if you believe in God, God made a woman's hand small enough to wrap around a mop. Now, I say this to say that we have to fix our culture. When I mean pull up your pants, I'm talking to the boys, the men who I still see men sagging. It's the 22nd century, and niggas are still sagging. And then if you say something about it, you are ostracized. You're told that you're a coon. You're told that you're Stephen A. Smith. You're told that you're looking down upon the community. When you tell a black woman to get her ass in the kitchen and stop yapping at the mouth, you're said that you're being a coon and you're being disrespectful. But let me tell you something. Those two things I just said would fix the black community. If black women focused on being domestic women, and if men started to be men again, your appearance, if men pulled up their pants and presented themselves like KS, or presented themselves in a manner of professionalism wherever they went, the community will change because there's a standard that will be set. And we have to stop with this whole, you're looking down upon the community. A way to fix the problem is to see what the problem is. And this whole classy, bougie, ratchet thing is a perfect example. You see, the white woman can have their Marilyn Monroes, if you catch my drift. You know why? Because generally, the white woman and the white man have nuclear families. So they can afford to have the bougie or ratchet white woman. Because for every bougie or ratchet white woman, you have about 1,000 white women who get married at 24, 25. Now, are their marriage is perfect? No. But they create and establish families. The black woman can't be bougie and ratchet. The black woman should be classy and domestic because we have a situation in our community. And all this ratchetness is the culture. You know, I was talking to the Lapeef Network and I said this, and I don't want to ball hog the panel. I was on the street the other day, walking in my downtown area, and there was a car with a black woman. She had to be in her 20s, 25, 26. In the back was a little girl, her daughter, I presume. The black woman was playing some of the most vulgar rap songs imaginable. And I was thinking in my head, why on earth would this woman be playing this around this little girl? Because the woman doesn't really value herself. Now, this is just one incident. I'm not saying all black women like this, but this is just one incident. She's not valuing herself, so she doesn't give a shit about valuing the little girl. So she doesn't care that the little girl is going to subconsciously get this information. She doesn't care that the little girl is going to be in school rapping this nonsense. And then if a black teacher like myself, because I used to do this, I would say, sweetheart, you shouldn't rap those lyrics. They're vulgar. Oh, you can't talk to me like that, Mr. Chaotic. I'm going to tell my mom. And the little black girl will go home and tell her mom. And then I will be ostracized because, you know, black men are few far in between in the schools. And so now we have a culture that's continuing to recycle these poor patterns of behavior. Now, when a black man like myself say, why don't you listen to classical music? Or if you don't even like classical, what about black music like funk or jazz? That's old people music. So we've digressed. We've regressed, not digressed, but we've regressed. Mm-hmm. So this whole bougie ratchet thing should be eliminated from our culture. I looked at old pictures of African Americans, particularly if you go, and I'm about to bring this home. So thank you guys for not cutting me off. I looked at old photos or old movies from the early 1900s. Black people were walking down the street with their head up high. They had their suits on, etc. But most of those blacks were dirt poor, just like most of the whites. But it was one thing back in the day that I could say about those old school people. At least they pretended. They acted the part. They acted as if they were CEOs. They acted as if they were business owners or rich people. And you will see a lot of that from back in the day with blacks and whites and other groups of people. But now we boast stupidity. We boast about being violent. And the other day I talked about this. Somebody asked me about drill music. And I said, if you are an individual committing a crime and you rap about the very crime you commit, you should be prosecuted under those lyrics. I also brought up the fact that, give me a second. I also brought up the fact that the mafia paid and financed Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, Tony Bennett, and other Italian American singers. They never rapped about the criminal activity of those organizations because they acted the part. They put on an image of class and sophistication, even though they were being backed by the mob money. So we've lost that. We've lost that in our community. Just like
you've lost class and sophistication. You've lost class and sophistication. You're a race trader. Why are you speaking on African Americans? You don't even like black people. Are you even African American? You're not even African American. You're from Africa. So you don't like black people. Stop talking on black people. I don't care where you got on here. The fact that I even tuned on and I seen you on here, that's why I popped up on here. Because you're a race trader. You don't like black people. Don't come on here talking on black people. You don't. You hate black people. You race trader.
No, I don't.
You coon. You Sambo. That's exactly what you are. That's exactly what you are.
She's the woman in the photo.
Exactly what you are.
She's the woman in the photo wearing.
Yeah, I'm showing. I got my cleavage out. What you talking about? Sambo.
Okay, yeah.
You're always overly worried about my looks. You should worry about your wife. You're a Sambo. You're a Sambo, always trying to critique black people, and you're not from here.
I am from here, ma'am. I was born in the United States of America, ma'am.
Anyway, you over here talking about people that rap, but people that rap are Fortune 500 business.
No, they're not, ma'am. You don't know what a Fortune 500 company is, ma'am.
You don't know what a Fortune 500 company is,
yes,
sir. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I invested in the stock market. Oh my God, because you're the only person that can invest in the stock market. At the end of the day, let's talk about Jay-Z. Jay-Z is extremely wealthy, but you're sitting here talking about the lyrics. T.I. is extremely
one at a time.
Kevin Hart makes jokes all the time talking about
Hey, Chaotic, stay in pocket, bro.
Talking about, but you talking about,
let us speak and then attack her.
But you're talking about the wealth in the African American community.
It's okay though. It's okay though. You a G though. So let the woman get hers off.
He's the whole entire crybaby, old weak ass. Brokeback Mountain Dew. At the end of the day, there's a lot of wealth in
skip the insults and attack the points, Robbie. You're smart young lady.
I know. I don't like him. I'm very smart, but I don't like him. That don't got nothing to do with it. I'm a completely destroy him because that's what I do. There's a lot of wealth in the African American community. So how dare you? You stuck on terms like bougie and ratchet, but it's not your business. Why? Because you couldn't hack it as a teacher. You're gonna sit there and try to tell little children what they should and shouldn't do. If they're violating a policy in the school, then it should be directed to the administration for them to handle the issue if you cannot handle what happens with their parents. And just because you have anecdotal experiences, you're trying to sit there and make it be a whole entire narrative. That's what you're not going to do. That's what you're not going to do. That's what you're not going to do. You're so disrespectful. And you come on panels where people are having civilized discourse, coming with these ridiculous talking points, trying to down talk black people. That's why I say you're a race trader, period. You're a whole race trader.
What's that?
That part.
Why do we have to be back? Why we have to be in the kitchen? I'm just kind of confused.
Well, that's where God himself ordained it to be. That's where you should be, in the kitchen or taking care of your children. There's nothing wrong with that. Just like a man should be out in the fields working.
Where did God ordain?
Okay, what if I don't have a man in my house? What if I don't have a man in my house? So I'm in here cooking, cleaning, and working too. So if I don't have a man in my house, why is the kitchen my place? I'm just confused.
Well, the kitchen is your sacred ground.
What scripture says that God ordained for women to be in the kitchen?
It's not about a scripture that says it. It's
no, you're saying God ordained it. So where's your proof that God ordained? How are you talking about what God said to do? Because let's talk about what God said for men to be doing. Hey, Rob. Dominion. You don't have dominion over nothing. Don't talk about what God ordained for women. It's not ordained. That's what you're not going to do.
Yo, Rob, you hear me? You can hear me, Rob? Can you please allow? Because I want this to happen, but it don't work with that back and forth. So one person speak at a time. I ain't gonna tell you what to say, but just when you say yours, hold your peace and then let him say his, and then get him again if you want to.
You sure right. Going ahead, chaotic, because the only reason you came over here is because my name is in the title, because you stalking me, nigga. Go ahead, say your piece. Talk.
This is my first time hearing about your name in the channel.
Talk, monkey. Talk, monkey. My name is in the thumbnail.
To science, we are related.
Well, great. Then that's what you are.
There's
So
nothing
talk,
wrong
monkey.
with what you're saying.
Talk, monkey.
And we kind of look like them.
Sit,
so
boo, sit. Good dog.
You're raw. It was a simple request. You said yes.
You're right.
Please hold that. You can give it to him, but just let him say his and then give it to him.
Well, believe it or not, I didn't know that Raw B's name was in the title. But nevertheless, now that I do know that, salute to you, Raw B. And I would like to continue my talking point that had nothing to do with you.
Oh my God, just talk.
So again, the Black culture, we should eliminate the whole bougie, ratchet, and thug element. We cannot afford to be those things. We need to embrace science and mathematics and engineering, and we need to embrace the things that make society dominant. We are going into the space age, and all of these things that made us primitive pretty much are going to be eliminated. And so we can't bring this bougie, ratchet, thug culture with us, traveling through space and building and constructing all types of mega structures. And the Black woman should emulate what the Jewish woman or the Asian woman does, and that is domestication. I live around Jews. I love Jewish people, and their women are non-combative. They don't get tattoos. They don't, not saying all of them don't, but the majority of them don't get tattoos. They cover up. They're very mild and mannered. And that's how Black women should be. Just like Black men should be productive. Black men can't afford either to be lazy or ratchet or etc. The Black man should be workers, just like, and there's a lot of Black men who do work. And I'm just giving my input into Chef's topic. And I have, I came over here and he allowed me over here. And thank you for letting me talk.
Okay, so I want to know why we can't have tattoos, why we got to be like the Jewish people. We could be our own flavor and our own thing, and it's because I do cook, but I don't have to be in the kitchen. That is if I don't have a man in my house and I'm taking care of my kids and responsible adult. I don't have to be in the kitchen doing all that. Maybe I work 2 jobs. Maybe I don't want to cook tonight, but it's my, like you saying, women should be home barefoot and pregnant. And we ain't back in there, because the last time I checked, Black women are raising their house. Black women are raising their children. Black women are doing what they have to do for their kids, because sometimes the Black man ain't there. And so I think you trying to set us back. To me, when I hear that in the kitchen, it's like my mama and daddy ages.
And
that's bullshit.
I just want to know, where in the Bible does it say that women are ordained to the kitchen? I mean, there's so many scriptures. I want you to pull out one, just one. Just one. Pull out one scripture where it says women are to be ordained in the kitchen. Because last time I had heard, when I had read the Bible, Mary sat at Jesus' feet and she went and she washed his feet with her tears and dried them with her hair. That wasn't being in the kitchen. That was ordaining. That was allowing Jesus a way to teach his disciples, the men disciples, how they should be loving on the flock and bringing them back into the fold. So how is it a woman's job was ordained in the kitchen? Because the last time that I had checked, it was Mary and her sisters that pushed back the stone at the mount and found Jesus in the tomb. They were the first one to see the blessing of the resurrection of Jesus Christ. So when was women's place ordained in the kitchen? See, this is why I cannot respect the things that you taught, because you say a lot of things that sound good, but you have no proof behind them. Who are you to talk about rabbinical studies and what Jewish people do? When is the last time you sat with a rabbi? Have you ever read the Torah? Have you ever sat Shiva? Do you even know anything about the Kabbalah? Do you? No, you don't. You just talking to be talking, sir. And you cannot be making these talking points in front of people that have actually sat and studied with rabbis. That whole part, like you just a whole out and out lie. You a lie. You say things to pander to the people because you know that that's the message that black men want to hear. And at the end of the day, when we get into it, while you guys are so harshly speaking about single black mothers, it is single black women that are raising these households. As Andrea said, it's not black men, because black men aren't stepping up to their responsibilities. Now, God has said, and I can pull the scripture for it, that man is supposed to be the leader of the house. And then the woman is supposed to cleave to him like he cleaves to God. But there's a whole bunch of men that aren't cleaving to God. So don't sit up here and tell women anything they're supposed to do. What you need to be doing is focusing on men and making sure that men are following behind what God said, because God created y'all first and God gave y'all dominion over the land. And even with that, you couldn't be obedient to God's word, and you decided instead to listen to Eve. So please stop with the bull crap.
Okay.
Stop.
All right, Rob, you got off. You got off. All right. Now, for chaotic, she said a lot. I want you to respond to that, because she invoked your name in quite a few ways and asked you a lot of questions.
Yeah.
So I mean, you seem to take notes. So I hope you caught most of that. Now, Rob, I'd like to ask you something before chaotic gets an opportunity to respond to what you said. Because Andrea brought it up. So the question is for both the ladies on the panel. Mm-hmm. Why does it seem to be an insult? This is my question to you. Why is it an insult for a woman to be in the kitchen?
It's not an insult. What it is a lie. Mm-hmm. If you would like your woman
take the Bible all the way out of it.
No, if you would like your woman to be in the kitchen and she would like to be in the kitchen, then that's cool. Y'all seen earlier, that's my whole profession. It's really a non sequitur to me. But while these men get on these spaces and try to tell women what they should be doing, they're not focused on their brothers, nor are they focused on themselves. You don't follow God. So if you don't follow God, then don't tell anybody else what they should be doing.
No. Before don't answer his question or talk about the talking points. I'm just asking one specific question. Where does the energy that it's like you being a slave, or you going back in time, or setting or holding women back? It seems like that energy when we're talking about a woman being in the kitchen, whether you say it's her place or whether that's where she chooses to be. I feel like in my opinion now, and I want you to respond to this, that women should take pride in having ownership of the power of the nourishment and the actual power of powering your entire family. That there isn't a greater responsibility in life.
Okay, that's fine. But what if I'm not the best cooker and my man is the best cooker? He don't mind cooking, and I know how to do everything else. So what's wrong with that?
That's
if
different.
If he likes cooking and I don't, and he's a better cook than I do, what's wrong with him being in the kitchen?
Let's not go with the
jump in a little bit.
I'm asking the question.
Let me jump in a little bit. I'm sorry,
Chef, just so you know, Chef. Robbie,
my Wi-Fi reset, so I missed.
Rob, because you wasn't here, so let me just brief you before you speak. Robbie was just giving it to my man Chaotic in the worst way, so he's poised to respond to that. So before you go way off, just remember to bring it back. Remember to bring it back to him.
Man,
I'm ready to be. Look, I'm ready to be on a 5-minute delay so I could catch up.
Man, I want to cook real quick, man. Please let me.
You got to put that shit on the back burner, Mr. Best. Hang on 1 second, brother.
You asked me to respond to that. This is the
I
thing.
did.
I have no problem being in the kitchen or wherever else, but don't try to limit where I should be or what I should do to somebody's kitchen. I ain't nobody's damn mammy, and this is not 1887. There is no slavery. If I want to get in that kitchen and cook, I will. If I don't want to, I don't have to. And if someone is not your woman, it is really not your business. So when people are out here telling people what women should do, worry about your woman. That's what your woman should do. That is a prerequisite for you. That is not a prerequisite for every man. So don't be diminutive. Period.
So let me say this. When I jump into this, I'm jumping in from not hearing everything that went down, right? But of course, I understand Brother Chaotic. He's been on our network several times, previous network. Shit, I think there's even a show named after him, talking about facing life's chaotic truths, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I recognize, and this is the thing, I don't take certain things personal because I recognize the method. It's not just the messenger, it's not just the message, it's the method, right? My ladies, my sisters, my flowers, if you decide that you want to trim off 20, 30, 40 pounds and you want to go to the gym, you know, it may cost you 10, 20 bucks a month to get a Fitness, membership. But you recognize you're going to be limited to the same person that when you were supposed to eat a salad, you went and got you, 2 double burgers and fries, right? So you recognize that you can't do it alone. We can't do it alone. So you get a personal trainer. What is their job? Literally, they get paid to make you feel uncomfortable. They get paid to press you, just like lifting weights. Lifting weights doesn't help us. It actually shreds and burns and damages our muscle. But the muscles become larger during the recovery, right? But it's that plight, it's that damage, it's that screaming, come on, let's go. It's all of those things that make us feel uncomfortable that somehow within the dynamic of life eventually put us in a better place once we get out of our feelings. So one thing that I've noticed is that there's people that will move with the evolution. This guy Truth is not an evolutionary factor in this thing. The way that he's moving is in more revolutionary. Revolutionary is not a gradual pace. Revolutionary is something that comes, and it comes swiftly, and it comes to snatch all of those presuppositions and predisposed notions that you had. It's something that's supposed to shake you to the core and kind of crack the fucking foundations of your original set of thinking. And in order to do that, it's a violent type of thing. So when I look at him and I look at the world and I see different things, Robbie, believe me, because I have a high degree of respect for you. Literally, in terms of the topic, we talked about classy, bougie, ratchet. And then in me understanding your high depth of intellectual abilities, your penchant for reviewing, reading, and all of these things, right? And your level of articulation and poise, even though there's times where I can see you want to scream, you utilize your words in a certain way. What I believe is that each of you have a place within this ecosystem. His message is not for you. His message is not for you. You are the girl that might have came from the hood, but you were the one with the straight A's, the 4.0. And if the hustler that would have got locked up messing with some other chick, you would have been the one that kept him safe. If it was the good guy you were dealing with, you would have kept him out of the street. You are a powerful, powerful sister. The thing is, I believe within this grand ecosystem, you both hold a place. He's not speaking to you. You know what I mean? I named the show after you. You are, I said guest host, not a guest host, right? Where I was going to allow you to draw your own curriculum. The thing is, he's not talking to you, sis. He's talking to the ones that's not like you. You get what I'm saying? You're dope, but he ain't talking to you. He's talking to the others, and there's some people that need to be shaken from the frame of what they think originally is right or what they used to.
Yes, and I understand that, but he is not allowed, or I don't appreciate him being anywhere where my name is a representative.
Okay, I understand that.
Because to me, he is a William O'Neill. To me, he is a emphatic race trader. To me, he speaks a message that is very similar to his name of chaos, only it's not the truth, it's rank and foul. To me, he speaks a message of pandering and dissension. He is diversion personified. When he sits out here and he tells people scientifically it is okay to call them an insult, when he sits there and he says God ordained women to the kitchen, that is a lie. I do not deal nor harbor liars, period. And that is what he is. So that message that he spits or whatever is complete and utter nonsense. And I've been knowing this persona for quite some time, since way back when. And what he is presenting to you now is not the truest version of himself. And like how you said, my intellect and my ability to read people on a multitude of level is never in error. This man right here means the people no good. No good. He's out here disrespecting little children. Oh, well, little girls are singing rap lyrics. And then if I say something to her, then she gonna go get her mother on me. But I'm a black man and I'm a teacher. So then that's messed up because then I'm not getting no respect. First of all, teachers know how to gently coax the children into a better state of understanding. The fact that he would antagonize a child, a young girl at that, speaks volumes about his character. He's pedantic. And I find him utterly offensive.
Yeah. Chef? May I speak, Chef?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, the entire time I was quiet, the entire time I listened to what Rob B had to say. But this is exactly why I go to particularly panels like this. It is my duty to save the black race because of the mindset of certain black people. Now, here I go. I speak proper English. I have serviced the black community through my fraternity, through when I was in college, and even in high school, volunteered. Here I go as a black man. I don't have children outside of wedlock, don't have a criminal record. I've never committed any acts of violence towards anybody in my community at all. And I've never committed any acts of violence towards any other human being for that matter either. Here I go as a black man. I pay my taxes. Here I go as a black man. I've started businesses. I've actually hired fellow black people. When I started a few businesses I had, small business, very small. Here I go as a black man. I go to different panels. And people even tell me, they said, I never knew about all these black people in Africa that you speak of. I never knew about the black people you talk about in America, that blacks who were positive and who were productive. I didn't even know that growing up. Here I go as a black man. I don't promote promiscuity.
Yo.
I don't promote drug use.
What up?
Somebody has to meet real quick. Here I go as a black man. I promote that women should be conservative, that women should have women roles and men should have men roles, that clearly women can't do. And I said, there's nothing wrong with you asking a man to do something that is backbreaking, because that's what men are supposed to do. Here I go as a black man saying that black men should pull up their damn pants. Here I go as a black man saying that black men, instead of leaving children all over the cities, should marry their significant others. I say it all the time. But for some reason, I'm the enemy. Now, I'm not saying Robbie or any other woman has ever done this on this panel, because I've never heard her say it. But I've gone to panel to panel to panel, and black women will take up for the drug dealer. They will take up for the motherfucker that's in prison. They will take up for the motherfucker who has 3 and 4 kids outside of wedlock who ain't shit. They will take up for a low-life piece of shit, George Floyd, who was a drug addict who committed heinous crimes against black people, put a shotgun to a pregnant woman's stomach. Black women would take up for a man like that. But when I say something, I'm public enemy number one. And this is the exact reason why I think that there is something that is fundamentally wrong with fucking black people. There has to be. There has to be something wrong with black people where me as a black man should say, maybe black women, you shouldn't walk around with tats all over your body because your body is pure. And generally tats are a message of a certain, maybe a representation of a mental disorder. It used to be a sign of prostitution back in the day, but I know I'm vilified for that. I'm vilified for that. So what do you want me to do, Robbie? Do you want me to go to white panels and just hang out with white people? Or do you want me to try to fix something in the black community? Again, I saw a black woman the other day playing Ratchet ass Cardi B in her car with her little kid. The girl was like 3 or 4. How come she wasn't playing classical music? How come she wasn't playing jazz? How come she wasn't playing anything uplifting for that girl's brain? She's playing Cardi B, wet ass pussy. So I guess if I'm public enemy number one for pointing that out, then you know what? Maybe you're right. But what I think is this. I think that black people have regressed to a very primitive state of existence. And I feel like blacks like myself are vilified because we point out the dumb shit in our community. And you know what's going to happen? While the white man, he's going outside the solar system in 100, 200 years, he's colonizing other planets, asteroids and shit like that, while the East Indian is doing all these great things, while the Asian is doing all these great things. I think our dumb black asses, if we continue on the path that we're at, we're going to be on Earth still talking about the same old thing in the year 2500, slavery. It's going to be the year 2500. They're going to have colonies all over the solar system, and blacks are still going to be talking about slavery and woe is me and victim mentality. And you know what? You know what? And I actually feel sorry for men who sit and will listen to a woman like Rob B or any other woman. Because first of all, it's absurd in itself to listen to what a woman has to say other than, can you bring me something to eat? Women are not rulers, and you will never be a ruler. White women know this, Jewish women know this, Asian women know this, but it's something about our culture. It is something about this sick fucking culture. It's almost like I'm trapped in hell around blacks, because if I point these things out, I'm vilified. But I challenge somebody, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong about what I say about Jewish women. Prove me wrong about what I say about Asian women. Generally, Asian moms are tiger moms. They don't allow this nonsense to go on in their house. They don't allow their kids to listen to fucking rap music and shit like that. They don't, and I even see this now permeating in white culture. They've even adopted this nonsensical culture, this hip hop bullshit. But the fact of the matter is, it's not uplifting, it's not stimulating. And if you think that it's wrong for me to tell a little black girl, don't listen to WAP. Listen to classical music, or listen to jazz, or listen to something that's uplifting. If you're telling me that's wrong for me as a teacher, then you know what? How about this, man? I digress, and you go teach these black kids that rap music is something that should be supported at 7 or 8 years old. Go ahead, you got the floor, guys. I'm gonna let the
maybe the problem.
May I cook? May I cook?
The problem is, it's a message. It's the message. Maybe you could have went to the mom and said, hey, that song probably might be a little inappropriate, but can we just find something else for the little girl to listen to? It's not what you say. It's how you say it. So maybe she will not hear of you if you come at her with the tone like you the parent, and tone like you somebody, instead of coming in and to her level and say, hey, I don't know if that's a appropriate song for her to listen to. Can we find something else she can listen to? It's two different things. What you said is right, but it's the message. It's the message and where it's coming from. And probably your tone was probably authoritative to her, and that's why she wasn't listening to you. How about that?
And how about this? You just lied again. Women can't be leaders. Asian women never were leaders. Chef, could you please share the screen? Allow me to educate, because clearly this educated man doesn't know, and he needs some reiteration. Because there's plenty of female rulers. Hatshepsut, Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, Empress Theodora, Ala Monsunta, Empress Sukio. Oh, didn't he just say Asian women know they can't be leaders? Oh my. Well, then how did she become an empress? Oh my God. Olga of Russia, Eleanor Aquitaine, Isabella, Queen of Castile and Aragon, a Spanish woman as well in leadership. Mary the First of England, Elizabeth the First of England, Catherine the Great, Queen Victoria, she see or shu he see ho sing chin. Oh, that's another Asian woman, and this is just one side of reference. Shall I continue? Shall I continue? But I thought women couldn't be leader chaotic. What happened? What happened? What happened? ¿Qué te pasa? Huh? Háblame. Can I got your tongue?
Mr. Best, what say you, sir?
I'm saying no. You just said women can't
Robbie,
be
you
leaders,
won.
so,
You won the argument. You won the argument. It's Mr. Best's turn to talk. You won. You proved your point, Robbie. You proved your point. You proved your point. Cleopatra, you proved your point.
Can I please cook, family? Can I please cook?
Go ahead.
More than Cleopatra.
Okay. Number one, let me give a shout out to everybody on the panel because I am respectful. Ladies first, let me shout out Andrea Lynch. Lady Andrea, good to see you. Lady Raw B Privilege, good to see you. First time.
Nigga, just come with the smoke, son.
No, I'm with it. I got you.
We know you love us. We love you back, yo. Bring the smoke.
You know what I'm saying? And I just followed you too, Raw B, on IG. I definitely want you to be a part of some of my panels on knowledge and relationships. Chaotic Truth, good to see you. And Chef, my man, you know what it is, baby. Listen, I think that what both you are saying has a place, you know, based on, you know, kind of based on, you know, different perspectives, right? Because we all have different perspectives. There's different religions, and then within those religions, there are different types based on that religion, right? You have Islam, but you have different types of Muslims. You have Christianity, but you have different forms of Christianity, different denominations. So I think when it comes to how we want to run our household, it can be done in many various ways. You know what I'm saying? So I think for us particularly, I think the reason why we have so many problems and issues, and I've said this a lot of times, is that we've tried to adopt the European way of lifestyle, but that's not our original lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? And ever since we try to adopt that when it comes to their religion, when it comes to the way that they see relationships, when it comes to the way they see marriage, that's not how we see marriage from our roots. That's not how we lived our lives from the beginning. That's not our context. That's not our roots. That's not who we are. You know what I mean? As a people. You know what I mean? But we've adopted the European clothing. We've adopted their lifestyle, their customs, and their religion. You know what I'm saying? And we tried to make that our own. But it doesn't fit for us. I think, you know what I mean, we have to do our research, figure out what fits for you as a person. Whether you're a man or a woman, as the sister pointed out, you know what I'm saying? You know, they have been women rulers who have been very successful, right? But there also have been men rulers who have been very successful. You know what I'm saying? So it's been both. But you have to find what works for you. I don't disagree with Chaotix. I don't his delivery to me I look at him like a Kanye West. Like his delivery is is very controversial, but I sift through the delivery and I look at the message. You know what I mean? I sift through it and I kind of see what he's trying to talk about. Sometimes he's off, or sometimes I think he's off a little bit. But, you know, I don't think he really is trying to be harmful as an approach. At least I hope he's not being harmful. That's my hope. You know what I mean? And I hope y'all not trying to, I hope nobody else out here trying to be harmful in their approach. But we got to just find out what works for us. You know what I'm saying? You know, individually and collectively. You know what I mean? Because even though we may all come from African descent, we probably all come from different parts of Africa. So the tribe that you was in, your family was in, y'all probably had different customs than the tribe that I'm from. Mm-hmm. We don't have the same customs. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So we need to figure that out. You know what I mean? We need to figure out who we are and what works for us. You know what I mean? Stop listening to what somebody else is telling you. Stop listening to what television is telling you or what the colonizer is telling you and the oppressor is telling you, and find out for yourself. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? What works for you and your family and your tribe and your peoples. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And find those who are in the same, who have the same energies, who have the same mind frame and the same ethos that you share. Mm-hmm. Okay? So we may not all get along at certain times, or we may not always agree on certain things, but the one thing we can do is that we can have unity in the fact that we all do want to be loved, we all do want to be accepted, and we all do want to have functional, healthy relationships with ourselves first and then with each other. So we got to find how that works for us. Do your research, find out what works for you, and then from there you can grow and you can become better. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the American system works for you. For those African, for those people of African descent, whether they're from Africa or they were born or they were already here and they were born here. You know what I mean? If this system works for you, if capitalism and the oppressive system works for you, then listen, go for it. That's for you. But if it's not for you and you want to do something different or you want to do your research, you want to find something different, then do that. Whatever works for you and whatever you find the most healthy for you, that's what you should go with. And that's what I got to say.
True indeed. Now, Chaotic Truth is also a man that has run around the platform telling people that Harriet Tubman did not free the slaves. This is a man that has disseminated Sojourner Truth and the legacy. And these are just 76 more leaders and rulers in Africa. Alone. Now we could go back to the page and before, because we got women rulers by century, ancient women rulers, women leaders of China, but they ain't no Asian leaders, women rulers in Japan, but they ain't no Asian leaders, empress regnant, female heads of government, female heads of state, female Native American leaders, female regents, wives of national leaders, women rulers of Indonesia, women rulers of Finland, and a list of 5 female hereditary rulers: Felipa, Maria, Arahana, Kalyana, Japati, and I know I said that wrong, and it's absolutely fine by me. Women rulers in Mayan society, Sultana. So again, now, but you was perfectly fine to disrespect Harriet Tubman and all she did for the people, right? Right?
Can I answer? Is that an answerable question?
Absolutely.
Harriet Tubman was a fat, black, short woman with an Elmer Fudd musket who did not save anybody. The people that you're naming as rulers, ma'am, the only reason why Cleopatra was allowed to rule and other women is because men built the damn society. Just like with this society, ma'am, the only reason why Kamala Harris is the vice president is because men built it. Men built society. Men built the skyscrapers. Men built the roads. Men maintain and monitor the infrastructure. Women did not build the Hoover Dam, ma'am. So yes, when you get to a point in society where it becomes civilized, and yes, those ancient societies were civilized at the height of their powers, they allowed women to be in power. Women are not leaders, ma'am. Women can only lead children, sure, but women cannot lead men. Men will allow you to become a leader for some sort of political reason. One of the reasons why Cleopatra was the leader, since you're pulling up Wikipedia articles, and I'm very knowledgeable about Wikipedia about Cleopatra. Cleopatra was a part of the Ptolemy dynasty. That was a Greek family that occupied Egypt. When the Romans took over, Egypt became a somewhat province of Rome. So it was a political reason as to why that woman was put into power. But I can tell you this, she had nothing to do with the development of any of those infrastructures there. She had nothing to do with the military. They have paintings of hieroglyphs. I don't see any woman on those paintings. I see pharaohs or male pharaohs. So, ma'am, whether you can show me pictures of women or women in history, ma'am, the only reason, again, why a woman will ever be on the throne or president of any country is because of what men have done. And generally, it's at peacetime. The reason why, give me a second, because I'll let you guys talk.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to let you talk.
The reason why Merkel, whatever her name is, was the chancellor of Germany is because Germany is at peace. Merkel would never have been the chancellor during World War II or prior, or even 20 years after. So when Germany became peaceful, when there's no more great wars, let a woman become president. We don't care. It's a diversity hire, whether it's in Germany, America, or not. You don't honestly believe that Kamala Harris deserves to be vice president. She has some of the lowest, so does Biden, has some of the lowest rankings in history. It's because she's a diversity hire. Cleopatra was a diversity hire, just like all these women that you're naming. And you name African leaders, let's be honest, nothing great has ever really come out of Africa. I mean, they didn't even, hold on for a second. They didn't even fortify their own continent. No tribal groups ever unified. There was no full-scale lingua franca. There was no full-scale military. They never did anything with the resources. That's why our primitive ancestors were conquered. I'm not trying to be mean when I say this. I'm trying to say that we have to stop lying to ourselves, because if we stop lying to ourselves, maybe, and just maybe, we will become a better people when we look towards the future, instead of that a fat black woman that is fictionalized so that they can downplay black men and say a short 5 foot tall woman saved you, when in fact it defies the law of gravity and physics and logic. A woman saving men walking from state to state. The black women don't even like walking outside when it's raining. So how in the hell did this woman, hold on, whoa, wait a minute.
Let him finish, sis. I got him. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
It's disrespectful for that shit to be taught to boys, saying that a woman saved grown ass men during slavery. That's disrespectful. And you know what else is so fucking crazy? There's no fact checking behind that of this woman's existence. All you've seen was a picture with a woman with an Elmer Fudd musket. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to just say some of these things may not have happened to the scale in which we're taught. Maybe, just maybe, we are tricking ourselves. That's all I wanted to say about that. Go ahead.
Okay, so now let's get into it.
Are you sure you're not being disrespectful? Because to me, you are being disrespectful.
Hold on, Andre. I got it.
Okay.
Joan of Arc led men in the 100-Year War. Oh, but I forgot. That was just a diversity hire. Now let's get into ancient civilizations before I get into your disrespectful remarks against the ancestors in Africa. Okay. When they found the archaeological remains of Noah's Ark in Turkey on the top of Mount Ararat, they did an archaeological dig underneath. They dug all the way down to the ground. And you know what they found? They found that the society that predated the patriarchal society was one of a matriarchy. It's called the Cattle-Hayek Society, where women were actually in leadership, and there is so much information on that society. They even had the best archaeological blueprints, and they were actually thriving until men got in their feelings and decided they wanted to, mutiny because they were being castrated for their service. Now, back to what you said about Africa. Let's talk about the Moors, because the Moors actually led the whole entire world in science and intellect and everything else before the tools of Christianity were used to dismantle the whole entire people. Now, have African American and African people made missteps trusting their colonizers throughout the years? Absolutely. But to say they had no value, see, that's when you're a race traitor and you're disingenuous. Let's not even talk about Queen Isabella, who actually sent Christopher Columbus and Amerigo Vespucci across the seas in order to discover the Americas as it stands. But I forgot you said women can't lead. The reality is you're just a person that's incensed by the fact that women actually stood in leadership, and you want everything to be about a man. And as Quantum said in the chat, men have always led the people into the Great Reset. Underneath the leadership of men, there is always a ridiculous war where innocent lives are spilled and resources are categorically wasted across continents over centuries. But you men, y'all just know everything. And at the end of the day, at the bottom line of your diatribe is this: women actually sat in leadership, regardless if you feel that they were diversity hires or not. And you're backpedaling and pussy popping over your earlier statement when you said that women could not sit in leadership. You can at least have the chagrin to say, you know what, I was wrong. But that's something that's too above you. Sir.
Okay, how about this? Okay. Andrea, can you do me a favor real quick? Andrea, are you still there? Andrea, can you do me a favor?
Yes, chaotic. I got kids too. Remember that. Remember, I belong in the kitchen. Okay, that's what you said. Okay.
Andrea, do me.
I belong in the kitchen.
Andrea,
I belong in the kitchen with the kids. Okay.
Andrea, can you do me a favor, Andrea? Can you do me a favor?
Yes, chaotic.
I don't know if Rob B will cam up and do this, but I just want to make sure nobody Googles anything, right? Can you do me a favor, Andrea?
Yes, I got kids.
Who's Macy Jameson?
I don't know who she is.
Okay, hold on for a second. Hold on. Who's Neil deGrasse Tyson?
He's the most world-renowned.
No.
scientist
I was asking Andrea because I can't see you, Robbie. I want to ask Andrea this question.
If I don't know who she is, I'm gonna get my sister to help me out.
No. But Andrea, listen to me. Listen,
like
Andrea.
I belong in the kitchen. I'm in the kitchen.
Give me a second.
You ain't supposed to know that you in the kitchen.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Andrea, can you do me a favor? Can you name me the black lady that became the first black lady recently to be a mission specialist on the space station?
I don't know, chaotic.
Okay.
Can God help me?
No, wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Now, Robbie is talking all these great things about the Moors and all this achievement that they did. I just named to you Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is the most famous astrophysicist in the country. You didn't know who he was. I just asked you to name to me, who is Macy Jameson? You didn't have a clue. She's the first black female astronaut. Now, I just asked, hold on for a second. Now, wait a minute. I find it fascinating that black people, we love talking about the greatness of the ancient Egyptians and all this nonsense. But we can't even name people who exist right now who are famous, but everybody can name me Beyonce, Cardi B, etc. So what I'm saying is that no, you guys, listen, you guys are upset about what I say about things that happened 1,000 years ago because you were brainwashed into believing in this fictional shit that happened, like, you know, that happened years ago. But we can't even name current blacks right now who are prominent, who are intellectuals now. So that just lets me.
You just told me I belong in the damn kitchen. So if I'm in the kitchen,
Now,
I didn't know you were going to ask me a question. Hold on a minute. I didn't know you were going to ask me some questions that I don't even know. I belong in the kitchen.
I was quiet. Was I not quiet, Andrea? I was
okay,
quiet.
but you said I belong in the kitchen, so I was in the kitchen with the kids.
Andrea, you do belong in the kitchen, but what I'm saying is that what I'm saying
you know what?
is that
it is Google on my damn phone. If I don't know, I can Google this. I can Google.
I know, but my argument is that you guys know all these things about Harriet Tubman, about Cleopatra, people who lived thousands of years ago. Mm-hmm. For all we know, could be fictional fairy tale stories. But you don't know about Macy Jameson. You don't know about Neil deGrasse Tyson. You don't know about S. James Gates, another black astrophysicist. You don't know about any other black mathematicians and scientists. But supposedly what Robbie said was the Moors were all these great scientists and all this stuff. Well, how come you can't name anybody currently then?
I see how because you asked her and you didn't ask me.
Maybe the Moors didn't do shit. And maybe
I'm mad because you should have asked my sister because I was in the kitchen. Like you said, I belong in the damn kitchen. So I was helping my kids. How come Rock can't answer the question? She can Google it if she wants to.
Because she's not cammed up. She can Google it right now.
She's not cammed up.
Nobody knows.
I be cammed up to answer the question.
I'm about to go on mute.
And now you're getting mad too. I thought you were better than this chaotic.
Hold on, Andrea. Who's Ross Brewer? Chaotic. Who's David Rawlinson? Who's Robert Redford? Who's Frank Claiborne? Who's Marvin Ellison? Who's the Sunda Brown Duckheads?
Were they son from Motown?
Who are they? You tell me.
Were they son from Motown? I don't know who these people are, but who are they?
I mean, you said you invest. You said you know Fortune 500 companies. There are just only 5 black people in the top Fortune 500 companies.
Well, Marvin Ellison, yeah, he's a okay.
Rise Brewer.
So you don't know everything either, chaotic.
I got him. Rise Brewer is the CEO of Walgreens Boots Alliance. David Rawlinson is one of the newest entrants on the list as the president and CEO of
the Fortune 500 companies are dominated by white.
Is the CEO of the real estate company Compass. Frank Claiborne is another new entrant as the CEO of IFF. Marvin Ellison
I know who
has
Marvin
the rare
Ellison
distinction of being the only black executive to have CEO position over 2 different Fortune 500 companies.
What about it?
What about it?
It's 5 companies out of 500.
Kasunda Duggett is the CEO of
It's 5 companies out of 500 companies.
But you said you know the Fortune 500 companies.
I know all the Fortune 500. No, I did not say that.
If there's only 5 black people on that list, you should know them. You said you invest. I invest.
I do invest,
I know everything about
the
Fortune 500. That's what you said.
I do.
That's
invest.
what you said. That's what you said. So how you don't know the
do
5 black people on the list?
Companies there are,
How you don't know you don't know the 5 black people on the list though? Because you're a race trader. Because you're not proud of your people. You know all the white people on the list, but you don't know any of the black people on the list. Period. Period. You don't never have anything positive to say about black people because you're a race trader. Because you hate yourself.
There's only one NASA. How come you didn't know the first black female astronaut? There's 500.
I knew who Neil Tyson DeGrasse was. I knew who Neil Tyson DeGrasse was, but
you didn't know who Neil deGrasse Tyson was.
You didn't want to ask me no questions because I'm not jammed up.
But ma'am,
so
you're talking about
what I know and what I don't because you didn't ask no questions. But the questions that were asked of you, you didn't have no answers for.
Ma'am, there's one NASA.
So I'm in the kitchen.
500 companies are Fortune 500 companies, man. There are thousands of publicly traded companies. You expect me to know all of them? All the CEOs?
You can't know 5 black people. It's only 5. That's too hard.
I asked you about one black woman that's in NASA.
You asked about a couple black people, but you ain't know 5 in the space that you invest.
You're talking about 500 companies.
You ain't investing in the black companies. You ain't trying to be pro-black and lift up the black people by investing in their Fortune 500 companies because you were very dismissive when I said black people was in the Fortune 500 companies.
No, I wasn't.
I came up here.
No, I was not.
Yeah, you was. Yeah, you was.
Why would I be dismissive? Why would I be dismissive about black
look at that smile. You so adorable. You so adorable. Did your mama used to pinch your cheeks? At the end of the day, you was dead ass wrong.
Yeah, she did used to pinch my cheeks.
I know. At the end of the day, you was dead ass wrong. You was dead ass wrong. You was dead ass wrong, and it is what it is. I don't give a fuck about your message. Your message could be whatever it is, but stop coming out here and telling lies. If you are speaking your truth, then speak in truth. Stop embellishing and trying to be inflammatory because
I have a right to free speech. Chef Shapiro let me on here. I have a right to talk.
You have a right to free speech, and you never know when me or butterflies like me will swoop down.
You're not a butterfly, ma'am. You're a human being. You're not a butterfly.
And expose your motherfucking lies.
You can't expose me, ma'am. I don't expose. I'm very upfront.
Because I just did.
No, you didn't, ma'am. You actually named 5 CEOs out of 500.
Because I just did. And you didn't know not one.
Ma'am, you actually named 5 CEOs, and there's only actually is one current black CEO of Fortune 500 right now.
Actually,
you're wrong on that.
All 5 of them are current.
No, Marvin Ellison retired a few years ago, ma'am. You know that. Look it up again.
Actually, he didn't.
Look it, ma'am. Look it up again, ma'am.
Actually, he didn't. And that's
okay, go ahead,
ma'am.
You got the floor.
And try to diminish what other people are saying instead of them conceding the fucking point. And that's the part where I can't respect nothing you talking about. Now I'm gonna have to embarrass your ass again because he's retired, right?
Yeah.
He's retired, right? Chef, can you share the screen? You know I love this shit. I could do this shit for hours, all motherfucking day long. It ain't nothing. Can you share the screen, Chef, please? Now you said he was retired, right? Now this particular article comes from May 30th. 2022. May 30th was just yesterday. Oh my God, it was just yesterday.
What does this have to do with anything? You're showing me the CEOs. Okay.
They're not retired though. You said he was retired though, right? This article was just done yesterday, but you say he was retired, but he's not. But he's not. And again, it's another lie exposed. It's another lie exposed because you always talking shit on black people, but you be speaking in error.
Man, what does this have to do with what we're talking about? We're talking. Okay, you
showing how ratchet
ma'am, you
are.
Proved your point. Well, black CEOs. I never said there wasn't.
You are because you be lying.
Ma'am, I never said there wasn't black CEOs. Of course, it's black C-suite executives.
Yes,
no, I never said that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. When I said stop talking about black people like that.
Ma'am, I have never said.
Ma'am, you said, no, there's not because I know the Fortune 500 companies very well because I invest in a Fortune 500 company.
Ma'am, I've done live streams on black CEOs.
That's what you said. That's what you said. And if you did a live stream on them, then why you didn't know their name when it was mentioned today? There you go, lying again. There you go, there you go, there you go. Telling lies all over.
Ma'am, I never said that there wasn't any Fortune 500 CEOs that are black. I never said that.
You just said there wasn't any.
I never said that, ma'am. How about this? Prove it to me by time stamping it.
I'm not going to give you shit. You just
okay, Rob. Okay, how about this? Chef?
You go back and run it back.
Time stamp it when I said that. I never said that.
You just a lie, and that's why I come on every
time.
Ma'am,
I never said that there wasn't any Fortune 500 CEOs that were black.
Yes, you did, because you was talking about how
ghetto I didn't, ma'am.
And then you said there was no black Fortune 500 people. And
no, I never said that, ma'am.
I never said that. You know everything about Fortune 500
didn't say that, ma'am.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Victor, didn't he say it?
You know what? I have a problem with chaotic.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, what's your problem, Andrea? What's your problem?
You said black women got tattoos. No, I have tattoos.
No, I said I did not say all black women have.
Say it again, Kaya. I want you to say what you said.
I did not say all black women have.
You go ahead with what you said about black women with the tattoos. Go ahead and say it.
I did not say all black women had tattoos. I said
no. You said like we ain't nobody because we got tattoos.
I never said you were not nobody, ma'am. I did not say that.
Say what you said. Now be quiet. Go ahead and repeat what you said about black women with tattoos.
Ma'am, tattoos are a representation of prostitution. That's how they've always been viewed in society. Yes.
But y'all can have tattoos all over.
I don't have tattoos, man.
I guess you a man. I guess you a man and you can have tattoos, but women can't have tattoos.
I am just telling you what tattoos.
What?
Cytosaurus.
Do you have any tattoos, Chaotic? Do you have any tattoos?
I have no tattoos, ma'am.
Okay, so what?
Cytosaurus tattoos are for prostitution.
Tattoos were always a symbol for prostitution.
No, they weren't. They were tribal.
What are you talking about? They've always been a symbol for prostitution.
Why? Show us. Heard that. I'm from Missouri, the show me state. Show me.
Yeah, I have never heard of the tattoos
make me a believer.
Ma'am,
I don't even have no tattoos, but make me a believer,
ma'am,
right now,
ma'am.
Cite your source.
Ma'am,
it's a form of art. It's a form of art.
It's not a form of art. It is.
Yes, it is.
Ma'am,
yes, it is.
Cite your source.
Ma'am, to you, it's a form of art. Fine, we can agree to disagree. But to me, I do not. If my wife doesn't have any tattoos, I prefer
that's
not
your wife. That's your wife. You don't want her to have tattoos. That's what y'all want. If my man is okay with my tattoo, I'm a guy getting right. Put it on my own damn body. He don't own me. He don't own me. I might be his wife, but he don't own me.
Ma'am, you should get your tattoo removed. It's you should not scarify your body at your age. No.
That's according to you. That's according to you.
Ma'am.
That I'm a grown ass woman. If I want a tattoo,
I'm not calling.
Why you don't know? That's why you don't know.
Why is everything related back to you?
I let you talk. Why is it related back to you? I got a tattoo. Let me tell you something chaotic. If you want to know about my tattoo, the reason I got a tattoo, God rest my soul. My mother is gone. I put her on my chest. I wear her every motherfucking day, and my kids are on my back because I wanted to. That's my God-given right. And the last time I checked, what man has a right to tell me if prostitution got to do with my tattoo? Are you kidding me? That's what's wrong with some of y'all black men.
Ma'am,
I just want to know.
I'm not talking to you, ma'am. I'm just saying that me personally, just chaotic. I don't rock with women.
That's personally.
Hold on, Andrea, because you have said that tattoos are a sign of prostitution.
Absolutely,
tattoos are a sign of mental illness, and
yes, mental illness, prostitution.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. I'm asking for. Hold on. I'm asking for a site. Cite a source.
Ma'am, this is not a college course. I'm not citing any source from any academic journal.
So then you're just telling you
what the chaotic truth thinks. Whether you believe it or not, that's fine. The title is Classy Bougie Ratchet. Why can't I give my opinion about that title? I'm not trying to talk about y'all on the panel. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
I'm asking you for a source because you're saying,
ma'am, I'm not giving you a source. How about that? How about this? Robbie? You're right. Robbie,
I can pull up sources.
You're right.
You're out here speaking black women tattoos that do with prostitution and everything else.
They have something.
Where's it at? Show me. Show me the Bible. Show me in the whatever. Show me.
Andrea.
Yes, chaotic.
I don't believe that you are a prostitute. I don't believe that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that tattoos with women were,
in your opinion,
were seen just as recent as the 90s as either of mental instability or prostitution. They were frowned upon in the 90s. I don't care what men have, ma'am.
Okay, so you say, let's keep it always funky. Are you saying men got mental health problems, tattoos all over their body? Just ask the question,
ma'am. Generally speaking,
don't call me ma'am because you're being condescending right now. I don't like that shit.
I'm being condescending by calling you ma'am.
Being condescending, then I know.
What do you want me to call you then? Okay, Andrea.
My name is Andrea. Name it, Andrea. Thank you.
Andrea.
I think she will prefer Mrs.
I'm not calling her Mrs. I will call her the name right here. Andrea, again, you are taking this personal. Ma'am, Andrea, I've gone to panels where women say some of the most craziest and outrageous things about men, I don't get offended. The title here is Classy, Bougie, Ratchet. And
I was there when we made it.
And I'm telling you as a man what I like. What does that have to do with
According to you, chaotic. According to you, chaotic. According to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
according
fine.
to me.
According
I keep
to you.
saying that. Yes, according to me. So why do you keep on reverting things back to yourself?
When you say women, I'm a woman and I got tattoos. When you say it's because
when people say black men are violent, I don't give a shit because I'm black, but I know I'm not violent. So what the fuck do I care if somebody says black men are violent for? When I know partially it's
when
true,
you already trying to tell the black men you say leaders, women belong in the kitchen. That's that bullshit.
You do belong in the kitchen.
I don't belong in nobody's. I don't belong in nowhere ever I want. Did you hear what Mr. Best said? What's best for your family might not be best for my family. See, that's called freedom of choice in America. We live in America. Freedom of choice.
Okay. Everything you're saying, Andrea, everything you're saying is right. Okay, everything you're saying is right.
If I may. All I know is my mother worked at General Motors for over 30 years. She gave her body, her sweat, her blood, her tears to make my life the way it is right now. I live in a healthy life. I'm married with a wife and 2 kids. My life is great. Now anything else comes with that, it's a blessing. That's all I got. And it was because of a woman. My father, he passed away when I was 14. And my mom had to wear the pants and the apron. And she did what she did, and she taught me how to respect a woman. That's all I know is how to respect a woman. I'm not going to call a woman out of her first name. I'm gonna say ma'am or Mrs. That's the respect level. I don't know what else to add to that.
Hey, I already said women belong in the kitchen. See, he told me I belong in the kitchen. And so you say your mama was she had General Motors working because your father is gone. See, it's so funny to me how black men always say they're leaders and all that bunch of bullshit. But your mama had to be a leader. She had to be a leader, okay, and working and taking care of the household. So she was mama and daddy in that house. I'm just asking some questions. Was I wrong? Is my assessment wrong?
And if Harriet Tubman did not, if Harriet Tubman was so protected by, hear me out, was it strong black men or was it people who were still enslaved? Riddle me that. How are you going to be protected by men who didn't even know right from left, up from down?
You can have it. You can have it. Woman. He called her a fat woman. I believe she wasn't that fat. She wasn't that big. So how was she fat? I'm just confused. And who you calling fat according to chaotic? Because everything is according to chaotic. He ain't got that to be fat. She wasn't a fat black woman, and it's disrespectful when you say that. It's like you want to push us back in the 60s, and we ain't going there. We building black men. We nurture. We the one who is there on the first line. Are you? Half of the black men ain't paying their damn child support. Half of the black men ain't going to school. Last time I checked, black women are educated more than black men are. Why is that? If they supposed to be the leaders, why is black women not educated?
Because Harriet Tubman images definitely don't show her as black.
Hey, Rob, what didn't they want her on a $20 bill?
They did.
Yes, they do.
Chef, can you share the screen? I want to say Harriet Tubman's not fat.
You guys want a slave on a $20 bill. Guys, I'm out of here. Thanks, Chef. Andrea, Robbie, we on Like Nation. Thanks, man. Be happy just being slaves and living in the past.
We don't have a slave mentality.
Chef, salute to you, sir.
I don't think he believes.
That's fine. Thank you for having me on the panel.
I don't think he believes
what he's saying. He's want a slave on a $20 bill.
I don't think you believe what you're saying, Chaotic. I don't think you believe what you're saying. I just think you're playing a role.
Be happy being slaves. You're being slaves.
No, I think you're playing a role. I don't believe what you're saying.
I'm not playing a role, sir. Why on earth would you want a damn slave on a $20 bill?
I think you want black people to strive.
Why do you want Aunt Jemima on a $20 bill?
To be in a better position. You're just angry right now. I understand it, bro. I'm with you, brother. You my brother.
Hey man, I'm
You're
out
just
of here.
angry. You are just angry, my nigga.
I have a good one.
You're just angry. I get it. You see all the crime and all the destruction and everywhere else. You're just playing a role. It's YouTube. You would never go to a neighborhood like that and talk all that rubberish. You would never do that. You're just playing a role. You trying to get the bag. You trying to get the bag. Bravo. Bravo.
But Chef, can you share that screen? Yeah, he did. Because I want to show a point of fact again. Regardless of what he says about the images of Harriet Tubman, in none of her images is she fat.
Fat. She's not fat.
I know he couldn't, Roychus. You know what's funnier? There are some instances where women have been marked by tattoos in human trafficking and by being pimped out. But the point for him to sit there and say that is the only purpose. And you guys see Harriet Tubman was very thin. I don't know what picture he's talking about with the shotgun. There is multiple images of Harriet Tubman from the womb to the tomb. Well, not from the womb, but you understand what I'm saying. Throughout her life journey, and she was not fat. She was a very slender black woman that lit the lamp that helped our people to get free. But at the point, I asked him for a site. See, because when you're having these conversations and people don't agree, you have to be able to cite sources. What you've noticed in this conversation is everything that I said, I was able to cite a source. I can even pull up descriptions if I need to. But you don't sit there and spread a message of chaos to people who may not be very adept at thinking quickly on their feet and press that as the gospel. Facts, Roychess. See, if you're going to say something, stand in the truth that you're in. See, that's when you ratchet, when you just talking to be talking and you can't put nothing behind it. Period. And I don't respect that dude because he is quick to want to disrespect black people. Oh, disrespect my people. Just like that whole slick ass comment about George Floyd. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what George Floyd did before the police brutalized him and took away his life. He didn't get the opportunity to go through the criminal justice system and serve his time to society. He had his flame extinguished. And that is what the fight is about. So if you're going to fight for the people, then fight for the people and learn how to put your emotions to the side. And when people are emotional, I will give them all that smoke and all that fire and kill their story and their truth with raw honesty, which he couldn't take, which is why he left. Period.
Andrea, I want to apologize. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is We Unlock Nation with the We Unlock Nation. What's up, Chef? I apologize to you and your crew and everything.
How you doing?
I was supposed to introduce myself. I just couldn't take this clown, man. It just hurts my
head. I belong in the kitchen. You know, I don't know that stuff, but I belong in the kitchen. I was in the kitchen making some kids food. Okay.
That's funny because people who are in the kitchen actually have franchises. Ooh. And make money hand over fist. Ooh. And are owners, actually. We have actual owners, especially here in Las Vegas, who are black women.
I'm an adopted mom and a foster mom. I had to make my kids something to eat. He said I belong in the kitchen. I'm just saying. He said I belong in the kitchen. So I was doing my duties and my kids. They was hungry.
Men, women are very powerful. You just don't know who they are and what they are because of your belief. Robbie, who was the former kickboxer that I named like a couple of days ago that I showed? Well, you showed me the picture of the former kickboxer.
Frida Gibbs.
Frida Gibbs. I want everybody to look up Frida Gibbs and what she had dedicated and what she accomplished over the years. I want you to look at Michael Jai White and what he's doing with his wife and his daughters, along with his son, and making women into warriors. Riddle me that, Batman.
Yeah, that's the cheetah. That's the cheetah. The cheetah, she goes hard. The cheetah goes hard.
And Chef, I get what you were saying or whatever, but it's the disrespect for me. And you said we was up here having a good time, cooling. I can't tolerate that level of disrespect. Worry about your own woman instead of telling other women what they're supposed to be doing. Have your house in order.
Yeah, before you try to pick up mine.
You know, so I wanna address that, Raw. I'm gonna say this. Maybe it's because of my previous communication with him and my previous interaction with him. A lot of times we, no matter how good we are, like Michael Jordan, if you took him to the Christmas show, you know, the Christmas talent show at middle school, he probably wouldn't have been shit. He probably couldn't sing a note. If you took him to the science fair, you probably wouldn't even know who he is. They put a ball in his hand during clutch time. And that was his particular ministry. When I look at somebody like Truth, Chaotic Truth, I know for a fact, because I got homies that's trolls, you know what I mean? I know for a fact that the message that he comes with, it's created to incense you. It's created to ruffle your feathers. It's created to get up under your skin and to challenge naturally perceived thoughts. If somebody thinks that certain naturally or previously perceived thoughts may be some of the thoughts that's holding you down, what's going to happen is they potentially will challenge those thoughts. There's conversations where I believe that if you actually had seen him in conversation, you would think that he's right, because what I would say is this, in terms of the kind of woman that Andrea is, in terms of the kind of woman that, within my brief knowledge of you, that I see, you know, that you are. He's not speaking to you. I don't think he's speaking to you, Raw. I don't think he's speaking to you, Andrea. I think he's speaking to city girls. I think he's speaking to the hot girl summer movement. I think he's speaking to the black version of Girls Gone Wild.
Well, maybe it's his approach. That's why.
But that's their thing. There's people that come in on some bullshit. David Chappelle, his approach is.
But it's two different things, Chef. It's the
Bill
message.
Burr.
It's the message and the messenger. Maybe black women might listen to Chaotic if he wasn't a messy bitch. Like I said it. Maybe it's the tone that you use with us. Maybe it's the condescending way that he talks to us. Maybe it's just the way he talks to us. We don't like it. And you know what?
Question for you. I'm gonna ask you.
Hold on a minute, brother.
I was quiet for a minute.
You come at me, hold on a minute. The way you come at me, I can hear you. I can hear you because you don't come at me in a condescending way. I can hear you because your delivery is different. It's different. I'm just saying. I ain't gonna listen to somebody coming at me the way he come at me. It's two different things. It's the message and the messenger. What do we say about Jamal Bryant? What do we say about Jamal Bryant? What do we say about? Hold on a minute.
I know. I heard all of that. You're gonna bring. I mean, I told you about that, and I brought that up. That's not what I'm saying, though. This is. Hear me out.
Okay.
Forget your. Excuse me. Oh, when I say this, y'all gonna say, because you can't say forget. I gotta say it like this. Fuck your feelings, right? Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
Who gives a fuck about the attitude and delivery of the doctor that's giving you the medication that you need to keep you alive? You're not going to take your medicine because your doctor's an asshole, but you know he happens to be a doctor. Remember, bedside manner is his responsibility. But at the end of the day, remember one of your statements that you made over the course of the past 10 days, and it was the one that was the most consistent. You said, Chef, so the question is, you got a problem with the message or you got a problem with the messenger? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So now it comes down to this. You got a problem with the message or you got a problem with the messenger? Because guess what? The people that he's talking down ain't you. You're a mom. You are a wife. You take care of children who don't have parents. You take stress off of the system. You take stress off of our taxes and you give children love. You're not no career foster mom that just takes them in, get the bread and go. You adopt those children. They become your children.
Chef.
He ain't talking to you, Andrea. He's talking to the others, but he's speaking from the mindset of a man.
Chef.
Does all of his ethos and his method, I got you, Ro. Does all of his ethos and his method, do I agree with everything? Every movement? No. The thing is, though, as I move and I see things happen and I see in different arenas, what I notice is that in order to get up under the skin, you have to cut the skin in order to create a deeper resonance of that message. And because I spent majority of my life in the music industry, I recognize artistry, delivery. There's painters that use paint. There's painters that use bones of dead people. There's artists that use actual shit and cow dung to create resonance within the message that they're trying to create. So the thing is, I don't think that he was making specific attack to anybody on the panel, but I do understand that the message that he was coming with and the way he was delivering it, it was rubbing folks the wrong way. But I believe that was his intent.
Okay, so now let me say this. Oh, I see. I already know I'm getting messages about it. It goes a little something like this. Like how quantum love metaphysicians say, when you are sitting there and you are speaking illogically and indefensively, saying that the Bible says you are ordained to do X, Y, and Z, when you are sitting there saying that tattoos irrevocably only mean prostitution and mental illness, when you are making talking points that are incorrect and you're asked to cite your sources and you cannot, it's a problem. When you are brought up Black excellence and you try to diminish it by saying that you are an investor in a Fortune 500 company, and then you don't even know the only five Black CEOs, CFOs in the whole Fortune 500 industry, but you're quick to say who is and who is not. That is a problem. And I don't give a damn if it is a city girl, and I don't give a damn if it is a little boy that's on the corner beatboxing, looking dirty as hell, doing whatever he got to do to survive. Because you know what? Jay-Z started off that way. Nas started off that way. T.I. started off that way. A lot of people start off that way. Now, when we get down to the kitchen and talking about leading the people, you're a chef, so you're going to understand this analogy very well. If you're in your kitchen and you're leading your crew and you tell your sous chef, you have to absolutely add 3 cups of flour to this recipe, but the recipe only calls for 1.5 cups. No matter what your intentions are, that recipe is always going to fail because the fundamentals of it were flawed and incorrect. And when he is speaking to the people, he is speaking from a place that is flawed and is incorrect. Now, I have told Chaotic Truth on several times, I actually think that he's a very brilliant young man. However, you cannot, when you have any measure of journalistic integrity, be coming out on platforms, giving your opinion, speaking your rhetoric, and speaking in error. If you know, when you go back and you watch, for everything I said, there was a source to be cited and shown, because I don't speak on things in error. When you sit there and say there are no female leaders, but again, in all of history, there are several. When you say that women aren't worth being listened to, and then you turn around and say, oh no, but I'm not talking to you. It is diminutive and it is unacceptable. Every single man, woman, and child has the right to free speech. They have the right to their expression. They have the right to be whoever they want to be. And what is not going to happen on my watch ever is for somebody to say that city girls can't say whatever they want to say, and Cardi B can't say whatever she want to say in her music. Nobody has to let their kids listen to it. That is personal accountability. But I'm not going to say because Cardi B makes a song that says WAP, that all Afro-Latina artists ain't crap and shouldn't be listened to. That all Afro-Latina women shouldn't be listened to at all. What he's saying is, of course, it's crafted to be inflammatory, but it is poison. It is the rhetoric of white supremacy. He is a race traitor and he is against the people. And as long as I have breath in my body, I am going to fight against all people that imbibe the spirit of William O'Neill, because Fred Hampton was doing his thing and William O'Neill facilitated his murder. And that is a William O'Neill walking amongst y'all. And see, what he does is when he's in a group of men, he tones all that shit down. He tones it down in his tune. Right, as soon as women come into the picture, then he's on some whole other stuff because he hates women, probably because his mother failed him. But at the end of the day, then when you add insult to injury too, by saying Harriet Tubman was a fat black woman that did nothing for the people, when her images clearly show that she was not. Let's me know you lie about her.
Sit her black ass down. Okay.
We know his things. He will lie about anything and say anything just to have a crowd. When you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. That is the most dangerous personality type in all of civilization. And he ain't gonna lead you black brothers nowhere but the hell.
All right. So let me do this. Oh, yeah, let me do this. Okay. Because at this point now, I'm taking my shit back from you uncivilized Negroes. No, I'm joking.
Listen, I came in here classy. We finna leave out.
Look, you left, you walked out of this bitch with your ball gun and your glass slippers. You came back in a ninja suit with an AK-47.
That part.
Hey, Steph, you left for 2 minutes, man, and she was like, "Oh yeah, who let this bitch nigga hit up?"
E-Black hit me in the back. He was like, "Yo." E-Black hit me in the back. He had hit me on the phone like, "Yo, damn, I came seeing this and you not on screen." He's like, "Shit, you can go make you a steak in the back, yo. They got it." So listen. So you got something to say, Vic? Because
give me 2 minutes. You know I'm already gone. I came back for a reason.
Because look, I actually had a curriculum, so I at least got to get one assignment in this bitch. So go ahead, son.
All right. So all I wanted to say is I'm terribly disappointed with you ladies. I'm so disappointed. And let me tell you why, okay?
The feelings held by Victor Free's music are not necessarily those of the show.
Nah. I take whatever shots come my way, but understand this. I don't know Raw like that, but I've heard of you, and I've heard high marks of you from people whose opinion I trust, and I've been in much conversation with our first lady here, Andrea. You know what I mean? So I know her level of intelligence and experience and life experience, and even her ability to communicate with anyone. So when I say I'm disappointed, I'll say this. I'm not disappointed in your opinions or even your reactions, but I am disappointed that you didn't articulate yourselves in a way that I felt. I put it like this, right? Mm-hmm. If I pull my gun and he pull his gun, and then we both decide we ain't ready to die today, we just want to fight, and we throw them shits on the ground, he throw his down, I'm gonna throw mine down, because my hand's just as good as my gun. So I felt like you came out with a gun because you seen him before. Raw, You seen him before. You had an on-site memo in your head already. You know what I'm saying?
I think I know what he's doing.
So I feel like if you watch the replay and play it back, you have the hand skills to go hands with him. And in a comparative analysis is you didn't need the insults. You didn't need to do all of the extras. You didn't need to cut him off and run him down and call him coon and say you can't say this and you can't say that. You can defeat him with facts. And if your facts are facts, let your facts stand. You didn't necessarily debate the facts. You debated the man. Nobody's concerned with the man. He could have been a white man for all I care. A racist motherfucker can tell me something about black people as long as it's true. So at the end of the day, Galatians 4:16 says, "Have I become your enemy that I tell you the truth?" What we talking about here, right? Let's say the tattoos, for instance.
Okay.
Andrea, you internalize that because it was personal to you, because your tattoos mean something different than what he stated. But when somebody's talking about an overarching point, they not pointing at you. He don't know how many tattoos you got. Can you see him on camera? I can't see him. So unless he knows something, then you know he's not talking to you directly. So what you did is you took up a flag for all women with tattoos. But in all honesty, it wasn't long ago that tattoos were seen as a negative thing for everyone. It would keep you from getting a job. That's why the term sleeve came out, because you didn't want it to stick past your fucking sleeve, because somebody in a business setting may see it and assume things about you, male or female. It was something a prison call. You understand? People who had done hard time, people who had been through shit, gangsters wore tattoos, not women really much at all. And the only women that did, them was some tough women, and they had seen and done some shit. So whether they was prostitutes, I don't know that. But at the end of the day, it was not common to see women with sleeves and tattoos. Now it is 2022.
That's not true.
You understand what I'm saying? I understand that times and things change, but it doesn't make the points that he's making invalid.
Actually,
you understand what I'm saying? Now, when you talk about something specific like Harriet Tubman, the point that he was making, whether you are incensed by the fact that he's talking about Harriet Tubman, because if you watch Knowledge and Relationships when he was on there, I came and gave it up. You understand? Because I was not feeling what he was saying. And I felt like we on Loc Nation said, hey, bro, you putting on. You don't really believe what you said. Those were my exact words. He don't believe that shit. But at the end of the day, he made a fair point. In general, we can list all of these people in history that we may draw inspiration from or take pride in, but in all actuality, we're not as versed in the people who are living now that we should be giving more flowers to.
But he wasn't versed. And that's the point. And like I said, hold tight, because you didn't talk a minute. You had a lot to say about my opinion. So let me clarify for you. Tattoos actually are prehistoric in nature. I know you kept falling on and off the chat, so you might have missed a lot of the conversation. So I do hope that you go back and watch the replay, read the chat too, and catch the history. It's not just limited to prison sleeves and gangsters. That's just something they want you to believe. It's actually tribal in nature. Number one. Number two, I know I could afford him in a hand fight. I didn't want to. He deserves to get a full AK spray every time, because everything he's spitting is poisonous rhetoric to the people. He's talking about that we're not well versed in the people that we should know. But you heard good and damn well that he said wasn't no black people in the Fortune 500 company. And I pulled out the 5 black CEOs. He tried to say the man was retired. The article was written yesterday. Because I actually do invest and I stay on top of articles. And he knew not one single person. He asked about people in current events that are participating in science and aeronautics, and he didn't want to ask me because I'm not on camera. He wanted to direct his questions to Andrea. See, I know a coward, a yellow belly snake when I see one. Now, because I'm a woman, you expect for me to be all delicate and nice and say it ever so kindly. Meanwhile, he's disrespecting all of the Black women in the land. And my sisters may not have the knowledge base, and my sisters may not have that fight within them. But not only is one of my goddess names Hera, the other one is Eris. I'm the whole goddess of war. And what it needs to be in these whole streets is people need to stop letting people with that type of rhetoric just slither on around and say whatever it is that they want to say because a small, minute, innocuous point of whatever they're saying could potentially be true. Because you could say that to everybody else, but you can't say that to me when I actually know the history. Just like when he said women can't be leaders, and I pulled up massive lists of women leaders. Oh, well, women were just given that power. It was a diversity hire. Just always being diminutive, because he cannot live in the truth. See, I don't have debates with people that can't even pull up a source, that can't verify any of the information that they spitting on, because they're not talking from a place of logic. What they're trying to do is shoot emotional rounds. So since we want to shoot emotional rounds, I'm going to call it exactly how I see it. I'm going to call it spade a spade. That's a coon right there. That's a Sambo right there. That's a William O'Neill right there. That's a person that anyway. But that's a person that in real life would never talk none of the stuff that he's talking on the internet. But the reality is, if I met you face to face, the same conversation we having right now, I will have with you face to face. Because it's not bullshit over here. It's all real over here. I don't got no respect for no bullshit niggas, period, on my father's grave.
Word. And those symbols that he was in those tattoos, I want to know, is Dwayne Johnson a hoe? Is his cousin Roman Reigns a hoe? Is his whole family a hoe?
That's Samoan. That's part of their culture. You know that.
It's part of all cultures, though.
It's part of all culture. It's part of all culture.
It ain't been a part of Black culture. So let's not jump out the window and start playing technicalities, because I can't stand that shit against Black people, because we play that technicality fucking game, start talking that shit about shit we ain't never seen, that we seen in a book somewhere. Talk about what you seen. If you want to talk about, no, hold on, TV time out. If we talking about what's going on in 2022, let's not jump back and fucking forth. Because that's when people start adding in shit. And then you say, okay, that's bullshit, because we got a whole bunch of shit that we can't prove and we can't get nowhere. Because then everybody says, well, each to his own. Do that shit in your household. And if it's each to his own, then it ain't no fucking community, because there's no common ground. So if in my household, we play Cardi B and we say fuck them niggas, and anybody gets caught slipping gonna get got. And that's what it is. We feel like, oh, y'all some suckers and some weak niggas, and we gonna eat off of you. Every time you come up, we come up too, nigga. You see what I'm saying? You see how that don't serve the community? It don't matter what each to us individuals think. It's what we can have a common ground on. What can we say that we agree on?
We can't.
That's why I say, if you can admit that brother Chaotic is an intelligent brother, then find where you align.
In my opinion, intelligent brother.
I just said, if you can admit that, listen, brother, you're not listening. That's why I'm speaking to her. What I'm saying is that if she just said that she can admit that that is what he is an intelligent brother, then you acknowledge that first. But what you did is you found the place where you disagree, because that triggered you based on you thinking that he's pressing out poison amongst the community. No, but what I am saying is that if you find a common ground,
I don't have to find a common ground.
Then you can help him build, because what you're not gonna do is shut him up. That's what you're not gonna do.
We ain't trying to shut him up. We just want to give.
Hold on, y'all. This is a teaching moment. Because if you want to find a common ground with a liar, that is your God-given inalienable right. But back to what you said about Africans not having a tribal history with tattoos. Tattoos were also, you did say that. You said it wasn't part of Black culture.
I said I didn't say that.
You said that, sir. When
I'm talking about recent culture. I'm talking about recent culture. I'm talking about Black American culture.
Learn about our
You're not talking about African. Y'all said he ain't Black enough.
Repeat it.
If black people got tattoos now, it is a part of the culture. What is the origin story? The origin story is that
Did your grandmother or grandfather have tattoos in America?
My grandparents didn't have tattoos in America
What the
because
fuck
they're
you
not
talking
from.
about? Mine didn't either. So if we going
I'm
past the
sorry,
third, if
but
we going past the third generation, what are we
you
talking about?
you cut me off. You cut me off. You cut me off.
I did.
My grandparents didn't have tattoos in America because my grandparents aren't from America. But in any event, African Americans having tattoos has been part of the history forever. And this was something that was actually written on February 27th of 2022. And tattooed women were key religious practitioners in their communities, you know, and they also did have that on the mummies of Deir el Medina. Now, not only that,
What do we read?
my family is also heavy in religion. So when you want to talk about, you know, Galatians 4, let's talk about Revelations 16. Then I heard a loud voice from the temple, and it said to the seven angels, "Go and pour out the seven bowls of God's anger on the earth." The first angel left, and he poured out his bowl on the land. Then all of those who had the mark of the beast and who worshiped this idol got swords that were ugly and painful. The second angel poured out his bowl onto the sea. Then the seas became blood, like dead men's blood, and everything living in the sea died. The third angel poured out his bowl on the rivers and the springs of waters, and the rivers and the springs of waters became blood. And then I heard the angel of the waters say to God, "You are the one who is and who always was. You are the Holy One. You are right in these judgments you have made. These people have spilled the blood of your holy people and your prophets. Now you have given those people blood to drink. This is what they deserve." And I heard the altar say, "Yes, Lord God all-powerful, your judgments are true and right." The fourth angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and the sun was given power to burn the people with fire. And the people were burned by the great heat. They cursed the name of God who had control over these plagues, but they refused to change their hearts and lives and give glory to God. The fifth angel poured out his bowl on the throne of the beast, and the darkness covered the beast's kingdoms. People bit their tongues because of the pain. They cursed the God of heaven because of their pain and the sores they had, but they refused to change their hearts and turn away from the evil things they did. The sixth angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and the water in the river was dried up. This prepared the way for the rulers from the east to come. And then I saw three evil spirits that looked like frogs, and they came out of the mouth of a dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. These evil spirits are spirits of demons. They have powers to do miracles. They go out to the rulers of the whole world to gather them for battle on the great day of God all-powerful. Listen, I will come at a time you don't expect, like a thief. Great blessings belong to those who stay awake and keep their clothes with them. They will not have to go without clothes and be ashamed for people to see them. Then the evil spirits gathered the rulers together to the place that that in Hebrew is called Armageddon. And the seventh angel poured out his bowl into the air. Then a loud voice came out of the temple from the throne, and it said, "It is finished." Then there were big flashes of lightning, noise, thunder, and a big earthquake. This was the worst earthquake that has ever happened since people have been on the earth. And the great city split into three parts. The cities of the nations were destroyed, and God did not forget to punish Babylon the Great. He gave that city the cup filled with the wine of his terrible anger. Every island disappeared, and there were no more mountains. Giant hailstones fell on the people from the sky, and these hailstones weighed almost 100 pounds each. People cursed God because of this plague of the hail. It was terrible. So when we looking at false prophets, you have to call them out, because that's what God
I don't know. You still reading, or is this you talking?
This is me talking now. You have to call out the false prophets, because that's what God said to do. Number one. Number two, black people are the originators. Race is not a real thing. It is a social construct. The oldest bones ever were found in the Garden of Egypt. They were Lucy. And white people's skin tone is actually a lack of melanin. It is an anomaly. So don't tell me anything about what black people created. Everybody that's walking on this earth is black because they came from a black woman.
Okay.
Get into it.
Okay. I like the floor back, please. So, the point that I was making is because my brother KS says something
that I wanted to evoke right now. It's called sign language, right? And I hate to put it out now because I'm not red pill. That's not what I do. Matter of fact, I'm a stark defender of black women and black people in general. But shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. And where we get stuck a lot of time as black people in general, not just women, is the need to be right. And we support it with insults and shame. And I don't think that is beneficial to the conversation, because the overarching conversation is, are these things that we're doing, no matter their origin, are they beneficial or are they detrimental to what we're doing or where we're trying to go? Because we're talking about the future. We can't redo the past. Hang on just a moment. I need this minute.
Okay.
We're not talking about the past, but we're talking about the future of where we're going, right? So I'm gonna show you how this happens in technicality, right? Because technicalities is irrelevant, because we could do that shit all night to talk about who can prove what point, and we still won't get anywhere. So what we're talking about, is it more beneficial for women to take a more dominant or to take ownership about what's going on in the kitchen and the nutrition of the black family as a whole? And I think that can only be beneficial, no matter how ignorant somebody poses the thought. That shit was retarded, and he always saying shit to Pope, but sometimes, so what? Who gives a fuck? Okay, he's stupid, so what? He offended you, so what? He insulted somebody. People gonna say insulting shit. People who mean people who mean
so what?
People who mean more harm, you know what I'm saying, can say nicer shit, and people who mean less of a benefit to our people, you know what I'm saying, can present it in a way that, put it like this. I'm gonna read this to you, and I'm gonna show you my point right quick, right? Since you read something, I'm gonna read something for you. This is Leviticus 19:28. Ye shall not make any cuttings, because that's also African tradition, in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am the Lord. The end. So at the end of the day, if we're going to look for a Bible for support, we got to acknowledge the whole thing. So let's not go into religion, right? Because religion means that I'm imposing what my belief structure is upon you about something that I can't necessarily definitively prove to you to make you believe that, right? Because you have the choice to believe in Allah or nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you, whatever you believe in. So our common ground ain't in religion. Our common ground is to say that,
and that's the problem.
Is it beneficial? Is it beneficial for our children to listen to Cardi B? Is it beneficial for our people to be tattooed to the max? Is it beneficial for our women to completely abandon the nutrition of the family? Is it more beneficial that our young boys walk around with their fucking pants hanging down past their ass? I gotta concede the points that I gotta concede. If I disagree, I disagree. Harriet Tubman, I don't agree. Leave that shit alone, bro. Cut that shit. Let's talk about something that's helpful.
Okay, so now I'm gonna read you another scripture, and I'm gonna respond to what you had to say. Hold on.
Is that what you're saying?
Matthew 7:1-3. Hold on.
Hang on. You hang on for a second. We on low. What you say, bro?
I said you want to be friends with our enemies. Is that what you're trying to say?
You saying chaotic is the enemy?
You see him as the enemy? His talking points are. Is that what you're trying to say, brother? That's a question.
Hang on, just thinking, Andre. You said. I'm sorry, because I can
hear
you.
So you want us to break bread with our enemies? Is that what you're trying to say?
Who are you defining as enemies?
Well, I would say Chaotic Truth is a frenemy, but especially the shit that comes out of his mouth. But I'm just a YouTuber. I mean, we're jigaboos, we're evolutionaries. We come up walking.
So you are speaking about chaotic. I was just asking, who are you defining as enemies?
I want to be friends with a person that calls me a nigga 24/7. Is that what you're trying to say?
Where's the line?
What do you mean?
Can you learn anything from your enemies?
Can I learn anything from Hitler? Of course, but I don't want to do things.
Period.
So, okay, now you said he says things that are insulting. So what? So then why are you telling me anything about any insult that I said? So what? Because in the Bible it said, judge not that ye not be judged. For with what judgment ye judge shall ye be judged. And
Measure
with
out what
what
you want
measure
to be
ye meet,
measured
it
in.
shall be
Right.
measured against you. And why
Right.
behold thou the most that is in thy brother's eye, but consider if not the beam that is in thy own. So that being said, if you are comfortable with him saying inflammatory things, what is your delineation to be so uncomfortable with me saying inflammatory things back to him? Because you know what that discourse just provided? It provided a multiple avenues for people that were engaged in the conversation to go do their own research and get knowledge of self and knowledge of the people, knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, freedom. See, don't let me mix in a whole bunch of stuff on you and throw it at you. I don't want to be too confusing. I don't want to conflate the topic. But you saying that what is wrong with women controlling the nutrition? If men on this platform say 84% of the households are ran by single mothers that get food stamps and all type of welfare, then who do you think by far and wide already is holding down the nutrition of the black family? The black family in the United States of America as of today, evidenced by the talking points on these social media platforms, is a black woman and her children. The black man, by and far, is not present. So until black men start showing up in the home and being part of the black family, shh, be quiet. Chef is a whole chef. His whole career is in the kitchen. So you saying that women are ordained to be in the kitchen, so he not supposed to be there? He wasn't supposed to get his coins? See, it's disrespectful on a multitude of layers when you have the ability to sit back and look at the talking points objectively. But because the talking points are thrown at women and whatever y'all feel like women should or shouldn't be, y'all think women are not supposed to defend themselves because most women are quiet and they will let the shit ride. I'm not that woman. Now you can like me, love me, or hate me. But one thing you're gonna always know, the same way you met me today, if you come back through my platforms or see my movement in 5 years from now, it's gonna be on that same type of energy. If you're a respectful and upstanding man, we got nothing but love for you over here. If you disrespectful, we got nothing but war. And we ain't coming delicate. We coming extra spicy and we emptying out full clips. Period.
So if let's just say let's use that principle. So if I disagree with your point and I think the things that you said to him was insulting, then I can just talk to you any kind of way and start calling you all kinds of names, right? By your principle, right? Because maybe I think the things that you say are poisonous to the community and you poisoning our young girls with your mind frame.
You could,
Not saying that,
not saying,
hey, not saying that I do, but just
no. I hear you. You could. You could, but then you never know who might swoop down out the clouds and then start coming for you.
But but I'm saying where do we gain from that as a people or in the conversation? That's for the beef sector.
What do you gain? What do you gain from not putting him in his place as a man for disrespecting women?
Okay, so you saying disrespect, but I didn't hear him call anybody out their name, not even the imaginary women that he was talking about.
So only way for people to be disrespectful to people is calling them directly out of
That's
their
the
name.
start.
So it's
if he said women weren't capable, so when he say shit like okay, I don't think matter of fact, that's
just called Harriet Tubman a big fat black woman.
You ain't hear him call Harriet Tubman a fat black bitch.
So watch this. Hold on. So hold on. So now look. I've been quiet for a minute, right? Because I wanted to allow things to naturally fall into its own, equilibrium. I wanted everything to fall into its own brand of homeostasis. So let's talk about this. I don't know if folks notice, and it's not about making a defense, because I'll be honest with you. I let chaotic up on the stage, and I know chaotic rubs folks the wrong way in terms of who I am, where I came from, and I fuck with a lot of people that other people don't fuck with. I have friends that are not friends with my other friends. I have a friend that took a life of another friend. Real, documented. So what I'm saying is I recognize those things. Coming into this, I rocks with Raw B. I seen what she's done. I've seen what you see me not like you're not here. I seen what you've done, and I seen you go hard. And I'm like, yo, I like that. She reminds me of back home. You know what I'm saying? And it's like your essence resonates with me. Him, okay, Chaotic Truth. I've watched him as well. He's been on the show. He's actually been on the show a few times with you too, Andrea. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. And what I'm stating is that there was never an issue. So in terms of this situation, he popped in. I let him up. I didn't realize that there was any vitriol. Obviously, I'm not so wrapped up. When I say wrapped up, no judgment, but I got to do more research because there's interconnections that I didn't realize. And that's one of the things that I keep learning in these YouTube streets, that I'm cool with this person, this, that, and the other. Here's the thing. Somebody who's on this side of town who's a serial killer, he's hurt families and lives. But believe it or not, there's people who don't know that other side, and that person has benefited. So not likening him to a serial killer, I'm just basing it in terms of the way that you guys are presenting him, right?
Mm-hmm.
The conversations that he brought up, and in terms of my view, I seen the conversation, right? So I'm gonna help y'all out. I'm gonna give y'all one even better. People may not like me after this one, but I speak truth. Y'all sitting here talking this shit about what he said about Harriet Tubman, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll double down on it for you. He actually did a whole show called Maya Angelou is a prostitute and a sex trafficker. And excuse me, and a human trafficker. He actually did a whole show, right? On that. On that show, what did he do? Did you see that show, Nation? You seen it? Because you shook your head like you knew what I was talking about.
No, but I definitely believe it.
Okay, so you believe the what was discussed in that title, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He did that show. People took it as him talking down on black women. People took it as him trying to degrade our ancestors. When the man was stating that every other nation is moving forward, they respect what took place with their ancestors, but every other nation is moving forward. And what he stated is this: us, as a general global ethnicity, we're focused so much on worship of our ancestors when people are trying to get to space, and we're worshiping primitive people. And he stated that the idol worship of the elders, and I'm considered an elder to him, the idol worship of the elders is detrimental, because all they have to do is age up into a certain realm, and then now all of a sudden you receive a title of honor. And he did that show, and people were pissed off behind it. There was people in the chat pissed off behind it, right? And it was hard for me to even watch it. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Where I literally will give him feedback in the back, DM. But it was like, I said, what the fuck is this guy doing? And I started listening. Everything he said in that situation was true. Maya Angelou stated what she did prior to becoming a poet. He stated that, showed clips. And it was one of those things where it wasn't dishonest. It was real. And it was something that he used to elucidate the point that he was having. Everybody ain't going to give it to us the way that we want it. Unfortunately, everybody ain't going to give it to us the way that we want it. Sometimes in order to get straight to the blood, you got to cut skin. The needle doesn't just drop lotion on your skin that you rub in and it gets absorbed through the pores. It cuts through the dermis, the epidermis, then the dermis. It cuts through so that it will be able to go through your system easier. So, like I said, folks may not like him. I believe folks actually dislike his methods more than they like him. But now, some of those same people that dislike his methods, even some of the ones that dislike him, they actually agree with many of his points. So then my question becomes, if you agree with many or a majority of his points, but you don't like his methods and you don't care about him, my question is, what you doing to serve the medicine to the people? Because somebody got to serve the medicine to the people. There's people that feel the way that he feels. There's people that feel as though we are placating ourselves within this PC, politically correct dynamic, the Me Too generation, where we can't say anything. We can't speak to our rage within our own people. We'll be celebrated when we talk about the others over there. But then everything implodes upon us when we talk about ourselves and holding ourselves accountable. And what's so crazy is Kevin Samuels, Derek Jackson. Kevin Samuels, Derek Jackson. What's so interesting is that there was no Kevin Samuels scandal. There was none. There was no Kevin Samuels scandal. Derek Jackson, who is the Moses of loving the sisters and the self-love for the sisters, and made a good amount of money selling that shit and selling books to the sisters, when during that time he was defrauding them because all of the stuff that he was doing. What was interesting is that when he got caught red-handed, watch this. I saw more sisters celebrating when Kevin Samuels passed away than women that was flipping out, going crazy when Derek Jackson was exposed. Was it because, oh shit, this motherfucker, he got us, son of a bitch? What was it? Because in order to agree and articulate the fraud that he was doing, right? In order for me to prosecute you, there has to be what? A victim. And what happens is, within the empowerment stasis that existed, the sisters were not, especially after being defrauded by this guy, were not going to allow themselves to state I was a victim. But then when we get this man who was speaking to the brothers, who talked to the brothers about being that dude that he would bring up to the ladies later on, it's so interesting. In his passing, the stuff that was thrown on his effigy, the spit on his grave and everything, because how many people were harmed? How many people were harmed? How many men were harmed? How many men's relationships were harmed by virtue of the bullshit that Derek Jackson was speaking? How many homes were broken? How many wives left their husband because he didn't love her the way that this punk ass motherfucker put in his book?
So, okay, let me address two things. The whole thing about prostitution. Maya Angelou about Maya Angelou being a prostitute. Does it make her words any less poignant? Because last time I checked, Mary Magdalene was a prostitute. Jesus sat in the prostitution den for days and days and days, and he pulled her out, and she wound up becoming one of his biggest disciples. That's
but
just
we got to stay in pocket. No, I get you. But in terms of the context, we got to stay in context, because it was related to a specific situation, which was the worship of the elders.
But I wasn't finished.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead. I apologize.
So what people do is they try to bring up the most inflammatory point to make you discredit the work that our people have done. Like how he said so poignantly today when he pointed out the first Black female astronaut and Neil Tice deGrasse. Our people are actually in space already. We are already pioneering that expenditure. There's not a lot of white people in the Space Force, and that's actually a real thing. It's actually, you know, a even mix of minorities, because we are pioneering that frontier together. So it's disingenuous when people try to tell you, oh, black people aren't doing this, and then the same person out of the left side of their mouth then says, oh, you don't even know about these black people doing this. Which one is it? Black people are doing it, or black people aren't there? Now, to your point with Kevin Samuel and Derek Jackson didn't defraud anybody. What Derek Jackson did as a cheater was told women what cheaters do. Who else to tell you the unfiltered truth of what a cheater does? He used artistry and showmanship to sell the point, but he still told people what cheaters do. And how would he know? Well, because he's a cheater. So who's the best teacher? The best teacher is always experience.
I can't give you that.
Why?
I can't give you that.
Why did he not speak to people cheating? Did he not speak to how poorly and inadequately the black man was loving the black woman while he was poorly and inadequately loving the black woman? Did he not
but
speak
the
to that?
person, when Malcolm came up and spoke on different things that he was there about, and he had a previous lifestyle, he spoke to his previous lifestyle. Derek Jackson literally was not
He
only
chose not to
speaking,
put him on display.
What he did was he was giving women tricks of the trade, but he did not specifically provide them with information. This is how you catch a cheater. This is how you work with a cheater. He was giving them tips and tricks on the trade of how to manipulate the men that they're with, how to elicit a particular response based on particular stimulus or stimuli that they should have, impress upon that guy in order to get what they want.
Well,
So
this is the
he
thing.
he didn't come to you as some reformed guy like Frank Abagnale, Catch Me If You Can, where, he used to steal a lot of shit. And then now he's coming through to teach you how not to get robbed. In order to do that, and to do that with a clear conscience, you have to also state what you used to do and, why you're here. But
why? Because that's your parameter of what needs to be done. That wasn't his parameter. Just like, and the argument can be made, just like I feel like Chaotic Truth shouldn't be speaking to people how he speaks to them, but you feel like it's okay. So that's your personal opinion, and that's your right. What Derek Jackson did was he told the game. He told about cheaters. He told about players. He told about how to elicit a response. And that is exactly what he was doing. So when you say that, oh, well, I didn't see women coming after Derek Jackson, because they didn't want to, because he gave them something that was innumerably invaluable to them. So why would you see that?
So what's this? In terms of you, when you brought up about I'm okay with what he said and what he says. Watch this. I'm okay. I'm okay with somebody. Watch this. Watch this. You're not okay with getting stabbed, right?
Wait, who did I say I was okay with what they said?
No, you said that you was like, well, it's all right. I guess I see that you're okay with what Chaotic Truth is saying. When you said you were referring to me. So I'm addressing
in that instance.
About
yes,
being okay. Yeah, about being okay
Just
with
wanted
what
clarity.
he's saying. Right? So what I'm saying to you is this. You're not okay with getting stabbed in the leg, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're sick and you in pain, and my name is not Chef Chupino, but Dr. Chupino, you're gonna be all right with me stabbing you in the leg with a needle. The thing is, all medicine don't come with a sweet coating on the outside. Some medicine make you nauseous. Chemotherapy, which is one of the most life-saving necessity treatments.
No, it's not.
Let's first off, let me say
I'm sorry.
No, because I already know the conversation, but what I'm stating is, so we don't get lost in the specific semantics and the minutia of it, the purpose on what it's there for is to cure cancer, right? So let's just talk about that. Let's not talk about all of the social and socioeconomic dynamics of what makes it up and what chosen, because I understand those conversations. I'm just talking about it. It makes you nauseous as fuck. The purpose of it, there's a specific purpose. Say it again.
It makes you more than nauseous. I had a father.
We
ain't even going.
Understand.
We ain't even going. I get the point that he's trying to make.
So I understand. So let me say this, Nation. I understand. I've lost people to cancer. So I recognize the depths of it. So, because you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm face policing and maybe I'm being a little too, my stimulus, I'm picking up stuff too much, but I'm seeing that it seems like you're getting upset. So I want you to understand that I have an in-depth understanding of cancer and the causes of it. And I've lost people, okay? Blood relatives, people that I love. So when I bring it up, there's a reason that I bring it up. And what I'm stating is, regardless of what anybody says, we accept it and we recognize it because we don't feel like there's any other shit, okay, outside of what Dr. Sebi was talking about. At that time in crisis, that's all we got. And we recognize the level of discomfort that it brings. So what I'm saying to you is this. A lot of times there's messages that come through that don't nobody want to listen. When I was 17 and 18 years old and I walked through downtown Manhattan and walked through downtown Brooklyn, and I couldn't understand why the freaking the Israelites were sitting there screaming at people, yelling at people, not getting it, hearing all the stuff that they talking, until a certain point where I was like, oh shit. I was able to understand some of the points that they were making, and it created a level of resonance. But I wouldn't have heard it if they wasn't screaming in my ear and making me uncomfortable. So what we're doing is we're speaking about this man like he's some sort of super powerful pariah, right? This guy, in terms of his YouTube following. Look. You Raw, you multiply his shit by 5, by 6, 7, 8, almost 9, 10, and your following dwarfs him.
I know.
Right. So your following dwarfs him. So my question becomes this, and this is not a disingenuous question. My question becomes, he doesn't speak to the people that you speak to. The people that you speak to move in a different way.
Right.
Me as an executive of a company, one of the things I had to learn was flexing to people's bird styles, people's personality archetypes. And one of the things that I learned is that when you got a room of 100 people, and 25 of them fucked up, you don't focus on the 25 because it's going to bring down the morale of the 75. You focus on the 75 and celebrate them so much that the 25 want to come up.
And I'm going to tell you, since
he doesn't speak to your crowd.
Yes, he
you
does
move
to my
differently. Crowd. You know, you move differently. And when I say it, it's not a diss to you. I'm not placating you. I'm not patronizing you. From Jump Street, you a sharp sister. He ain't talking to you.
Listen, let me explain something to you. He is talking to my people. As I said before, and I'll continue to say it, that is a very intelligent man. He's very clever, and he's very crafty with what he's doing. I have a tendency on this platform to gravitate towards men that are very intelligent and very clever and crafty with what they do. I would have no problem with what he was saying at all if what he said was the truth. Me, she, her, I don't give a damn if I get to 100 million subscribers. If I see you and you have value to the community and you are speaking in error, I am going to come down on you like a hawk in the midnight sky and call you out on your bullshit. Because at the end of the day, there are too many people on this platform that have powerful voices. And guess what? Their messages are dismissed because they are always leading with nonsense and not the truth.
All right, don't come down on me. Just hit me with a DM first. So, yeah, I mean, let me
come down on me.
Give me a minute to address the shit. All right, don't come down on me.
I call cap on what you just said.
Hey, hit me with the DM.
Hold on, let me
do your research.
All right, come down on Vic though. He ready.
You need
for that
to
action.
do your research. You need to do your research. You need to do your research. I've even cursed out Tommy Sotomayor. Don't get it twisted. You need to do your research. I do not bite my tongue at all. Ever. Never.
Wait, who said Tommy? You said Tommy, Vic?
No, I did.
Oh.
I've even came down on Tommy Sotomayor and said what it was that I felt. And his platform definitely eclipsed mine. So what you think is a cat? You better do your research, young man, and get to know me.
The question would be, why am I saying cat?
Because you think I'm lying, but
you don't know what I'm thinking. You should ask the question.
Oh my!
Why would I dare say? Why would I dare interrupt you
Victor?
to say cat?
Why, Victor? Why?
I don't know you from a can of paint.
Why is cat, Victor?
So
why is cat? Why is cat, Victor? Why is cat? Answer the question. Why is cat?
I'm gonna give your answer.
Come on, Victor.
All right, Chef. The reason why what you say don't work because she don't see it as medicine. She see it as poison. She stated that he's poisoning the community with his rhetoric.
Because he's lying.
Do you think it's rhetoric and that is poison, correct?
Because he's lying. His lies.
It don't matter. Why do you think it's poison to the community?
His lies are poison. Yes,
his message should not be spread, correct?
His lies are poison. See, were you listening or did you just
I'm asking, do you think that his message should not be spread? That's pretty clear.
Lies should not be spread. Absolutely.
Okay. She thinks he's lying and that the things that he's saying should not be spread because she does not believe that they're truthful. Okay,
I proved
cool.
him a liar. I proved him a liar. It's not what I think, it's what I've proven.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Earlier in this conversation, he spoke to Cardi B and about a young lady, because I got a fucking problem with Cardi B.
Okay. I didn't curse at you. Why you got curse at me, Victor? What the fuck?
I got a problem with Cardi B.
Okay.
I think she's poison to the community.
Okay,
I think she should shut up.
What you doing about it?
So at the end of the day, I'm expressing my thoughts on a public platform and letting my people know that that's not who I support.
Okay, that's your
opinion. Is Lauryn Hill poison to the community?
So what I'm asking you, sister, is if you're gonna give him that energy, and I'm not mad at you at all for the energy that you give him. This is not me supporting chaotic truth, even though you know what I'm saying.
But it's okay.
I support certain points. I like the ability to have and the ability for people to disagree.
You support him, so
I would like to see some common ground being had with people who I think
to support him.
I think the ultimate goal is that we're both trying to uplift our community. So let's see where we align at on the upliftment part. Fuck the part we disagree on.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying? Martin and Malcolm did not agree on most things, but there's some shit that they did.
And they called each other out, and they called each other out on the points that they disagreed about.
If they stopped at the call out, half of that shit wouldn't have happened in our favor as a whole for the community. So what I'm asking you, this is still a question. If you feel that strongly about chaotic, how do you feel about the message that is being exposed by female rappers, Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion in particular?
They're not lying. Like how I said, what I have an issue with is his lies. You're trying to conflate the issue by pulling in a female rapper. That is a whole different conversation for a whole nother day.
Is it not poison? Is it not just as poisonous to the community?
I'm going to bed. It is 7 minutes to midnight. We're not doing this. I said what I said.
Hey, Rob. Is Queen Latifah a female rapper?
She is.
Is MC Light a female rapper?
She is.
Who's the one that sing Roxanne? Roxanne. How about Yo Yo?
Roxanne Shante.
What about Yo Yo?
Yeah.
Can I hear the point you're making, good brother?
We missing.
I would like to hear the point you're making because you've been trying to get in. I want to hear
positive rappers. Huh? What about all positive rappers? What about Lupe Fiasco? Huh? What about
can you tell me the point that you're trying to make before you go further into the
why are we going into the negativity of things and why don't we just be some positivity in this?
I would say that if we're not talking about positivity, we're talking about poisonous toxic people to the community.
Yeah,
and I
you
think
want
that
to
these
tell the truth and make him our frenemy.
I think drill music is trash. I think the shit that Snoop used to put out is trash. I think I Get Around is trash. I think it's a whole bunch of shit that qualify. So I'm not isolating Cardi or women in general.
When is your album
The
dropping?
only
black
hang on,
former Black Panther
hang on. I said I Get Around. That is a song, not the person, sir.
But you're saying Tupac Shakur, even though he made that
I didn't
song,
say Tupac. I said the song.
He never said that, bro. No, look, he didn't say
That's the
that.
same thing
He didn't
Truth
say
would
that.
say.
He didn't say
If you know
that.
anything about me, you know I cried when Tupac died. Understand what I'm saying?
Tupac
That's
was
my brother.
trash. He
I
talked
support
about the song. He specifically said the song. He never said Tupac was trash.
So Soldier Like Me is one of my favorite songs. So you losing what you saying by making a defense on a point that I ain't even making. The point that I'm making is that hang on, brother. The reason
Victor,
that I'm talking to the world like this
happen right now. That's all I want to know. Because I only got a few minutes. What do you want to see happen in the Black community right now? What do you want to see happen? I need to know. What do you want to see happen right now here in the Black community? Right now, as we stand, what do you want to see?
Less trash being promoted.
By who? White folks?
It wouldn't matter who's doing the promoting. I'm talking about. Don't blame fucking white people for shit you playing your radio in front of your kids. Excuse you, brother. You were mistaken. You mistaken. You have a choice. So if somebody call that shit out, admit where you wrong and move on.
Well, the treacherous five was
man shit. Man say, God damn, bro. What you talking about? But you might be right on that one.
3. It was Furious 5. It was not Treacherous 5. It was Treacherous 3.
My bad.
And yeah, and we talk about Pac. We talk about these people. I came up in that era, and I know these people we talking about. Let me just say something.
Go ahead, bro.
Everybody's message. That's why I brought up when somebody said earlier in the mix, and I know everybody got to go. We all got to go, right? I said something early in the mix, and somebody hit back and saying, "Oh, I'm comparing Chaotic to Malcolm X." That's not the point. The point is, okay, cool, perfect. The point is, everybody said some fuck shit. You said some fuck shit. I said some fuck shit. Andrea said some fuck shit. Chaotic, Vic, all of us, because fuck shit is part of our natural growth in terms of our evolution. But the real point of growth, the graduation, is recognizing and filtering out the shit that we said previously that was fuck shit and bullshit. So when Vic brought up the thing about, he brought up literally, I Get Around. He didn't say the artist, he talked about that song. Why? Because we know that artist is pivotal. So he brought up that one specific piece of work. There's people that bring up different things. There's going to be certain things that we say that will rub people the wrong way. But
I understand that.
Do we destroy
the bad with everyone? Yes, I understand that.
Right. So at the end of the day, in terms of what Vic is saying, we listening. What you're stating, because we talk about being progressive, we talk about moving the people forward. Vic is talking about if all of us are of different tribes, then at some point, if we have a common enemy, then we need to find a specific point of inference, specific point of delineation, a specific point of congruency. So we move forward and we don't crisscross. That's how we move it forward. But then if we ultimately state that this person is my enemy, then what takes place is we cannot work together to get to this goal. We would only be working against that person. And the person that we perceive as our enemy comes with certain things. Remember who crashed those planes into the towers? It was Saudis. Where did we go? We attacked Iraq.
Was it Saudis?
It was Saudi. It was Saudi. Listen, look. Let me say this, man. I did my research. I did my research. All of the people that were on those planes were Saudis, and we had the closest relationship. The presidents had the closest relationships with Prince Saud, and all of them from the Saudi government. They were Saudis. They were in on high level visas. They went to flight school here. But here. But where did we go and attack? We attacked Iraq. Now watch this. People don't like Saddam. Saddam was fucked up. All of these things, and we went and we got him out of power, right? But then what happened? The stabilization of that region ever since. Why? Because he knew something about that region. He knew that there was 3 different groups of warring factions that were together when that peace was drawn out in Iraq. And we removed him from there because we didn't like him for particular reasons. But that place has never been stabilized. It's never been as stable as it used to be because we removed the lion from the jungle because we didn't like the fact that he ate antelopes.
And actually, that's not categorically true, but that would be another conversation for another day. It's a much deeper context today.
Yes, there is. It's a much deeper context, but the thing is, without me going into all of the minutia of it, right? I was literally able to bring some surface communication to it because we can go into the text and this is going to be another 8-9 hours straight. You get what I'm saying?
That's a holy land. That Trinity was about a holy land. I need for people to understand that. I'm gonna say it loud and proud. That is a holy war. It is a holy land.
The Sunnis and the Kurds.
That has nothing to do with destabilizing the region.
Wait.
That
what
is a war that is going to go
about?
on till
Which
time immemorial. You're
not talking about the Gaza Strip and Israel. I'm talking about Iraq. Those are 2 separate places. When you talk about the holy war, because they were Muslims, the Kurds
you're right. Okay.
and the Sunnis. So it was not holy war. It was almost like there was a land that these people went and cut this piece of land and said, I'm going to call it Chefonia. I'm going to call it Chefonia. But me being chef, I didn't realize that we got the regular Christians, we got the Catholic Christians over here, we got the Lutherans over here. You get what I'm saying? And then we have the Kojiks over here, and they're all fighting against each other. But that was
chef.
Right, you know where Mecca. Hold on. We on live because I'm about to say this and I'm about to go. What I want you to do when you have time, because I know you're a bright, brilliant man, I want you to look up Mecca, Medina, and the Wailing Wall, and don't look at their names that they have present tense. Look in biblical maps when their names was Samaria and stuff like that, and see what you find from there. That's a great starting point. But this has been real, and you guys have a good night. And I'll see you.
No, I'm arguing with you in your DMs tonight. Get ready. I got my Twitter fingers on.
And Victor, that's okay. I know you don't like me and you got a little attitude, but
stop.
Fix your face. Fix your face. Good night.
Chef, hold up. Because she dipped on her own, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I ain't got no problem with this sister. I just want to call out truth. That's what I do here. You know what I'm saying? I can give a fuck who say it, including Chef. So at the end of the day, we on Loke. You understand? What's the title of this fucking show? Classy, Bougie, Ratchet. Ain't that coming from a song? Whose song is it? Cardi and Megan.
So
that's actually
I don't follow songs like that because I don't want to alienate people like her.
But here's the point. I don't know what that means. But at the end of the day,
I don't want to alienate Andrea.
How would you alienate Andrea?
I don't want to alienate people. The song alienates people like Andrea. The song alienates people like Raw B, even though I know she listens to most of that stuff. The song alienates people like my daughter.
When you say alienate, what do you mean by that?
What it means is it's putting them in a space where I don't need them to be in. I need them to be in a right space.
That's your homework. You gotta hear the song, bro, because it's I don't know.
What song are we talking about?
The name of the title, he literally said, look at the title of the show. Classy, Bougie, Ratchet. That's actually a song called Savage by Megan Thee Stallion.
And I don't like my daughter. I don't want my daughter or anybody in particular listening to that song. I'm sorry.
Have you ever heard the song is my question?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So wait. Before we jump out the window, what I was actually trying to address with the sister was the fact that during the conversation, she said that Cardi can say whatever the fuck she want, and anybody who want to listen to it can listen whatever the fuck they want, including a lot of
kids to speaks. What's going on?
So because that was her position in defense of Cardi, I just wanted to call out the fact that if we holding people accountable for the messages and the branding that they're presenting to our people, and saying that what they're saying could be toxic for people who are less read and whatever, then how can we skip over in the same conversation the title of the show, the people that we talking about? How can we skip over that as being poison if we just calling out people who saying toxic shit for the community? And with her saying that even if I had 1 million followers, I come down to holla at you with 1,000 to 2,000 subscribers at any time because I'm that adamant about my community and my people, and false branding and fucked up messaging. How can you skip over that?
I get all that.
It ain't about whether MC Light made some dope music or Queen Latifah said unity. That's dope. That's the only reason why I brought up. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna give it right back to you. The only reason I brought up those other names that I talked about, from Snoop to Tupac, because I didn't want anyone to feel like I'm badgering women. So I named some men who also fell into that category, even if it was just a particular song that they made. So I just wanted to clarify that. The floor is yours, brother.
Okay. Those particular individuals, there's a reason why I don't listen to those individuals, because they don't move me any other way. It's the same reason why I don't.
Beyonce?
Huh?
I just want to make sure. You talking about Beyonce?
I don't listen to Beyonce either.
You don't let your children listen to Beyonce?
I'm more jazz. I'm more jazzy, more.
You say your children.
Late 80s, early 90s R&B.
Your children,
your
daughters.
Actually made sense. Shit that actually makes. You know, you listen to George Benson. You listen to George Benson. You listen to Louis Armstrong. You ever listen to those?
Old Satchmo.
Yes, Old Satchmo. All them.
I'm a music. I'm a long time music executive, so
Yes,
I'm a music guy. So I go to the past. I go back to Robert Johnson. You get what I'm saying? I'm just questioning when you stated about your daughters who exist, because you stated about your girls not listening to certain things. So I'm speaking to them. Okay, I mean, but all right, pardon me. Your daughter, right?
Right.
So put me on. What you giving you know what I mean? Like, what music you giving Ella Fitzgerald, Etta James? I mean, what is she listening to? Because now you said Beyonce, you don't listen to Beyonce.
Well, between me and my wife, what we discussed is we will not allow our children to listen anything degrading or that anything evil, well, she puts it, to our children. It just poisons their minds a little bit. But here's what I would say, because I got to get out of here. I got to get to work. At some point in time, we can address all the negative shit in the world, and I understand where people are coming from. But if we don't address anything positive, this is why I come with spirituality. Spirituality is the most important thing in life, period. Because all this, you don't have noticed all the platforms that people be on. It's just spewing all types of negativity. You want to solve the problem, but you never want to put anything positive behind it. So in order to satisfy our curiosities, we can talk about stuff like this, but at the same time, we want to please our women. We want to please our men. We want to please each other. in a particular space where we can agree to disagree. What can we agree on? And we can put it on a piece of paper, and we can put it on a bowl, and we can sit there and talk about it for how many hours you want to talk about it. And if we can agree on one thing,
so when you said we can please our men, when you said we could please our men, what does that explain to me? What that looks like?
We can please our men by economically talk to our young boys about being economically sound. Economically sound. That's what we can do. We can teach our young boys to be one day competitive with our counterparts, the white man, the Asian man, the Hispanic man. Dr. Claude Anderson made it very clear that we must have an economic base amongst our people.
But you quoted Claude Anderson, right? So my thing is this, because I understand powernomics, right?
Do you?
Bro, you named a guy, and I just named
I'm asking you as a brother,
I'm saying
you as a friend.
I'm saying,
I'm asking you as a brother, and I'm asking you as a friend. Do you really understand?
So let's do this. Let's do this. You mentioned some guy, right? And I just gave you his most critically acclaimed work, right? And then you ask me, do I really? We can actually do that on the show, and we can break down some of the specific pillars. But nonetheless, right? Because I'm trying to figure out where you're like, do I really, right? So now you say, yo, I'm asking you as a friend. I'm asking you as a friend. Now, you and I, we've been on these YouTube streets, and I've seen you in chats, this and that. But then when you ask me, do you really? And then I think about the conversation we've been having all night. And when you ask me, do you really? You say, no, I'm asking as a friend. Nah, that was more disingenuous, because now you're saying, do I really? What? Let's ask you this. What about tonight's topic and the contention that folks had to do with the concepts of powernomics that Claude Anderson was discussing? You get what I'm saying? Because you're like, do you really? What did I do, or what did I say to make me look like I'm a dumb fuck that I wouldn't even know about the book that I brought up? And all you did was say your name, and I just gave their work. You feel what I'm saying? But that's just me. No. That's just me. That's just me being petty. That's like, whoa. So that was all it was. You know what I mean? I had to flex a little bit.
I'll say about
you know I ain't as dumb as I look. But look.
No. I would never put you in that category. This is your domain. And I believe wholeheartedly what you say, because you've been in the music industry. I believe everything that you say. But I need to know, sir. I need to know, because guess what? I want everybody in these spaces. I want to coexist with everybody in this space. Everybody.
I want to know what you're saying about my sister Andrea putting her in the box. Why you point at her box? What that mean?
Whoa, he pointed at her box?
Yeah, I seen it.
All right, you're gonna get me in trouble with her. Okay.
I see you looking off to the right. I see you looking off to the right.
I'm not mad. I'm a little sleepy.
You sleeping on the couch tonight.
Seriously, you can get at me later. I really gotta go, but you can get at me later though. I will be back. You can get at me later on that. Just hold that point. You can get at me later. But I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. I want to coexist with each and every single one of you. We can agree or disagree, but at what point can we what can we agree on is my point.
That was my only point.
All right.
That was what he was saying. But listen,
my brother, can I get
Mrs. Local Nation, make him take the couch tonight. No special treats. Can I get the pound?
All right, man.
Yo, listen here, yo. First of all, let me say this. This is the one show with my least amount of interruptions. All right. My one show with my least amount of interruptions, and me allowing this thing to organically flow within itself. And I decided to jump in when I was going to jump in. But let me say this, yo. If we say this shit is the garden, This is the garden. This is the place where we allow free thought to reign.
Yes.
It's not about disrespect. If you feel that somebody's feelings or their thoughts or their sensibilities may go against yours, it's definitely a place where you can debate it and argue it. But if you seeing somebody leverage the level of disrespect elsewhere, and then we hear, we still have to move accordingly. Why? In the grand scheme of things, if anybody ever watched the John Wick movies, where we at here, this is the Intercontinental Hotel. Nobody gets killed over here. The guns are put up. All right. We've had, watch these three names: E Black, Darrell Long, Chaotic Truth, all on the same stage at the same damn time, in the middle of some of the biggest, most contentious beef. But they came over to my crib, they put the bazookas up, and we sat here and we did a show about what we as men need to do to strengthen our ladies. And that's one of my most proudest achievements. And then after they left, they started busting shots again. The point is, the message, the thing is that kept ringing in my ear tonight was something that Andrea said. The message or the messenger? The message or the messenger? Because guess what, Andrea, whether you want to admit it or not, we're not going to stick on this all night, but whether you admit it or not, the shit the Chaotic Truth talk, that's the shit you would talk to your daughter, but you just don't like hearing that shit coming from another dude. You stronger on your kids than that. You tell your son the same shit he's talking about, the pants sagging, the this, that, and the other. You may not be familiar with all his work because you met him here. And when he comes here, he's mellow and cool. Okay? The funniest thing is, if you had a little bit more research and you hear the stuff that he's saying, you just heard him saying stuff about the mop and the broom, But all I could tell you is this. There's more. There's more. You look at one piece of a diamond, you only see so many facets, but the majority of the facets of that diamond is the parts that you're not looking at. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not saying Chaotic Truth might have some truth. I'm not saying he doesn't. I think he's a very intelligent man. What I say is, the talking points that he's using, I don't like it. The talking points that he's saying, I just don't like it. And maybe, like I said, it's the message or the messenger, because it's so funny. I'm gonna go back to my same point when I said about Jamal Bryant. It's so funny how we can say Jamal Bryant's all his discretions, but when he get up there and say something about what he said, we gonna bring all his transgressions. So I go back and say again, here's the messenger or the message. So it's up to whoever. And what I would say to Chaotic is, everybody is gonna do what's best for their family. If I'm saying tattoos is best for my motherfucking family, I'm wearing some tattoos, and I'm gonna still be the head of my house. But it's so funny how Black women are the most educated than Black men are, and we're running our households.
The most enrolled. The most enrolled. There's a difference.
Okay, most enrolled.
We can make another show. Most enrolled is different than most educated.
Okay, most enrolled, but when black men take the reins and start taking care of their families, us Black women won't have that much to say. Like Stephen A. Smith said, if you don't like what I say, get your shit together.
You gotta get yourself together. You embarrassing us, brother. Why you embarrassing us?
Listen here.
We will be continued. This will be continued. No doubt.
No, it ain't. How about that?
How about that?
Hey, that's a bullshit.
This will be continued.
Let me say one thing.
We gonna come back with I'm gonna get all chaotic talking points, and I'm gonna have my own motherfucking facts.
Hey, let me close.
First of all, you ain't even get to this Kevin Samuels talking points.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm mad now. So I'm gonna be tomorrow. Since he want to name,
why you mad, sis?
I'm mad. Since he want to try to front me out and the people that he named, I didn't know. You know what? I don't care if I don't know, but I will be looking up. I thank you.
Nobody know them goddamn names.
I am coming back with all his goddamn talking points, and I'm gonna show the facts what I'm talking about. I'm gonna show how black women in college. I'm gonna show how black women are entrepreneurs. I'm gonna show how black women are taking care of their families, and I'm gonna show how we got tattoos and what.
And what? So, hey, at the end of the day, I just wanted to say, to Raw B, I do not consider you an enemy. Matter of fact, you're a friend of the show, and let that be known. At the end of the day, you and the brother couldn't see eye to eye. I just wanted y'all to have a respectful discourse. And I find that the way that we fight is what people remember. So when I said I was disappointed in you, sisters, it wasn't in what you were saying or that I even disagree with what you were saying. It was that on the replay sometimes, you know, for those people who may align more with chaotic, what you didn't do is sway them to your side. What you did do is show them that, these just some old loudmouth, out of control black women. Look at them. They can't keep their composure. Look at them calling them names. I'm tuned out. Why the fuck would I listen to you, even if you are smarter? That ain't how you presented yourself. So at the end of the day, all I wanted to do is say that I believe in y'all sisters. Tailor your approach. And at the end of the day, I wanted to apologize to Rob B because she did call me out about cursing. I did not curse at her. I cursed when I was speaking to her, but I've heard and I've been taught that that's disrespectful in the presence of a woman. So I would like to apologize for that. Peace to you, sister, even if you're not here to hear that.
Say it to her face.
Sis, I so apologize if you took any offense to me cursing while I was in speech with you. Do you accept my apology?
Oh, I do, and I didn't take any offense to it. But I came back up here because I was still listening as I'm getting ready to get comfy, cozy in my bed. I want you to really understand something, because I think this is where a lot of men fall into error on these platforms. I don't care if anybody that is on his side stays on his side. That's where you need to be. What I do care about, however, is my sister's understanding. They don't have to be subjected to the emotional abuse that is metered out on these platforms by these people in error with lies. Who cares? And like how I said in the chat, black men hate Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion, but you know what? Y'all are their biggest net promoters.
Thank you.
See, this is the thing. What black people on these platforms do, both men and women, because I'm not going to make it a gender war thing. I'm just going to speak to the whole facts. Black people get on social media and they preach to the rooftops about what they cannot stand, yet they never get on here putting content that's related to what they absolutely adore. See, I don't like to have to match energies with people, but when it comes down to how these people are degrading my sisters, I don't have to be nice about that. And if you're not respectful, I'm not going to be respectful to you. And any dude that wants to be the same level of disrespectful, he already coming into the scene knowing, if you try to pull it, I'm going to disrespect you too. And I'm not going to cease until I get tired. And I don't really care how anybody looks at it. What does it matter? They think we angry anyway. So because you think
Bougie.
Right. So because you think I'm angry,
okay.
Right. Because you have all of these colloquialisms and caricatures that you want to apply to my personality type, that means I'm supposed to diminish any part of me to make anybody else feel good? Absolutely not. I'm going to sound my trumpet to the saints come home, baby. And those that are meant for me, as Chef already told you, my platform kind of big. They come through when they need to. Everybody else is dust in there to me.
But we will come back. This will be continued because I'm gonna prove his talking points. I'm gonna listen to this video and probably for 2 hours before I go to sleep. And I'm gonna come back with all his goddamn talking points and prove that his facts is wrong.
Baby girl, please don't. I don't even want you to be poisoned like that. Chef, you done muted yourself.
Okay.
I don't want you to even be poisoned like that.
Thank you. I would be cooking on mute. I was like, yeah, you better don't be calling me in the middle of the night like you be doing when you fucking watch that shit. All right?
Hell yeah. Hey, that don't mean call me.
Right. Because we on the East Coast time and she on that Pacific shit. You know what I mean?
I'll be calling Erica at night. Because I won't come back with his talking points. I'm mad as hell, okay? Trying to front me out. Listen, and he didn't want my sister to answer. See, I knew Rod knew the answer, but he wanted to throw that monkey wrench and see.
She might not have known it. A lot of people don't know that shit.
Actually, I did. He was like, "No, Ruby, you can't answer the question because you're not camped up, so I can't see if you Googling it, nigga. Why can't I just be smart? Like, nigga, damn, I can't just be smart.
If you want to school somebody,
I thought he was trolling you when he did that.
Right, you might be Googling. You might be Googling. But guess what? But then he went on. Wait. But then he went on somebody else's platform and said that he apologized. So there he goes lying again. He goes lying again. That he apologized to me.
You talking about tonight?
Yes, right after he left here. Yes, indeed.
See, man, I ain't in the look.
You stalking him?
You stalking him? Like 8 shows at the same time.
I'm just saying. That's what had happened.
For this shit.
Now, what this bitch ass nigga talking about over here?
This motherfucker and his heart beating at 98.36 beats a minute.
I
can't. He said I spoke to her directly and I apologize.
Let him wear our princely robes.
Peace to OG, peace to OG Patrice, peace to Vaughn Bryant, peace to Big Homie, peace to Joanna.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Refill Podcast. Woo!
I'm gonna keep my tattoos. They're special to me. My tattoos are special to me. Okay. I never said I was. Hold on a minute. I never said I wasn't classy, bougie, and ratchet. I'm all of them, and it's okay. Okay, chaotic. I the one made the topic of this show because I asked the question to my fellas. I was like, Vic, you think I'm ghetto? Vic was like, Drea, yeah, you're little, but I can go to war with you. Okay.
That's facts. I did say that.
Okay. I said, I'm ghetto. He was like, Dre, I can go to war with you. I was like, okay, it don't bother me. I still know who I am. My name is Andrea Lynch, and I'm a star. Okay, chaotic. It don't bother me. If I don't know something, I can call Chef and Vic and say, hey, you know about this? And they will school me.
I just acted up and I read him down for filth and I screamed at him because it makes me smile to yell at him because he's dumb.
Yo, now you being truthful.
Hey, no, she jumped in there willingly. Okay, she went into Brian Facts.
I had already left. I had already left for it, and then I see him up here. I said, "Oh hell no!" And I swooped in for the kill. Stop lying!
She said, "I said, well, my bag." I said she came back real quick. I guess she said, "Oh hell no!" Now my name on the thumbnail. She was like, "That's what he ain't gonna do."
That's what he ain't gonna do. You ain't gonna lie in my name.
And my name is on the thumbnail. Oh, that's what he ain't gonna do. I was like, okay, girl.
I ain't lying. Acted a whole damn donkey. Not today.
Listen here, y'all. We're gonna do this because, of course, we got to wrap this thing up.
Yes.
Yo,
go to bed.
I appreciate each and every member of the panel, our special guest. You get what I'm saying? Our special guest executioner for the night.
Yes.
Raw B, privileged. AKA Raw B, don't fuck with me if you ain't ready. Look, and but listen, I ain't get to play one goddamn clip, and y'all know I like to do clips and mix it up. I ain't playing one clip, and I ain't playing no clips now. But I'm gonna tell you this. Look, like I said, this place is the garden, and I want people, even the folks that don't care for each other, I want y'all to be able to have the debates, have the discussion. You get what I'm saying? And feel comfortable. You could do that. We put the guns down. We're going to talk, hash it out. But my biggest goal is if y'all have 10,000 disagreements, if you could find 1 or 2 places where you agree, it's a start, because what that does is that's that point of humanity that you both will feel that you have. Can we solve problems of the world, problems of our community and the other community, is systemic racism and white supremacy and all of these things within 5 hours? We can't do that shit within 5,000 hours. The only thing is we can bring ourselves closer to, a few steps closer to understanding that we may never get. But as we move forward, we feel smarter. It forever changes us, and that gives us the opportunity to pay the ship forward. So thank you for joining us. And you know how we're going to do. We're going to let our guest host lay it down and remind you what makes her a special creature within this universe.
Well, but Ty, the animal that comes into my garden. No, I'm just playing. Listen.
I called you a creature. I called you a creature, right?
Listen, seriously though. Oh, tonight was fun. There was a lot of energy. There was a lot of facts. There was a lot of fiction. We covered a lot of ground. At the end of the day, ladies, my Mercedes, who cares? If someone thinks you're classy, bougie, or ratchet, when you look in the mirror, what do you think? What do you see? You're going to let some stranger have more power over you? You're going to let some stranger tell you who you are? Of course you're not, because you love yourself. And if the people that are speaking negatively to you aren't feeding, fucking, or financing you, then fuck them. At the very end and the beginning of every single day, you got to get up and look in the mirror and tell yourself, I am somebody, and everybody else can just fade into the woodwork, honey. Love yourself and fly free, because it's a privilege. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
You're always welcome here. You're always welcome here. Like I said, your room is here. The key is under the rock next to the bushes. But just call ahead so I let the other guests know they got to wear their vests, because you coming in guns blazing in this bitch. That's what I'm talking about. Yo, I appreciate you. I appreciate you big time coming through. And like I said, you're always welcome. And you get your lesson on understanding the intel. You know what I mean? I'm mixing oil and water. I'm mixing baking soda and vinegar and shit. You know, making the old school volcano. I didn't even realize it. You know, I guess I got to do more intel.
No. You mix bleach and ammonia.
That's what it was. Where it starts smoking and making that gas.
But it was fun. I mean, honestly, one day I'll have Chaotic on my panel and we'll just have a full out debate, because he talks so much. I'm gonna just give him the full platform.
You know, when he start getting to flipping that pen through his fingers, you're like, I was like, oh shit, he finna come with some shit.
He be trying. He be digging deep into the archives. I gotta give it to him. Some of his points are quite interesting, but you know.
Oh God.
And I'll say this, in terms of you coming from the perspective of a sister, and you look as though, in terms of a fashion of overseeing some of our sisters that may be not as powerful spiritually, mentally, intellectually. So to some degree, it almost feels as though you're holding him accountable or pushing back on his message, because, and that's why I gotta say what you're saying is respectable, because it's like, yo, you ain't gonna be coming here feeding these women this message this way when it can harm them. There's certain women that deserve the message, but the ones that you're protecting, you know, you're pretty much telling him to filter his message. And I'm kind of seeing the point the same way when I saw some of the point that he was saying. The same women that he really wants to go at is some of the same ones that I believe that y'all sisters would go at, but y'all would do it when the fellas weren't around, you know?
Right. But
women that I know that was kind of loose back in the day, and then I see them with their own daughter, it's like, whoa. It's almost like a militant, like, whoa, I remember you back in the day. But then it's like, whoa, you know. So I understand there's a position that we take in life, and once we reach certain levels, we learn and recognize different aspects of responsibility. Luke Skywalker was a dickhead kid playing in the sand until he recognized that Luke had the Force, and he recognized he was one of the most powerful people in the universe and needed and necessary. You know, so I think that it's about each and every one of us being able to take that walk, being humble learners, even in our infinite wisdom, being humble learners and understand each step that gets us closer to becoming a more powerful force.
And I have something to say. See, Chaotic didn't want to ask Rob because he knew the answer. And see, Andrea Lynch is not. It's okay if my sister know an answer that I don't know, because it don't take no shine off me or no sweat off my back. Because if my sister's there to help me and she says she's my keeper, she gonna help me get it in. So if Chaotic thought that it was gonna bother my self-esteem, it don't. I'm just gonna look it up tonight. Okay.
She gotta be prepared. Damn it, be prepared. But you know, we all got to remember this, honestly, respectfully, men and women. The greatest showing of power is kindness, compassion, and humility. If you see a fox with a broken paw, you don't sit there and continue to stab it and continue to try to break its other paws. You don't do that. You don't do that. Why? Because it's inhumane. And honestly, the talking points that both sides of the aisle's been spitting out, it's like taking a fox that's caught in a trap and trying to break all its other paws. It ain't going nowhere. Knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off. Talk about things that you love. Stop focusing on things that you hate. And then the people, as one, will rise to power. Get into that. Let me stop, because we could do this all. I'm gonna stop.
All right. Y'all supposed to be making our closing statements, okay?
Okay.
Right, but Andrea would have had the last word.
One more thing.
Yes, and Victor is my friend, and he gonna come over to my show, and he gonna fix his face, and he gonna smile more. You can't be.
Yeah, she was face policing you too in the back chat. She's like, "Fix your face, Vic."
Okay. How long is this stream tonight? Okay.
Hey. Okay. Y'all don't want to wrap it up, so I'm gonna wrap myself up. Okay, check me out. Right, my name is Victor Freeze Music. You know what I'm saying? I do more than music, but I got some heat. I ain't gonna lie. I got some heat coming for y'all. Y'all wait, the music coming too. But me and my sister up here, okay, we put you in a box, Andrea. You know what I'm saying? That just make you shine brighter, baby. So check me out. We do a show called No Glove Sports, and we get it in over here. So come check us out. You can just come to my page and you'll find it from there. All right. You know what I'm saying? Victor Freeze Music, all one word. Come check us out. And my closing statement is this. We spoke on a lot of different terms that are used to refer to people who would be considered ghetto or hood or whatever the case may be. And I think Chef made a great point, saying that it says more about the person making the judgment than it does about the person the judgment is or aspersions are being cast upon. And as long as you don't answer to those names, you are not necessarily those things. But what I will say is this. I wanted to address the two main characteristics that we were speaking to. I spoke to hood, but I just wanted to talk about the characteristics of ghetto versus ratchet. Ghetto, this is all Vic. I didn't get this from no stats, all right? Loud speech, loud dress, doesn't care about what people think while doing embarrassing acts or what can be considered embarrassing. For example, going to the store in house shoes, bonnets, things of that nature, normally associated with just social cues and presentation would be considered ghetto. But ghetto is not ratchet. Ghetto is not hood.
What's ratchet?
Ghetto is ghetto. Now, ratchet, I find ratchet to be drama starters, people of low moral character. And you don't have to be a female to be ratchet, for the record, brothers.
Say Say that.
Don't care about social cues, rules of engagement, no scruples, whorish behavior, whorish dress, and ungentleman and hey, okay, and are uncouth and
Her
quick to violence.
horometer went off.
Okay, but they're uncouth and they're quick to violence. You understand? So if you can be ghetto, you can be hood and still be a lady. But when you cross over into that ratchet territory, that's when you start stepping on my toes and hurting my feelings and making me feel some type of way. You feel me? So try your best if you fit into that ratchet category to make the adjustments necessary, because everybody deserves a second chance and it ain't over for you. So salute to all my sisters out here and all my brothers as well. And if you know better, do better.
You want to hear me say Victor? Victor needs a hug. Oh, we like
Oh
Victor.
my
He's
God,
kind
Vic.
Hey, I got people from up top, so you know I heard it before.
Oh, well said.
Thanks for coming through, Tequila Empress. I'm
Yeah.
sure. Look,
Peace.
I know you. I know you probably part of the Royal B Kingdom. So welcome through. Thank you for coming.
I don't know her, but she's stunning. She's more than welcome to become a part of the Butterfly Progressive. Come on through.
The Butterfly Progressive. You already know.
Yes.
Andrea,
Yes.
let these folks know. And nothing about chaotic. Let these folks know about you. How you feel about them here?
You know, I love my people. I love my contacts. I love my relationships I met on the YouTube streets. And let me tell you something. This woman right here, she's a real deal. I love this sister right here. She's educated. She's bougie. She ratchet. And that's why I love her. And I don't care if folks call me ghetto, bougie, ratchet. I'm all of them. It is all good. I am not ashamed of who I am. But let me tell you something. When I called this sister and asked her to help me, she was there for me. She helped me do this video for the guy I interviewed, and it was off the chain. So I thank her, my sister. I think you're coming over here and gracing with your presence. I appreciate you. Thank you. And always have my back.
Thank you. You know I love you, girl. You know you my boo.
Yeah, and my best friend in my chat, she always got my back too, because I don't think what she heard she like, but she gonna call my sister and tell me. But she always in there got my back. That's all my secret weapon. Okay. If KI thinks he wants to go up, honey, I'll let her go up against you. I don't got no stuff. She know plenty of stuff. Okay. Just warn you. Don't mess with Andrea Lynch, because she would come after you. To be loved. AKA Erica Hunter.
Oh, child. Lord Jesus. Lord.
Okay.
You done muted yourself again, Chef.
Okay.
I have a habit of doing that. You know what I mean? Cooking on simmer. So you said your piece, Robbie. I want to thank you for coming through. Peace, love, and light. I'm going to bring you down. Right? Andrea, you said your piece. Peace, love, and light. I'm going to bring you down. Yo, man. Look, yo. I don't know what the hell was going on tonight, man. I came with a curriculum. I didn't even get to use none of the homework. No clips or any damn thing. Is that a bad thing? Excuse me. Is that a bad thing? Nah. The good thing is that I allowed the room, the other sailors on the ship, to guide where we were going, the audiences, the waters, and we floated that ship to where you were and where you wanted to go. We all have feelings. We all have understandings. I happen to be one of those people that is able to find wisdom, understanding, knowledge, light, peace, and love from different types of people, even the people that some of you may not care for. And that's why I rock with a lot of people. That's why a lot of people rock with me. And I understand. But part of my lesson in this thing is understanding that those people that I got peace, love, and life for may not have it for each other. But that will make me no less vigilant. So, look, I want to thank every single one of you guys for popping in here to this 6-hour stream. It was real. It was real. Vic was supposed to be leaving, getting out at 11, 3 hours in. He stuck around. This was a powerful, powerful meeting of the minds, and we're going to keep it coming. All I ask is that you share this out. You share the network. We're trying to reach 1,000 subs and surpass it, you know? Just stick with us, and we're going to keep trying to make this content that we give you pivotal, organic, authentic, and worth you coming back to the table, man. So since we have some folks that's here and this is their first time here, we don't just kick your ass out the club. We send you out in a special way, vibing. Peace, we out.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Julian come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. It me change, you let me peachin'. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. So they won't buy, and I say, so they won't buy you to give play. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shrink. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Profit, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relax. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, sure enough. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to LA for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long.
My nigga, I killed it. Night long. It's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focus, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it.
I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say.
That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Profit the one. Follow me on all Instagram sites. PROPHETTHEONE. That's Profit the one in case you couldn't.
Vibing all night long. And we out. Peace. Oh, damn.